Tension is rising, crowd united and vibing. Whatever is next, we riding. Got the whole unit, we sliding. Tonight, no turning back, don't cut on no slack. Nobody surviving. Prepare, could be any minute. If we can do what we do, then we can win it. Or this is the end, like a life sentence. Move like a general, keep it consistent. Don't let them up till they are finished. We're going in like we back for vengeance. Tension is rising. Tension is rising. Get on your feet. Whatever we do, repeat. It's time to take to the streets. We won't stop defeat. Cause this is the danger, danger, danger zone. Danger, danger, danger. Get on your feet. Whatever we do, repeat. It's time to take to the streets. Cause we won't stop defeat. Cause this is the danger, danger, danger zone. Danger, danger, danger zone.
We are feeling brilliant here in Barcelona. Viva España and long live Vendetta. We have a new meta game, new memories, and a new champion will be crowned tomorrow. I'm Birch, joined by Yamato, and we will be your tour guides through this chaos and this fury. How are we feeling this morning?
Feeling fantastic. The heat is better today. Yesterday I was melting, but everything is roaring here. The venue is already packed with people. Everyone's ready for Riftbound.
Yeah, always love this part of the event. You know, just before round one gets started, you know, you can feel it in the atmosphere. Everyone's getting a little bit nervy, but it's not going to be long till we can bring you some action. So this is Barcelona, actually our last stop here in the EU schedule. We still have more events going on. What do you think is going through our players' heads right now, Yamato?
I think everything is on your mind, getting that top 64 qualifying. Are built, legacies are formed, and on top of that, you know, you never know, maybe a new legacy will be shaped altogether. Things are moving so quickly. Radiance in October as well. Everything is up towards a in the end in a year, which is far ahead of time, which means still in this moment we have 2 fantastic days to enjoy, so we need to really live in the moment.
Yeah, as we do look here, as you do say, this is our first event here for Vendetta. If you're going to Singapore, you're going to have to keep an eye out on this event. You can see how the meta game develops and then how you can target it. And similarly, if you're going to Los Angeles, you're going to have to watch out. But then we've also got Radiance coming through in October. It's a good time to be a Riftbounder, I can tell you that for free. So yeah, super exciting times. But let's bring it back here to Barcelona. That's where we are this weekend. Because our players, you know, they're obviously not just competing for the love of the game. They have all sorts of prizing and stuff kicking off as well, don't they?
No, of course. There's so much on the line, you know, in terms of the fame, because I've noticed how some friends of mine like Alan and Prisma, they're superstars. So there's fame, there's so much stakes on the line, you know, and the pride of walking away as the potential best of anything, really.
Yeah, that's the really interesting thing about Riftbound, is that you have those best of cards. You can say, you can walk out the venue saying, I was the best player of my chosen legend. That's pretty good. Some people will walk out here a champion as well. Will someone be able to topple Squirtle currently on like a 32 game unbeaten streak? That is ridiculous, isn't it? But there is also a lot more to play for, you know. We have play mats, and we have, you know, different promo cards as well, some of which I think looks stunning. But before we do get to that though, we do have our, you know, this is how our tournament will play out here. So for Saturday, our players will have 8 rounds of Swiss. They're going to be battling it through. And then the top players of them will compete on Championship Sunday. Another 5 rounds of Swiss. And then that's when it all really kicks off with that top 8.
You know, I have to admit and say that pretty much, you know, when I started out Riftbound, I figured, you know, in my mind, okay, this is just my homies, nerds playing, but I have to say, it's a massive test of endurance. I was so impressed by how everyone can stay focused for so long, and I think that's the challenge that you don't really see on the screen.
Yeah, you know, I was chatting to some players yesterday after the pre-Rift, and they were saying, yeah, you know, after like 3 or 4 rounds, it all just becomes a blur, quite honestly. Yeah, the games just blend together, and you know, in my experience, it's just a Nexus night. That can be the same similar things while games just blend together. So yeah, there is a real, like you do say, an endurance. You know, if you're gonna, you know, battle your way through day 1, and then you think, wow, I have to wake up tomorrow and do that all over again for day 2, and then if you get to top 8, just 3 more games, and you can be the champion. But yeah, I mentioned those play mats and stuff earlier. Let's have a look at these, and I think, you know what, my boy Jace, he's done all right there, isn't he? Honestly, he's looking like a hunk.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, but he looks sexy, you know? Oh. that is a playmat made to distract. I kind of want to win that. It looks fantastic. The aesthetic of League of Legends, coming from a League of Legends side, I'm so happy to have it, you know, in physical form, whether it's the cards, the playmat, and the history and what it represents.
Yep.
Always cemented in the card, which I think is just a fantastic way to showcase, you know, what you got. And the price was looking juicy as well.
Yeah, exactly. Not only that as well, we do have the cash prizing there as well. $6,000 will go to our first place winner, along with that Jace brilliant inventor, a mat and promo. But one thing I do want to draw attention to, actually wasn't on that graphic, it's rather important. This is the last chance in EU if you want to earn that regional qualification. Top 64 and above will get that. And I do think that will affect our meta game, you know, what players will choose to play and stuff like this. But we will get into that a little bit later. But for now, don't forget, top 64 to get that regional invitation.
No, 100%. It's such a massive thing, and you'll definitely see it in how things are skewed. We saw it already in the pre-regional. So many E players, because it's so damn consistent. When you ask any pro, how do I make top 64 easily? They're gonna tell you Master Yi, and I think that's already a very enticing argument as to why you should play the Wuju Bladesman.
Exactly that. We will get on to Marshall a little bit later, because I think someone did predict them, but we will come back to that a little bit later. One thing I do want to draw attention to here, though, is one thing I really love about Riftbound and these RQs is that you get these star-studded players and they just turn up to every single event. You know, Prismaticism, Alan's EQ, Diwali as well, Squirtle, of course, all of which are here in attendance today. And how do you think, you know, if you're sat down, let's say round one, sat across the table is any one of those people, what's going through your head right there?
You know, the beautiful thing is that we are so early in Riftbound. It's so easy to focus on the big names because, you know, they've done it time and time again. We have double RQ winners and Squirtle and Alan, of course. And it's so easy to focus on them because you expect them to do well. But let me tell you a story from League of Legends. Faker didn't show up until Season 3. So you never know. Maybe Faker's going to show up here, the Faker of Riftbound. But look at those impressive results from the top 8 guys.
Yeah, and it's just, honestly, we got people like Prisma, Alan's EQ, Squirtle, also like a 32-game unbeaten streak, Diwali hunting for that third as well. Sam Sherman, got to keep an eye on him. All of these players can do some damage at any given time. One thing I want to draw attention to is that a lot of these players aren't playing the decks that they're, you know, most well known for now. I don't think Prismaticism in his last event, he wasn't playing, and he loves a bit of that. You know, Alan's EQ, I don't think he's on Diana. We'll confirm that later, of course. But yeah, so it just goes to show you these guys are on their toes. They have their fingerprints on the meta. They want those best ofs, and they're going to be very hard to stop.
Oh, 100%. I think that that main thing about the people that switch decks in Vendetta, I think that's going to be a very intriguing thing to follow because you never know. Maybe players are just very, very good at their decks, and we'll see how that skill kind of transfers. Obviously, we've heard Alan talk about Mel, which is the same colors as Diana, so there's some continuity there. And then you have some that are bringing, of course, their OGs, like Squirtle bringing the Azir, going for the 3-time, which, of course, is a very, very cool thing to follow.
That is a ridiculously big storyline. If you can go to 3 RQs and just be like, I'll have that one, I'll lift that trophy, this trophy, and you know what, that trophy over there, I'll take that as well. That would be ridiculous. So if you want to be like Squirtle, though, practice to become the very best Riftbound player. You want to lift 3 RQ champions. I got a good way for you to start. Get to your local Nexus Knights. Quite honestly, that's where we all started, and that's how we get better. And if you want to go to one, you haven't gone to it yet, don't worry, folks. I've made it ridiculously easy for you. All you got to do is get your smartphone out, scan that QR code there, punch in where you live, and it will tell you the nearest one. We couldn't make it any easier, could we?
No, 100%, and I recommend it to everybody. I do think that the Riftbound community is fantastic. You get to know people. Whether you're a beginner, everyone's there to help you. I think that in terms of, for my personal experience, I didn't have a lot of friends locally because I moved to Germany in esports. Everyone's all over the place, and now I can say that I have a very, very fantastic friend group. So that's out there waiting for you in Riftbound.
Yeah, and if anything else, you know, let's say you are brand new and you turn up to your first local, it doesn't go your way. However, don't you want to be in a room with fellow League of Legends and Riftbounders? I think they're the kind of rooms I want to be in. They're very fun. The Riftbound community is absolutely amazing. I remember my first Nexus night, I was very scared, I was very worried, and it made it a very fun experience. I didn't win again, though, unfortunately. We're a little bit better now.
What did you play?
Volibear! Come on, Volibear Dragons, come on. Yeah, that was a bit of me. Not playing anymore, though. Learned my lesson.
Predicting Volibear to win the event? Are you biased?
My heart in me would, but unfortunately the head in me has picked something else, something a little bit more boring. I think we can actually have a look at what we did predict to do well here, because before the event, we all have to pick a deck to do well. I'm going to start off because I'm the boring one, sorry. Here's my thinking, though, viewers. We all know Master Yi is a very good deck. Arguably the best deck in form, we know that, right? And like I said, even without Origins getting the best of cards now, if players really want that top 64 and beyond for the RQ, I think most of them are going to land on Master Yi. So I'm going to be surprised if you see an uptick in for that reason. And a couple of them will sneak through into top cut and beyond. And if they do, I think they're a hard out.
I think the army of Ys and cannons are going to be swarming. I think that's a valid prediction. For me, I'm a little bit biased because Azir is my deck, but I just know that Squirtle and Rocklo are here representing. So I'm just sharply picking, you know, the two guys that are very, very good at operating the deck, and I think it has a very good matchup spread because I don't think anything besides Ezreal is tough to beat, and I don't think a lot of people enjoy playing Ezreal.
I think you're right, and anytime if you have Squirtle or Pilot in your pick, you have a solid pick until Championship Sunday. So that's our picks, but, you know, Amy and Joe have Jace and Nasus, two bit more out there picks. Let's hear from them and why they've picked those.
So much, Bert and Yamato. My name is Amy and I'm here with Joe to see you through the beginning of the day. My pick was Nasus, Susan in their greatest form, and honestly, I genuinely think it's a bit of a sleeper pick for this event. I think the deck has so much raw power once they're charged up. People underestimate it. It's a slow deck, don't get me wrong. It starts off slow, but then it all goes a bit nutty at the end, and I think that genuinely will have push in this event.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by the deck. When I saw the legend, the champion, the signature, I wasn't convinced, Amy, but having played the deck, it's got a lot of really powerful things. And I think that Nasus actually, we don't have the whole tournament picture for you, but the early signs are that it's a lot more popular than we might expect. I've gone for a little bit of a dark horse. I always like to go a little bit controversial with my picks. I've gone for Jace to win the tournament. Jace Man of Progress is going to be a really strong deck with Dazzling Aurora.
Yes.
And I think with Bellows Breath, Elder Dragon is kind of all you need to know about that deck. Promising future into Dazzling Aurora on turn 2 potentially. Gives the deck a lot of consistency. A big question really this weekend, Amy, is sideboards. How much do players respect Dazzling Aurora?
Absolutely.
And if they don't respect it enough, maybe it could have a great tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be certainly a tough time for those who don't respect it, but we've got our first feature match ready for everyone to enjoy. So let's get down onto the field and meet our players and see what decks are going to bless our screens just for the beginning of this RQ here in Barcelona.
Yeah, of course, day one here of the main event on Saturday, but the hall was open all day yesterday. There was a huge 2,000 player pre-regional event, which was 5 rounds in total. There was side events going on as well. It's pretty hot here in Barcelona, and this is the start of a marathon for our players, but playing on stream in round 1 is probably not what you expect when you wake up on that Saturday morning. So as if there wasn't already enough pressure with the prizes and the pride, how about the cameras and the lights on you as well? So big credit to our players for coming on. Shout out to our table judges as well, of course. Amy, Vendetta, brand new set. We're about to see the very first regional qualifier action from Vendetta. And I wonder if some of our players have got some surprises in store for us.
Yeah, well, you know, your caster pick might see an appearance right now.
Wow.
So you get to talk about your man Jace already.
Amazing. Yeah, really interested in seeing that. There's a lot of different routes you can go with Jace, but Dazzling Aurora seems to be the best way. The chosen champion, there's a lot of flexibility in that regard as well. Definitely some different options. So I'm extremely excited to see what we have in store here.
Absolutely. Jace bringing the heat, and of course is one of our fantastic promos for this event as well. So imagine walking away having played Jace, getting more Jace to add to your plethora.
Yeah, a lot of the time what we'll see then with Dazzling Aurora is the game 1 as a Dazzling Aurora player is the one that you feel most confident on. And it's that game 2 and game 3, once your opponent's able to sideboard. I think one of the key cards we're expecting to see this weekend is the Raven Bloom Prefect in Chaos. We see the fist bump from our players, and we're ready to get started here. It's going to be Vi versus Jace, and that is an exciting start to the day. It's going to be Jace going first. Ali here with that mobilize on turn 1. Going to be channeling an extra rune. That does mean that Dazzling Aurora could, in theory, come through on turn number 2 with Promising Future.
Just absolutely terrifying, as if Dazzling Aurora already hasn't been a thorn in our side for many, many months now. Of course, there's another play. We're going ahead, channeling more runes. Is it coming out? Do we have one in hand? I can't quite see. I think there might be. Oh no, Plateworm Egg for now.
Yeah, Plateworm Egg is coming in exhausted, but that Jace Legend ability is able to pay 1 to ready it. Now the Plateworm Egg you can exhaust it to gain 1 energy, or exhaust it paying a power to empower it. And that is a brand new keyword, our first empower token on a regional qualifier. This Plate 1 Meg is now empowered, and whenever it is exhausted, it will be 2 energy being added. So an additional ramp tool, which Dazzling Aurora previously didn't have access to.
It's honestly one of the, I think one of the best cards that we've seen to help out decks like this to really give yourself the advantage within runes and energy, being able to just catapult yourself ahead of your opponent like that for just this simple empower cost. If you haven't come across empower before, empower is a new keyword that we have, and basically when you pay the empower cost, you get the empower, and that'll have a different effect on the card.
Oh my goodness. Well, I talked about how about some sideboard gear hate. Well, that is a main deck gear removal, which is not something you always see. Brittle Steel, not only, Amy, is that killing a gear right now, but it's also got that flow cost as well. So it's in the discard, and it is ready to be played from the discard. Already seeing 2 of Vendetta's key mechanics. That is a huge moment here, as it will also be the Honest Broker scoring the first point of the day.
Fran got that wonderful death knell. If it does go down, at least we get a gold token for it. So again, really looking like the Forge of the Fluffed is coming to the front there and helping out, making sure that, you know, that point lead is taken seriously, because at this point, Jace is now on the back foot. Ali OG's finally kind of got that plethora of runes that we expect from Jace, but really can't do much with it this very turn.
Now we just see our first flow mechanic being played actually properly. Ali also there with the dredge up, paid 2 to draw 1. Then it goes to the discard and pays 2 to draw another one, banishing that. Second mobilized now for Ali, so an abundance of resources being ramped up. But now whenever you're playing against Aurora, it's all about how many points can you score as quickly as possible. Honest Broker holding to 2, and that Pouty Poro in the base going to be looking to conquer on the Sigil of Storm. But still a long way to go, 6 points away, Amy. And it's a good start here for Vi, but still a long way to go.
Escadalabram has a long way to go, but she's already launched herself into a really advantageous position. 2 points ahead. Ali OG currently has no units on the board, so she has kind of this aggressive style deck, and really she can't kind of do much with it in regards to being as aggressive as she'd like to right now. So just taking those hold and conquer points right now to just push herself into the lead is honestly the best case scenario. Got 1 floating there. That's what we're showing with that 1 pip on the die. And honestly, a lot of what's going on in her hand is combat tricks and not a lot that we can do otherwise. So just going to go ahead and reinforce with a Ferris Forerunner.
Yeah, the Forerunner comes down. Of course, whenever you're playing against Jace, you're expecting that Elder Dragon to be a threat. So it's a bit risky playing in multiple battlefields, because the Elder Dragon can remove multiple threats at once. But that Forerunner, the Death Knell ability to play 2 mech tokens at base, is the perfect play here at this moment in time. And look, we know about the power of Dazzling Aurora, Amy, but we also know about the weaknesses of the deck. It is inconsistent. If you don't have access to Dazzling Aurora, the deck can feel extremely underwhelming. And it looks like Ali might not have access as it stands.
It's clunky, that's for sure. And although we've got plenty of energy to play with,
5, 1 blue.
Really have the oomph to give it any units at the moment.
Promising Future.
Trying to see what else in hand. Okay.
Big moment. The first
you know the
Promising
card?
Future.
I don't actually, unfortunately, sorry.
So each player
So
is going to be looking at the top 5.
We both look at the top 5. I'll choose one first, banish it, you can see it. And then you can choose yours, but you play yours first, and then I play mine.
Still
Bit of a tit for tat. Both players get to have a lookie at those top 5.
Yep. And it will be the Vi player there, Esquital Apram, with the first card being played from the Promising Future. Look at that, though. No Dazzling Aurora.
Still 5 more cards deep into the deck. Surprising. Really, that's what you want to be doing at this point, is Ali needs to be digging as hard as they can
However,
towards it.
I'll put this on the chain.
Elder Dragon.
and
Yeah, we also just pay the energy cost. Okay.
Oh.
Cycle the rest.
incredible. Promising Future.
Good.
you can see why I've picked this deck
Also,
as my one to
you
win
do the same, so...
with the Jace.
Okay.
So it's going to be Esquitel Pram now also playing a card, but it's going to be hard to match the 12 energy cost of the Elder Dragon, Amy, that's for certain.
It really is. I don't think there's anything in her deck that can quite match that. Although, units are plenty by the looks of this.
Yeah, Shen, Kennen, Perfect Execution, Death Grip, and Rengar. Rengar with that deflect ability might be the preferred option there. And of course, the Elder Dragon's going to be able to target both battlefields and the base. So you would imagine the placement there is going to be
Unit, yeah.
putting a unit.
it doesn't have to be. This doesn't have to be unit. It's just any card.
A unit, any card at all can be an option.
Obviously, she has a unit-heavy deck, but she could pick something else if that were to be the option. Big decision.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's definitely still, the game's very much in the balance. This Elder Dragon is going to be difficult to deal with, though, once it's on the board. It's got 10 might, and of course, very, very importantly, any instance of damage will be lethal.
So
something like a Bellows
play yours first, choose its location.
So Shen, 3 possibilities, of course. Could go at base, but it's going to go into... I think that's the correct play. That Party Poro, the only unit there.
Then Elder Dragon into base. Pay 4 energy.
Yep.
Trying
4
to build up.
Yeah, 4 energy having to
Result.
pay on that Elder Dragon cost, which is 4 more power than you would have to be paying.
On play, I would target...
Deflect in play on the Party Poro.
the Shen and the Forerunner, please.
Yeah, and look at that. The Forerunner, though, Amy, putting in so much
I mean, I
work.
have
That
too much
Death Knell
tokens.
ability is
Nice.
definitely coming in clutch. The big question
yes,
now
of
is,
course, sorry.
how do you deal with an Elder Dragon?
Is that better?
Might on the other side of the board, but the turn might not be over. There's still 5 runes available here for Ali. Is there some way of dealing damage to the units that remain on the board? That would be a sweep, potentially, with something like a Bellows Breath.
Then all Excatella Brown would be left with his
Tapped out, right?
mega tokens.
Okay.
That's no good. Although we
Would like
can
to
get the replacement
pay
of that Ferris
5.
Forerunner, it was not going to be enough to
Sprite
take down
burst.
an Elder Dragon, that's for sure.
And it will be Sprite Burst coming through, 5 energy to create 2 Sprite tokens, 3 might each, which is going to go over
go
the
here.
top of both
Yes,
the Honest
focus.
Broker and the Pouty Poro.
Get a gold token for the Honest Broker.
Other one?
Sorry, I get
Does
a
have a
gold
nice
from
death
Death Knell.
knell. I think as part of her strategy is
I'd
that
like to go here.
All good.
units go down easily and
Yep.
then she
Put
kind of
2
comes
points,
back with a flurry.
recycle
So
a
I
rune
think this is rather expected. A lot
for
of
the
those
battlefield,
have that
and
death knell,
then
so
I'll pass to you.
it's not something that she's not ready for.
No, and look, we talked about how many runes Ali had, but look at that, the
Quicken,
power cost of the Elder Dragon.
Draw.
Power cost there also, or almost power cost of the Sigil of the Storm having to recycle a rune. The Promising Future as well had that power cost. So a big D-ramp turn from Ali. If there can be a way of dealing with this Elder Dragon, it could still be a really nice opportunity for Vi to take game 1.
And remembering
This is only
that
on play,
tokens
yeah?
are temporary,
Is,
so they can't
first
score a
effect, yeah.
hold point.
So on play, I get the
Yeah,
and
perfect,
then
With.
continuous effect is that any amount of damage is enough to kill.
Perfect. So I will start by tapping 4, sorry. I do apologize. And cracking 1 gold for Jin.
Yes.
Come Jin.
Jin with Deflect as well. Doesn't have Accelerate, however. Now, it's important to
And I will
note
move
that
in
Elder
with 2
Dragon,
mag tokens into here.
how the damage is able to be dealt is a little bit different than other cards in Riftbound. Often you have to
That's what this-
deal the full amount of damage, but here this Sprite will be able to just
That's
deal 1 damage.
So reflect.
Oh yeah, because both of them.
Yeah, I can just assign 1 damage to each. Okay.
Does that still trigger my Vi then? Because I did 6 over 3. Yeah, perfect. Okay.
Oh, look at that. The Vi being triggered. The Vi Legend ability, whenever you deal 3 excess damage,
so
that
I
is
will
a brilliant
put my Vi
play.
Legend to
And
ready
now
region.
Jin, who does not
I'll
come
move
in
in.
ready, Amy, suddenly is now ready
Oh, yeah.
and available and
So
at
I
the
go for it?
battlefield. And I think Ali caught a little bit off guard by that. Really good use of that Vi Legend ability.
Yes, you're right. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. So sorry.
It's not when
Yeah, I'll pass.
conquered. So Vi not able to trigger. Vi specifically has to be when you conquer.
Ready.
And that was not a conquer, so almost a lovely moment there
Nice.
for the Jhin. Having said that, you've still
Down two.
got the Jhin in the base with deflect.
Draw for turn.
And Jin's going to be quite powerful if Escatalopram manages to utilize that ganking if there aren't any units. However, this Elder Dragon
Here,
is
pass focus.
stomping into Forge of the Flood
point.
to really make a stand and make it really difficult for her to make that comeback. Going up to 4 points here really is going to be pivotal for either player. So if Ali manages to push into another battlefield here and get up to 4 points, that really is going to spell the pace of this game.
Yeah, and you have to look at what kind of
4.
cards
Like to play a Catalyst.
see the Catalyst come through. Ramping
Channel two.
channeling 2 more runes. What kind of cards do you really have available in the Vi deck that could deal with an Elder Dragon? Well, maybe off the sideboard, Cole the Weak could come in, for example. You haven't got something like Star-Crossed, right? You haven't got Not So Fast.
1 and 1.
It's not a color combination which has the most ways of dealing
Like
with
to
a big
play
unit
Velos
like
Breath.
I think realistically,
Target new Jhin for 1 deflect.
Yep.
using combat tricks like Cleave,
Okay,
maybe
blue.
Falling Star, and just really kind of go and try and whittle it down. You've got things like Hidden Blade, although your opponent would get to
I'll
draw
pass you.
cards. At least it would deal with the
Awaken?
it would deal with the Elder Dragon just 1 for 1. So it's whether those payoffs are going to be worthwhile.
Yep, it's 3 points to 3. This Elder Dragon is standing tall right now for Ali. But now, opportunity for Escatalopram
Virgin.
for another Jhin. The
I
previous
will
was
pass.
dealt with by that Bellows Breath, but the deflectability coming in, very useful. That's for certain, but it's going to be
And
the
that's a
4th whole point.
pass.
Got my 4th
There
point.
it is, the 4th point. Ali now really on that
1 2.
trajectory straight to
Go for
8.
turn.
And if he can just hang on in there with this Elder Dragon, that might be all she wrote.
Yeah, we can see the flurry of blades in hand. That is a dangerous card with an Elder Dragon down on the board. It's at reaction speed, dealing 1 damage to all units at battlefield. So definitely a big reason I've predicted Jace to win this tournament is because of the flurry of blades, because of the Bellows Breath synergy and that promising future play we saw from Ali. You know, this is a dazzling Aurora deck, which a lot of the time historically we've said, if you draw Aurora, you've got a really good chance of winning. If you don't, you're going to
Move out of
be
here.
in big trouble. But we see promising future, really just this alternative win condition in action here for Ali.
There's
As
6.
soon as
1
you
blue.
get that Elder Dragon down, you're laughing. And that's exactly what we see here, is that although it was
For Jace.
a little bit of
No
a
base.
messier way around
On play.
to get the Elder
I would like to
Dragon
ready
into
Elder
play,
Drake.
the moment
All
you
good.
have that lethal on any damage,
Yep.
is when you can really control.
Move into here.
Yep.
Pass
There
focus.
is the Jace brilliant inventor coming
5.
into action as the chosen champion. When you play me,
I'll
the first time you
play
play a non-token
1 for the
each turn,
battlefield.
you may ready
Yep.
something else beside me that's exhausted. Sort of giving pseudo ganking to this Elder
And
Dragon.
then I will pass to you.
We know how strong Amy Misfortune has been historically with the Elder Dragon giving ganking, while Jace with the chosen champion there able to do it themselves.
Yep, no need. Just
Drop.
get that ability innately. And now the Elder Dragon is almost twice as fearsome, as can hop around between the 2 battlefields, which normally you'd have to spend time going back to base and back out to a battlefield. No need for that anymore. We're skipping the step. You'd call it cheating, but it's allowed.
Yes. And let's not forget about that chosen
2 up, yeah.
champion here. That yellow Vi still available in the champion zone, of course, with that ambush ability. And when it enters play, when it attacks rather, you can stun
top
an
one
enemy
to
unit.
play
That could be a
Cleave
great
on
way
my
to
Jhin.
deal with the Elder Dragon. Here's the Cleave you mentioned, Amy. That's going to pump up the Jhin
fine.
to 7 might
As assault.
when
That's 3.
attacking.
I'm going to move in. On move, he generates 1/1.
1 energy,
Yep.
1 power.
On move, he
generated
generates
from moving.
1/1. So I'm going to then tap
Still
4
quite
and
ferocious
use
enough to
that
take down the Elder Dragon.
energy
Will certainly put a chip in
to
armor.
play Vi.
Yeah.
And Vi will stun Elder Dragon.
And that's
There
now
we go.
12 might to 10.
I would like to react to the Vi stun.
Of course.
Okay, reaction to the Vi is incoming.
And we're about to see the power of the Elder Dragon.
Flurry of Blades.
There's the Flurry of Blades! It'll automatically deal 1 damage to all units at battlefields, regardless of the Elder Dragon being stunned. Its passive effect still is in effect, so that will be lethal on both units.
Yeah, it certainly will. That
React to that
reaction
with
speed.
Top
There is a
2,
response
tactical
here.
retreat on my Jhin.
Ooh, tactical retreat.
Yep, choose a friendly unit. The next time it would die this turn, heal it, exhaust
Good.
it, and recall it instead. Is it Jhin or is it Vi?
Hi guys.
Saved there. Looks like
Jhin moves back
Jhin.
to base.
Yep.
That is not a move trigger on the second one, however. It explicitly says that on the card, so no more energy generated there by Jhin. But look at that, just
That's
one
sorry.
energy
Yeah,
from
sorry.
Ali, and it
One more.
takes out a Vi and returns the Jhin to base, as well as needing that
Great.
retreat. You can really see
Go on,
why
6
this is
for
a
hold.
scary deck to deal with on the side of Jace.
Absolutely
2.
horrifying. Up to 6 points.
2.
Ali now ferociously in the lead and likely to stay that way. Will Escatalaram be able to do anything? There was a really great advance in a very aggressive style deck. She can likely try again next turn, but is it too little too late?
Yeah, and this is, to be fair, exactly what I would expect to see, though, in a Dazzling Aurora match. This game one is so important for Dazzling
I
Aurora.
like to move on to
win.
here. Pass focus.
Jace conquering.
Okay.
That's going to be the 7th point, so just a hold away
7 point for
from a
Conquer.
game 1 win. But this is this is Jace winning without Dazzling Aurora, Amy. Imagine the power level that might be possible if that card is found.
It would be genuinely horrifying, especially if we were able to get more Elder Dragon into play than just the one. And there's a high possibility of that with Dazzling Aurora.
1 and 1.
So, honestly, I personally wouldn't want to
Like
be
to
up
play
against
Bellow's
this
Breath.
deck.
Arjun. Float 1 for the deflect.
Escatalaram has unfortunately lower might
Thank you.
units, and the point of the deck is to then buff them,
And for
use combat tricks. But that's no good if even one
For
damage
1.
is lethal.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
3, 4.
It is the Bellows Breath, the second one
Catalyst.
coming through. Historically, Dazzling
2.
Aurora has struggled
Pass
to
to you.
interact with units at the base, but that Bellows Breath, a single
Thank you,
Bellows
my
Breath
father.
repeated with an Elder Dragon down, can remove 6 units in the base for just 2 energy, 2 power. So it is an extremely deadly combination.
It's board and base wipe, really.
Yes.
And anything that can target the base, especially, is incredibly powerful. A lot of the time, you're retreating your units to base thinking, they're safe, or they're safe. Bellows Breath goes, actually, no chance. And then combination with that
You got
Elder
it.
Dragon is
GG.
absolutely
GG.
horrifying.
That's
There's
game
the fist bump, and Ali takes game 1 in an absolutely overwhelming victory with Jace.
Yeah, we see, I think the promising future really shines through there. That additional bit of consistency, that additional win condition that this deck previously didn't have access to made all the difference. You know, if this was one set ago, this was a Sivir Dazzling Aurora deck, that Elder Dragon would cost 12 runes total and 4 power. Instead, in a way, it really cost 5 energy, right? Okay, you still have to pay that additional power cost for Promising Future, and yes, your opponent gets to also play a card, but with that Elder Dragon coming down, you can probably remove that card anyway. So I think Promising Future, Bellows Breath, those are the real stars of the show in this deck. Of course, Jace bringing a brand new color combination together.
I think when I first read Promising Future, I was like, no, I don't want to give my opponent anything. But you're right. If you just choose the more powerful unit every time, then you don't need to worry.
We can see the deck, which I love Vi. I've got to say, Vi is one of my favorite characters as a big fan of Arcane, and definitely a deck I would love to go for. 2 Kennen is a really, really interesting new card from Vendetta. Perfect Execution and Brittle Steel, both with flow mechanics. The rest of the cards in there are all from older sets, but Upstage Comedy as a one-of is not something you always see. Triple Jhin, Triple Rengar. And then the last 2 battlefields we haven't seen yet is going to be Forbidding Waste and Vile Moor's Lair. Definitely curious, though, to see what cards come in off the sideboard for this Vi deck.
Hopefully, they have some more aggressive units to be able to deal with those larger adversaries. And having a little look at the sideboard, I'm not going to spoil it. I'm going to leave you guys in suspense, but there are some interesting picks that could help out. So if she manages to sideboard well, this could go a different way.
Yeah, and then looking at the Jace deck, we can see, of course, 3 Promising Future, 3 Dazzling Aura, 3 Elder Dragons. No other units,
nope.
just the 3 Elder Dragons and that Jace Brilliant Inventor as the chosen champion. But Bellows Breath, Flurry of Blades, putting in a lot of work. Also want to highlight Rocket Barrage. This is a really important card for this deck when playing against Chaos, because that Ravenbloom Prefect, we expect it to be one of the most popular sideboard cards as a great way of dealing with Aurora. Well, look, this deck also has Rocket Barrage as a way of removing that Prefect. So a really strong deck, no doubt about that, and certainly one that I think might be going under the radar this weekend.
Absolutely, seems to be the case already, and we're seeing quite how powerful Jace can be. Sideboard-wise, that went pretty well, if you ask me. The only thing we didn't really see was the Dazzling Aurora, but you've got so many opportunities to summon that Elder Dragon that actually not necessarily the most important thing anymore, whereas typically Dazzling Aurora decks, if you don't see the Dazzling Aurora, you're just not winning the game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And on the other side, Fury and Order is the combination for Vi. What kind of tools realistically could be on the sideboard to deal with Aurora? You've got a few, right?
Yeah.
You've got Cull the Weak, which is a really good card against the Elder Dragon. That can certainly be a big problem. Actually, Rek'Sai, which is in the same domain combination, is one of the trickier matchups for Dazzling Aurora with that combination of aggressiveness and Cull the Weak. Vi not really going to be wanting to play Cull the Weak. Maybe it's in the sideboard as a tech. There's also Ash, of course, which was that pre-Rift promo card just one set ago that can potentially discard the Aurora from the hand. So there's a few options. None are necessarily going to be that popular on the sideboard for Vi. And when you're building your sideboard, Amy, you've just also got to, you know, pick your battles. And as a Vi player, maybe you just have to say, my Aurora matchup is going to be an uphill battle. Maybe I shouldn't dedicate too many spots to a match I might lose anyway.
Yeah, and so maybe, you know, sometimes game one can be a little bit of, I'm going to figure out how my opponent ticks.
Yep.
I'm going to see what their deck does, and then I'm going to go into my sideboard, pick all these amazing cards, and absolutely wipe the floor with them, because I now have the knowledge of not only what their deck does, but what I'm to expect from the unexpected. The unexpected is no more.
I'm looking at the hand here of Ali, the Jace player. Can see quite a lot of ramp in that opening hand. There's a Mobilize, there's a Catalyst, but there's a couple of cards which might get mulligan.
Okay, I'll stay as well.
Both
Okay.
players keeping their hand. That is a sign of confidence as we kick off here.
Okay, I do like the choice from
For
Escalapram here with the
Yes.
Forbidding Waste. When a unit defends alone, it
I'm free.
gets that
Go
mind
for turn.
too. So typically those Elder Dragons are going to be alone. So that at least helps to bring their power down just a
Take one
bit.
back. Past you.
And look at that, Mobilize in hand and not played on the opening turn. That's not something we've seen happen before. Plateworm Egg drawn off the top for Ali. They kept their hand and actually played the card which they drew off the top. So they thought their hand couldn't get any better. They thought it was good enough. Well, it just got better.
You can't really ask for much more, can
That's
you?
good.
Poro heads on in, scores that early point again. Clearly part of the game plan here is to rush those early points for Escalapram. Hopefully this time she'll be able to have the combat tricks to back it up and stick in there just a little bit longer and take those whole points.
It's going to be the pouty Poro.
Ready.
Overnumbered,
Turn
as
two.
well as that beautiful
Draw for turn.
Kaiser in the base there. A very blinged out deck, I've got to say. I've got a lot of respect for that, but look at what has just entered the hand. We'll see the
Add
play
one
one egg
to empower this.
empowered for 1 energy.
Thank
Very
you.
cheap in power for the brilliant effect that it then allows you to have for all future turns, as long as the gear sticks around
One more.
this time, I
What's up,
should
Jace?
say.
Yes.
You ready this?
And look at that. The big empower cost really is having to exhaust it. It comes in exhausted. It can be slow to get going. But the Jace legend there, readying this now empowered Plateworm Egg. That is 2 energy
for 2.
to spend, and you get that
3,
2
4.
energy back immediately now when
Catalyst?
exhausting
Yes.
the Plateworm Egg. Catalyst coming through.
Turn two.
More ramp, more runes being channeled.
And then
Confidence
one
in-
orange
Absolute
for sabotage.
excess. Sabotage to take a look at the hand. This could be damning. Being able to not only know what your opponent has, but also remove one card.
Yeah, and importantly, Sabotage does not discard the card. It does not
Yeah.
send
I
it
would
to
like
the
the
discard.
brittle steel. And then can I just?
Oh, of course,
write
yeah,
down the rest?
absolutely. Sorry.
The Brittle Steel is not going to be sent to the trash. Instead, it's going to be sent to the bottom of the deck. And Flow is not able to be played from the bottom of the deck, Amy. It does have to be in the trash.
It's even worse. I'd rather it in the trash
Definitely.
because of the flow mechanic. Anything
Perfect.
that goes to
Thank
the
you very
trash
much.
Very
kind
much.
of is essentially you get to play it twice. It's like having two cards in
then
hand
I'll
rather
pass
than
you.
one.
Yep. And right now, that Sabotage comes through. Previously, that D ramp from
Wake 'em.
Sabotage before you
I think I
get the
go to
Aurora
2 for
down.
the hold. I channel 2 runes and I'll drop.
It wouldn't always be as easy, but the Plate Worm Egg empowered with that Catalyst coming through, that one power cost there for Ali is not
Yeah, that's good.
I
problematic.
go to
Nice
3.
moving forward.
I get the draw from Kaisa.
3 and a draw. One card now. One card Ali doesn't know about.
It's going to be Kaisa and Pouty Poro in 2 different battlefields, but of course that Elder Dragon can target 1 unit at every area on your opponent's side, every location, including base.
It didn't quite work out last game, unfortunately.
It's 3 points to 0 currently. So a good early point score is what you need to do against Aurora, but still a long way to go. 5 points away means we're at least 3 turns away from victory still.
Really pushing towards that 4th point is where the kind of you always feel like getting to 4 is the uphill.
Yep.
And then once you're over the hill and you do just kind of roll down to 8, and unless something physically puts that blockade in front of you, it can be hard to slow someone down. So that's really where we want to get to, is that pivotal.
I'm gonna recycle 2 hide cards.
Hiding a card is a great way
And
of
pass.
being targetable immediately by this Elder Dragon. Of
Already.
course, Ali was writing notes down about what was in
Okay.
hand. There was that Kennen, Keeper of Balance, so
Perfect turn.
he probably has a pretty good idea of what's hidden. Kennen, when played from hidden or when attacking, can be, you can pay 2 energy to stun
Downward 2 here.
units, and it will get +2 might. If there's a
Use 1 to tap Jace. Raid this.
Certainly one way to deal with those Elder Dragons.
Oh,
This
Allow them
again
find
to
damage, and
float
that's
free.
exactly what
Yep.
stunning does.
In total.
Yep, 1 energy spent there.
I use those 3.
Energy gained. Pretty
4,
good.
5,
trade-off.
6,
Pay
7,
1,
8, 9.
Get 3.
I'd take that deal any day.
2 orange.
2 orange. Think we know what that means, Amy?
Dazzling Aurora time!
Aurora.
Yeah, Calibran was expecting that. She's like, yep.
Then
yep,
end of
fair
turn.
enough.
Trigger.
And here we go. One of the most powerful effects of the game. If you can get it going, do we hit the Elder Dragon? Of course we do. It's the only unit in the deck.
Yeah, these decks are just built to maximize the potential of this.
Elder Dragon.
There it is. Now, the Pouty Poro, the Kaisa
We'll
can
recycle
both
the
be
rest.
targeted. But there is, of course, deflect on that Pouty
Want to cut?
Poro, and there is a hidden card. 3 points to 0 still. Escatalapram needs to remove this
On play,
Aurora
I would like
and
to
the Elder
target
Dragon next time.
Kaisa and the Party Poro for 1 deflect.
can I react to that? Yeah,
Sure, I just play the deflect first.
absolutely, of
For the
course.
target. And yeah,
I'll just trip the yellow cannon to the battlefield.
Yeah.
It's
it's fine.
It's a great way of holding that battlefield.
good. I go to 4 from the hold.
And that is that
Manages to
4th
get the
point.
4th point.
Is there a way of... This is the thing though, right? You go to 4. Okay, if you score the other battlefield, Amy, you're only getting to 5, and you're still 2
Oh, yeah, of
turns
course.
away
Sorry, yeah, of course.
from victory.
Like this.
Oh, right.
Okay.
Still a long way to go though. This is a really important turn. Can you remove the Aurora? Can you find some way of dealing with this Elder Dragon and swing the game back to your advantage? Well, that Sabotage definitely made things a lot more difficult.
I'll bring cannon back.
Absolutely not going for the whole point here is best, but there are ways of targeting
Or
base.
for
Saw
Kaisa
it last
in
time.
base. And I will pass.
Kaisa down and a pass, just trying to build up in base, but will it be enough? Is there going to be a Bellows Breath that's going to, unfortunately, take
Ready.
down the
Channel 2.
presumably
Draw for
safe
turn.
units in her base? Let's see what Ali's got going on. Okay, not yet anyway. The Sprite Burst might be quite nice just to get a few tokens down and kind of keep the Elder Dragon back while
I'd
still...
like to shortcut here for free energy. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yep, so we're seeing a shortcut there. The Plate Worm Egg, of course, being exhausted, gaining 2.
Use the free.
A1 for Jace to gain
4, 5,
4,
6, 7.
3 overall.
With Clairvoyance.
And everything got a lot cheaper.
Another card. So I can just predict 5
good.
and then
Yeah.
draw 2.
Oh, good.
7 energy to draw 2 is pretty expensive, but you get to dig deep into your deck. And actually, I think energy is the least of Arlie's worries right now, Amy.
5.
Massively. That Plate Worm Egg is really holding its own. And, you know, looking at 5 cards, being able to predict and then draw 2 really does allow for a lot when you consider how much
These 2 to top.
in this deck, and it doesn't have
Those 3 to
full dig resources that maybe purple would be able to give us.
bottom and this order.
Chaos. We don't have access to that, so we've got to find alternative ways of drawing
Oh,
cards.
I'm
We're
sorry.
looking for things like Bellows Breath.
1, 2,
of
3.
course. Saw the Time Warp there as well, which is an interesting addition in this deck.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I think it's a great point, Amy. You know, stacked deck previously would
Thank you.
sort of be your most consistent tool for
And then I'll draw 2.
a deck in Chaos. But this is, I mean, it's not stacked deck. It's a much more expensive card.
I would like to
But you can dig a
play
lot deeper as well.
for
and add that
1
extra
and
card,
1.
of course.
Exactly.
1 and 1. Is it going to be that Bellows
Bellows Breath.
It certainly
Private
is.
Kai'Sa and Cannon.
And they go down! Both units in Escatalopram's base.
However,
May I react to that?
Sure.
I will top 2 and tactical retreat my cannon.
Tactical
Cannon?
retreat. One of them gets to survive. Who's it going to be?
Yeah, that's good.
goes for Kennen, keeping that Kennen alive, favoring it over Kai'Sa, probably because of the ability to stun the Elder Dragon. When you play me or when I attack, you may pay
Right
2
to-
energy to stun a unit. Doesn't work when defending, important to note. That Vi, though, is still in the champion zone.
Move into here. And pass focus.
Dragon Roost.
Yeah, all good.
Here it comes.
First point.
Let's see what effect this
Then
now has. Whether
I will-
Escatalopram can begin to take conquer points at all, or whether this dragon
Yeah,
just
end of turn.
comes
Aurora
out
trigger.
paid.
Elder Dragon. Like to play it into base.
Another
target cannon.
dragon? You gotta be kidding me!
That's the beauty of this deck. It's just pure
then it's your turn.
consistency.
I don't like that. You've got 2 dragons now, both with that horrific effect of making even 1 damage lethal. How on earth is Escatalopram going to be able to get over not 1 humongous hurdle, but 2?
Lots of cards in hand, though, but at least 2 turns away from victory and no units on the board. And a dragon. 2 dragons, in fact, Amy.
2 facing down, fearsome and large as they are, the Elder Dragons, saying, respect your elders, man, because I am here and I am not.
Top 4
messed
and
with."
recycle 1
As the
for
only
Ringer.
unit in the deck, if she can find a way to remove these dragons, though, she will be in an absolutely demanding position to continue
2
towards.
for an unsung hero. Pass.
Okay.
3 runes still open there for Escatalopram. Jin and Unsung Hero at the base.
Ready. Pull to 2.
Select is on that Jin, which definitely
Channel
does
2.
add up.
And draw for turn.
Trying to build up again in base. Try and try again as they might.
Yeah, it's 4 points to 2 now. Arlie trailing in points, but certainly in a very good position right now.
Maybe low on points, but certainly not low on resources. Board state very strong and can push to extra energy with the plate worm egg. So you really do have more that you can
I'll pay 2.
turn just by having that extra oomph. There we go. Both dragons at the ready. One man
Garbage grabber.
stick in there. And we've got to dredge up, draw more cards, keep digging.
A1 and
further.
tap this.
Yep.
To recycle these 3 cards.
The Garbage Grabber, a really key tool in this deck to just keep recycling your Elder Dragons if you need to. Keep drawing some
Then
cards
roll 1.
as well, just for good measure. But particularly valuable in this deck, if your Elder Dragons are in your trash, you can put them to the bottom of your deck and find them again off Aurora. Of course, Ali right
Okay,
now
one.
at 2 points.
Tap Jace to ready this.
Wait, worm reg.
Play 2 here.
Ready to
For
get
dredge up.
Yep.
dredge up for that draw.
Yep.
Draw 1.
2 energy netted from that plate worm egg. You gain 2, you pay 1 to ready it. You gain 2 more, 3 energy overall.
And dredge up has that amazing flow cost as well.
Another 2.
It's essentially a draw
For
to
dredge up from trash.
pick when you do the second one, which
Oh.
is going to be right now. But you do have to banish the card afterwards. So you get to use it twice, and that's your lot.
Move into here and pass focus.
Oh, good.
3rd point.
Dragon number 2 enters the fray. However, since it's in Forbidding Waste, it does have that -2 on
And
defense.
then
Might make it a little bit of an easier target.
Yeah, absolutely. We see the dredge up also on turn to the side near the discard. That's because it's banished. That's a nice way of showing the card is banished and no longer
do 3.
available to be played from.
play worm egg.
Another plate worm egg. Get out of town.
Yeah, that is 4 gear now. Jace doing his thing. The
And
defender of tomorrow, the
I would
brilliant
like to
inventor.
do the end of turn trigger.
Lots of
Dazzling
tools.
Aurora. Here we go. I wonder
Another
what it
dragon.
could be.
Here's the 3rd one.
Play it here. On
It's
play,
an
I would
elder
like to
dragon.
target the ringer. It's deflect 1, right?
Deflect 1, yeah.
Just giving that extra defense
Okay,
to
1 for the target.
Forbidding Waste,
Reaction.
regardless of them
So I'm
having
gonna top 3 and the second one for a Shen.
power in there.
And look at
Nice.
that. Shen
Okay.
Yeah,
from
that's a good.
Origins. It doesn't have ambush.
My poor kitty
Sort
dies.
of like the original ambush card, but importantly, it reacts.
And then it's your turn.
And not ambush, it can actually be played to base. Ambush cards can't at reaction
Sorry, yeah.
speed, but Shen
Thank
certainly
you very
can.
much.
So really making use of Shen's kind of unique abilities, in this case to develop another unit, but there's 3 dragons on the board.
Developing a unit on your
Awaken.
opponent's turn. Great.
Yeah.
3 dragons facing you. Not great.
Yeah, 1 dragon is pretty difficult to deal with, Amy. 3?
I'm not sure about that. There are certainly some cards in her deck that can make the difference, but Escatalopram really struggling with a 2-card hand right now. Not really anything that can help us. Might just be draw cards and hope.
Yep. You got to score points as well, right?
Yep.
Because the longer this
top
one
3,
goes.
recycle a red for perfect execution on Shen.
Oh,
Assault 3, right? And
Yep.
ready.
Assault 3 and ready.
And a perfect execution.
Yep,
Also
that works.
flow. So could be played twice this turn for a total of 6 assault.
Move into here. Oops, sorry. I'll move into here and
they were played on her opponent's
and on
turn.
my action,
Ready.
on my priority, my top 5, recycle a yellow, revise, stunning your Elder Drake.
Hey, and a similar story. Finally jumping in.
You pass focus?
Yep.
There's 1 rune open though for Ali.
That works.
Okay.
Goes through the Vi and the Shen.
That's 1 dragon down, 2 to go.
Yeah, but that garbage grabber on Ali's side is so important now. We talked about that previously. There's probably no units left in Ali's deck. But that Elder Dragon can be recycled with the
I
garbage
did
grabber.
3. I don't think I did. No, I didn't. But that's grand. Yeah, and pass focus.
Yes. Okay.
And that's all for now, but we did score, of course, Escatalopram managed to score that conquer point. Is it going
Everything.
to be enough?
Let's go to 4 for holding.
Ali might be able to grant these dragons
Two.
tanking after all.
Yep, it's 5 to 4.
Drop it
Escatalopram
down.
still 2 turns away then, at least, from being able to win. Wasn't able to get that 6th point. Ali could win in his next turn if he scores. Oh no, sorry, he's just held to 4.
Yes.
So he's still a couple of turns away himself. And it's just about playing safe. Time warp though. Well, that could speed things up.
It certainly could. Escatalopram did a really good job that turn, actually, thinking further into it. She managed to slow the game down by a turn, and that's huge. By taking out 1 dragon, even though it might have cost a lot, was enough just to give her space, and that's what she's going to need
Immobilize?
if she's going to take this victory. Ali mobilizes.
Yep, channeling more runes, making use of all the runes and getting more for Bang for their buck.
Float 2 here.
Yep.
8 worm egg.
Use 1 for a garbage grabber.
Okay.
And I have a feeling that Elder Dragon might
Cycle
be
those
getting recycled. It certainly will.
Oh no! It's back in the deck, and although it's at the bottom, of course, that doesn't matter. Dazzling Aurora is going to churn through every single card until we find that dragon.
And this is where we look at the deck building, right? There's a reason Jace is only playing 3 Elder Dragons, and it's for moments like this. You want to find it as consistently as possible
Use 1.
and replay them.
Have Jace. Raid this.
But there's more yet to be uncovered. As
for
Wigwam Egg gets readied once again, providing
1,
more
2, 3,
resources. Not really
4,
having to
5,
spend
6,
anything
7,
at all
8,
to
9,
get
10.
Huge effect. Up to 10. It's happening. I think it's time. For the time
For blue.
warp.
Okay.
For power.
Let's play Time Warp.
There it is. Time warp. Now it's Ali's turn
Thank you.
again.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yep, so he's going to get an additional turn. Hasn't passed just yet. So that Dazzling Aurora will trigger in between his
I would
turns.
like to move out of here.
Bouncing back to base.
And end of turn. Aurora trigger.
Yep.
I think we're going to be flipping
So,
through a lot of
yeah,
cards here,
right
Amy,
at the
to find that
bottom.
Elder
I
Dragon.
think so. One might say, oh,
You
why
only
not?
3 units in your
forecast
deck.
it? Well, actually, giving your opponent the deck knowledge is also a one downside
Yes.
of the Dazzling Aurora. So allowing Escatala to look and see exactly what's left in deck for Ali is actually part of what is necessary for this combination
Good.
as well. So it has
I'll
at least
play
a
it to
drawback.
here.
Yep.
And I'll target the Unsung Hero and the Vi.
Yep.
Goodness gracious. Vi goes
Recycle
down.
out this.
Yep.
Everything else gets recycled, and you have to make sure that that is randomly recycled. So that's why the deck is being shuffled now. And
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course, usually this would be time for Escatala to take a turn.
And
But Time
then
Warp
end of turn.
bends
Start
the
the next
rules.
turn.
Yeah.
I love a good bending of the
Ready.
rules. And once again, Ali readies everything they've got, channels more runes, and of course is going to be off to the races with another full turn, going up to 5 on
hold
the
5.
hold point, but can conquer to go
Down
to
to-
6, which evens out that playing field, gets you on the correct trajectory.
Draw for turn.
Ideally want to be going in even numbers as much as possible, because that just gives you the perfect push to 8 points for that victory.
Like to move into here and pass focus.
All good.
Conquer to 6.
Yes.
Elder Dragon makes light work of Shen. That tank and shield not enough for the 10 might of the Elder Dragon.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And 1
Oh no.
for Jace here.
Here comes Jace,
And I'll pass my turn.
looking to hold for that 8th point, making both battlefields absolutely ginormous in
Okay.
might, but also
Got it.
having the damaging
GG.
effect of the Elder Dragon. And why is it that Elder
Over.
Dragon is? Ali takes this match to a 2-0 here in round 1 in Barcelona.
Yeah, and we really see the power of this color combination, those two domains working seamlessly together in this new Jace deck. And it is the exact reason why I've picked it as my deck to win. Now, I will say I think it's a tricky matchup for Vi. I've played quite a bit of Vi myself, Amy, and you don't have as many tools as some of the other decks have to deal with Dazzling Aurora. I think Ravenbloom Prefect in particular is going to be a big, big card in Chaos on the sideboard to deal with this Dazzling Aurora. It's a 3 energy, 3 might unit, and when your opponent plays a gear, you may kill me to kill the gear. But we got some highlights from this match. Great sportsman behavior on display.
Let's take a look at how this went down. Of course, that first flurry of blades just taking out absolutely everything thanks to the secondary effect of the Elder Dragon being in play. And of course, it was a big win there for Ali, taking game 1.
Yeah, and it was both players very respectful, enjoying their time on the stage, but that Bellows breath is difficult to take. But there was a few reaction tools, right? It wasn't quite enough, and the garbage grabber towards the end really made that big difference as well, to just continue the train of Elder Dragons, right? We thought it was just 3 dragons to deal with, Amy, but it almost turned into 4.
It kind of feels like infinite dragons. As long as the garbage grabber doesn't get dealt with, then actually you're really sitting pretty. And even if it does get dealt with, there are so many other tools that Ali can utilize to stay in the game. Realistically, you've got to take down the 3 dragons plus any recursion, which really is your garbage grabber. And then, and only then, do you see a clear win condition against this deck.
Yeah, and so many of those mind cards, which we've not previously seen paired with body, put in so much work. We saw the time warp towards the end, Bellows Breath did a lot, and Promising Future as well was just absolutely brilliant. So very, very scary deck to deal with. The Chosen Champion as well is really interesting. You've got a few options. It seems like the Brilliant Inventor there is the preferred option for most players. It doesn't give you anything to play early, but it becomes a really nice late game option to sort of give pseudo ganking to your Elder Dragons. It starts ready at a battlefield from holding, you move it back to base, you play your champion, and it can go in and conquer the other battlefield. But there's a few other options as well. There's just a 4 energy, 4 might, probably not going to have much of an ability in this deck, but that's also a nice option to have. We know how good that stat line is from Master Yi in the Chosen Champion zone. Ever
so true. And I mean, the speed of the deck surprised me, actually, because even in game 1, Escatalabrand wasn't able to even kind of stabilize her points until we saw the first Elder Dragon, and that was regardless of not having the Dazzling Aurora. That's an incredibly powerful deck if you are able to summon the Elder Dragon without Dazzling Aurora. Just wow, because not only do you have to have it in hand, but you also have to have that means of getting it out.
Yeah, but I do believe we can hear from our player from this previous match and hear all about Jace, Dazzling Aurora.
Excellent round 1 here in Barcelona at the regional qualifier. I'm Barrett, joined by Ali. That fantastic win there. And I gotta say, just as our casters were just kind of talking about winning that game 1 without even having to play the Dazzling Aurora itself, just clawing your way back in, having so much removal with the Flurry of Blades and the Bellows Breath, do you think that's the biggest strength to why Jace could be one of the best Dazzling Aurora decks in the format?
Oh yeah, definitely. So I think the biggest strength is just being blue, having access to Bellows Breath. It's like the strongest spell you could have in a deck that runs Elder Dragon. And yeah, I just wanted to try out the new color combination. I think it works really nicely.
I think it's one of the most appealing things from Vendetta, for sure. You know, we're talking about, you know, Akali as well. We're talking about people like Kennen. But, you know, Jace, to me, is the one where the domains themselves can do so much heavy lifting that, you know, even if you don't utilize all the gear that you might want to ready or don't ready, you don't really need it 100% because of just the card combinations. I even think of things like Gangplank plus Stupefy, right? Like these are only things that Jace can do. So
exactly,
you and your team, what's the confidence level that you feel towards Jace as a whole, or is there decks that you're kind of looking to avoid this weekend?
So my team, I'm the only Jace Aurora player. We all kind of pick different decks to stray it out a little bit. I mean, we have a lot of strong players. I would say I'm not the best player on my team, so I kind of pick one of the easier decks. And yeah, I think Cannon's power level, when talking about the new colors, is still a bit stronger. It's just a more consistent deck. But as you saw, even without the Aura out, you could still win games. But I also think Vi is kind of favorite matchup. Not so fun against matchups that run Starcross and stuff like that. Yeah.
No, it makes a ton of sense. And like I said, you know, with the removal, you know, you just kind of have to have them in the right time when the Elder Dragons come down, and you did in that game 1, and then it just kind of accelerates. You know, game 1 usually feels like the best game for most Dazzling decks, and then the games 2 and 3. But that main board, Brittle Steel, was a little scary at first.
Brittle Steel main was a little crazy, yeah. Didn't expect that.
Yeah, absolutely. But speaking of main board one-ofs, you have that Temporal Breach, and I'm a big fan of that one because you can like blink the Elder Dragon back onto the board. board and get another part, or protect it from a sort of like removal spell. So what is the kind of choices that it comes down to in the final part of deck building? Why do you pick those kind of intricate one-ofs to kind of supplement a deck like this that really needs to find these consistent pieces to work?
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, in every Aurora deck, there's like, I think 25 spots that are like set in stone that you can change. But I think with access to the new color, you have like a lot going on. So obviously you need the flurries, you need the Battle's Breaths. But I think like cards like Temporal Breach are like, yeah, really strong because you can fizzle a spell and get the Elder Drake proc again. But other than that, I think my list isn't that crazy. I run a Time Warp obviously on my side. I don't think everybody does that. But yeah, it's a bit of a win more card, so it's just a fun card that I like to use that catches the opponent off guard.
It's pretty good against the slower decks that are willing to give you enough time to do it. And of course, you know, with the plate worms allowing you to play it when your opponents don't necessarily think you can. But round one off to a great start here, Ollie. Congratulations on your round one win.
Thank you very much.
You've got a long day ahead of you though, so we're gonna go ahead and send it back.
See ya.
Thank you so much for joining us back again. We're going to jump straight in and have another look at another feature match because we have so much more Riftbound action and interesting legends to show off.
Oh yeah, I'm very excited when I've seen what legends we're going to be watching in this next one. A couple of new Vendetta legends, one of which I think we expect to see quite a bit of. The other,
not so much.
So much. We've got Renekton versus Akali. We are jumping in, though, to game number 2. Renekton actually winning in the series overall 1-0.
I won.
We find ourselves 4 points to 3.
I'll pass for turn.
Renekton in the lead as Akali passes turn. They've got Akali silent at a battlefield. They've got the Stellarcorn Herder at base. One hidden card, but look at that on the other side. Renekton, First Mate, Rengar, King Cow Initiate. And potentially, if they can conquer 2 here, Amy, they could win in their very next turn.
They very much could. Renekton, not a typical deck that we were expecting to see a lot of, but I believe it has a lot going for it. It's a very powerful deck, a very powerful champion ability and legend ability as well. Honestly, I think that maybe it's one of the most aggressive decks that we have available in this meta, and it's being severely underestimated.
Play Decree of Rage on her.
Oh, hello. Decree of Rage comes in. That's how you know it's game 2.
Okay.
For 2. 4 damage to Akali.
I'll play Discipline.
Yep.
Resolves.
Reaction speed discipline, though, keeps that Akali on the board. Now 6 might with 4 damage.
Yeah.
Typically targeting Calm here as Renekton, knowing they were going to see a lot of it on the field.
And I'll draw 1.
Yeah, discipline at reaction speed. There's a reason it's in almost every Calm deck, 3 copies.
Pass focus.
Calm and Fury is such an interesting...
Can I react on now, or do I...
When you pass, then you can't react anymore.
Okay, so first I'll reveal this then, before I pass.
Cards, but also aggression.
That's okay.
It's going to be Zhonya's
And
Hourglass
now I pass focus.
being revealed from
sure.
hidden.
Yeah, kill the Rengar.
And then it's going to be Rengar and Akali
Does
going
it work
down.
like that? Or is pass? Yeah.
Zhonya's Hourglass, of course, a hidden card. The next time a friendly unit would die, kill this instead. The plan there is therefore for Phantom Raven to try and protect that Akali silent and put her back into the base. Renekton also has an orange seal on the board. It's at the top of the table, easy to miss, but very important. The legend ability, you can pay 2 power to gain 2 energy. That deramps very quickly, and those seals could come in useful. There's actually some Renekton players, Amy, playing more than 3 seals. They play some orange and some red, which really shows you how power hungry this deck can be.
I suppose that's rather part of the point as well, though. You want it power hungry because you want
Is it
to be
because
getting
of
the most
pass?
Yeah, because
out of the
when you ask me,
you have low
when you
end.
say pass, and
Typically,
I'm
deck-wise.
I passed before.
Yeah, I just don't know how exactly this.
It's like you're looking if I have something else before you will react.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know exactly if I could react on the death or.
No, you need to do it before.
I have to do it before. Yeah.
In your chain.
Yeah. I mean,
Because when the chain is gone, it's normally not possible.
yeah, I was gonna activate it regardless. I just didn't know the chain of how it needs to be. Yeah.
Of course, if it was death knell, you can react to death knell with this hourglass, which is very important when Scuttle Crab is on the board.
Okay.
There we go, Akali, but
Then I will
back in
conquer.
base, but
Yep.
the first mate survives, and
Yep.
that's the important part, is aggression and holding. That's exactly what Renekton's going to be trying to achieve, and doing so very well currently. Very much a deck that targets down any calm deck,
Yes,
specifically.
certainly.
For
That,
two, I will play Noxus Hopeful.
Noxus Hopeful in the base. That Zhonya's hourglass did go through. So Akali
And for 3,
at the base.
Rampage, but with the +2. So 6
Rampage.
versus 3.
I'll defy it.
Stelicorn Herder defy the rampage, so no rampaging this time.
Yeah, Rampage cannot target that Akali Silent either. Wouldn't have
Nope.
been an option. She can only be targeted when when in combat, which was why that decree was
Move in
so
here.
nice.
Yep.
Initiate looking to
6.
score. 6 points on the board now.
Yeah,
That
it's
means
5-6.
the potential of winning in the very next turn. So the pressure is on here for
And then
Phantom
pass you.
Raven to try and hold in their next turn.
Welton Wash taking every aggressive step towards kind of running Phantom Raven out of resources, and you can really see that that has taken its toll already. Phantom Raven now has a tough road ahead of him, but very well might be able to. Still some combat tricks in hand, and there's a long sword to add to those. But otherwise, just a Poro as far as I can see.
Stelicorn Herder, of course, on that move trigger, will be able to draw, maybe find some additional tools.
Mm-hmm.
There is also is it a Falling Star that I can just see at the top there? I mean, First Mate and King Cow Initiate, 3 might each. That could be a pretty efficient way of dealing with those.
And
Okay,
what does an
first,
Akali deck love more than
I'll go here.
movement?
Draw trigger.
Nothing, I tell you, nothing. There's the draw from the Stelicorn Herder first to just give us a little more
Okay.
work with in hand.
I'll action. Pass prior if you want to do something on reaction.
So,
Okay.
You can move it back.
This goes back.
and look, that Akali is actually
One.
empowered. That
One
legend
trigger.
ability must have happened before we started watching, which means that not only did the Stelicorn Herder move back to base, but it also is ready. And that back alley bar battlefield giving it +1 might. It's now a 4 might Stelicorn ready to move in again.
That Stelicorn has had plenty for breakfast as it's jumping in and out of battlefields and gaining power along the way. You can't really deny that that is such a strength that we've had to add to the Stelicorn Herder, which was
Look here
already
again.
a powerful
trigger.
card with its draw effect. Now it actually has some aggression behind it and becomes
fast
quite a
focus.
scary Stelicorn Herder.
Yeah, and that is 4 might is, of course, bigger than 3. Stelicorn Herder
That's math.
wins that combat. And of course, will be healed at the end of that combat showdown as well. Noxus hopeful first mate, though. Still pretty scary. Remember, Renekton here, Welton Wash could win next turn. So Phantom Raven needs to try and control the board. Can they set up some sort of hold? Charm and Falling Star maybe could be options to get some more board presence.
Go here.
Akali jumping in.
+2.
Yep.
Plus
Fine.
2. First mate goes down, now just trying to
5.
make sure that Phantom Raven has as much power on the board as possible.
See.
If there's an aggressive deck in format, I'm going to say Renekton's certainly one of them. And I don't know if this is going to be enough units to be able to keep Phantom Raven in this game much longer, with still the Renekton available in the champion zone, the Rage Fueled. You can accelerate it, of course. It has 6 power, but also if you have 4 or fewer runes controlled, you deal 2 additional damage to every
Play for Scuttle.
unit.
I'll draw.
Another card drawn, and it's another charm off the top. Stellacorn drew 3 this turn. Scuttle Crab draws a 4th.
It's a lot of card draw, and you get some guys as well. It's not card draw for nothing. You get units and card draw. Yes, please.
Gonna be
Falling Star here.
Falling Star twice onto the Noxus Hopeful.
Yes.
Not a little bit surprised Charm was not preferred there, but probably just looking to save it for later.
Here.
Holding on to resources for when they are absolutely crucial.
And I'll pass
One
the turn.
of the biggest skills that we see found from our top players. So holding on to those charms just in case. Phantom Raven needs to bounce units between these battlefields to stay in the game is sometimes just enough. So leaving some runes available, leaving that energy there, and having that possibility might be what saves them ultimately from Welton Wash getting a double conquer, which would win them the game in this turn. They have a lot of runes in play right now, which isn't always what Renekton loves to see, but there are plenty of ways to get them gone.
There's 8 runes available for Welton Wash. Of course, that champion costs 6. The legend as well means 10 energy total available potentially this turn. That's a lot of energy to deal with. And
I use Renekton ability.
Okay, the ability's going first. Going to
Floating
recycle
one.
some
Yep.
runes, obviously using our
Getting 3.
seal as well, just to reduce the impact that has. Now we've got
And
3
then
floating.
for 7.
That's up to 7. Here comes Renekton
Renekton.
accelerated. Recycle another rune. Doesn't get the additional effect because we do have too many runes for that extra damage to proc.
yeah, really seeing the value of the seal here, but look at the facial expression there from Welton Wash. Doesn't seem too happy about the position. It's great when you've got all this energy to work with, Amy, but it also makes your plays more difficult. When you've got more resources to spend, it means you've got more options.
Looking like he's considering the attack.
Yeah, the good news for them here is it's 6-5.
Good
The
here.
Raven not threatening to win next turn just yet.
And pass prior.
Passing priority reacting
yes.
as long as
Yes.
Hourglass
Back.
comes down.
Pass prior.
Fine.
Okay.
And it resolves.
Saving
Stellacorn
this.
Herder
And that's
remains in the game. We've seen how ferocious it can be now with new
going
cards
to 7.
thanks to Vendetta. And of course, Scuttle Crab
Yes,
allows
guys.
Phantom Raven to look at the 2 cards. So we've got Punch first and my
Rampage
mind
there.
is, yes, skipping there.
It's a good hand, right? Those are some pretty scary cards, but there's only 2 cards left.
Okay.
And it looks like Welton Wash might just be all in here on perhaps trying to
Can I have a
hold
look
this
at the trash?
battlefield to get that 8th point. And I don't think they quite have enough energy available to take the Rampage on the Stellacorn here and still play the Punch first. They're 1 energy short overall. So they're only going to be able to play 1 of their cards. So you've got a decision, Amy. Do you take the Rampage now
Pass.
and just try and deal with the Stellacorn, or do you hold the Punch first?
Gonna hold the Punch first, allowing Phantom Raven to know the threat that's coming
Yeah.
and assess accordingly.
And Defy, of course, stops the Rampage, but the Defy
6
certainly
falls.
doesn't stop the Punch first. But the thing for Phantom Raven here is they know exactly what they need to be able to beat here, which is going to be 11 Might. That Punch first on Renekton. Raven holds up to 6. They cannot win this turn, but surely if they can stop Welton Wash winning, you would imagine Phantom Raven will be the victor in game number 2. So it all comes down to this, I would imagine. Stellacorn
Here.
Herder moving in.
Draw trigger.
Looks like that might have been another charm. Oh no, it was a not so fast. That's actually quite impactful. That could help. Phantom Raven just sticking there long
Top.
enough.
Go back.
Yes.
Draw trigger.
Again, of course, getting the extra draw again.
There is also that back alley bar +1 might, but that trigger might have been missed. We'll have to wait and see. I think there's still a window of opportunity for Phantom Raven to remember about it, but
She's at
there we are.
+1.
Has been remembered.
Look here.
Every might matter at this point, Amy. So the back alley bar, very useful.
Go the draw trigger.
Discipline found off the top. That's an additional 2 might.
Gonna make this Telecorn herder even beefier. But is it beefy enough?
It's
Top
4
2.
to 6 right now.
Play discipline.
Yeah, with those.
8.
It's some +3.
Is where we need to get.
Resolves.
Still
Draw.
only
Hold
at
prio.
6.
Oh, no, it resolves, so it's yours. Yeah, yeah. It's tied.
So I have my pro. The punch
There's
first.
the punch first. Even though Weldon Watch can probably assume there is some sort of counter to this, it does force Phantom Raven to use that resource now.
Yep. And we are in, of course, a showdown right now, so Charm not available.
Nope.
Degree.
Yes.
And
Decree of
On top of it,
Focus.
2
Not a card I
and
expected to
1.
see.
For a sword.
And a longsword. Wow. Okay, that's Telecorn herder's
That's
ferocious
+2.
now. I don't like the
And-
look of
And
him.
Well-
+4. So that's a 6. And another +3 from the sword.
It was all tied. Punch first gave 5. That 6 might swing, though, for Phantom Raven. And that 1 might makes the difference, Amy. The longsword and the decree combo.
So you're to 7.
Phenomenal
Then
play.
it's GG.
Both players
GG,
have
yeah.
cards in their decks which can specifically counter or target each other. That alone is very interesting. Now, I need to note that that was a side deck card, so
Yep.
it must have been side decked in during after round 1, knowing that Phantom Raven's going to need something extra to be able to deal with the ferocity of Renekton.
Yeah, and we
How
didn't
much time do we
catch
have
the
left?
opening quite of that game. We can see the deck list here. A couple of Falling Stars, 2 Charms, Astral Heron, a fantastic new card if you can get there. Vilemore as well, but that Stellarcorn Herder was the star of the show, as well as the Empower of the Legend ability. We didn't see when that happened, Amy. It does cost you quite a lot to get going. You can get off to a slow start, but we really saw the value of having that Legend Empowered, readying that Stellarcorn Herder, making use of the back alley bar. That's what made all the difference there. That 1 might remembered from the back alley bar, Amy, was
Yep.
the 1 might that overcame the punch first.
And that's the thing. The back alley bar is a card, is a battlefield that's heavily debated in this deck. But I think alongside that Stellarcorn Herder, it's indisputably powerful.
Yeah, and then on the other side, we do see 3 Seals of Strength. A lot of the staple cards you might expect to see. Noxus Hopeful, Kai'Sa First Mate, but there's a few interesting additions in this one as well. That Nidalee for some additional draw is definitely very interesting, and that Seal of Strength means that that Nidalee power cost might not be quite as impactful.
I like the addition of the 3 Inferna as well. Being able to ambush with a deck like this, incredibly powerful, especially when you're typically going to be running on low energy. Actually, for the impact that you get with a card like Inferna, with it being so cheap, is absolutely phenomenal, especially with extra additional tricks up your sleeve, which Renekton has aplenty.
Yeah, they certainly do, and it will be, you would imagine, Renekton going first in game number 3. It will be their choice.
So 2. Wait, Hulk. You.
Okay.
And it is going to be, I believe, I heard a Fey Folk there on the opening turn. That is one of the scariest, if not the scariest, opening play in Riftbound. It might not look like much.
But it's so cute.
Cute, yes. Cuddly, no.
Oh, but I want to.
Inferna.
Yep.
A pass.
It's going to be Inferna on the other side. This Fey Folk will move into the battlefield. It can pull the Inferna in, and Inferna will be defending. Therefore, that assault will not be triggered. So it would be 1-1. Well, it's only a trade. If you've got some ambush to go alongside that Fey Folk, Maybe you could get a point out of it as well.
Seal.
Loading one.
I do love that. Always feels a bit free when you use a seal early, because you're getting the effect for so many turns that you're essentially having that extra power permanently.
Which battlefield will they go for? Zorn or Seat of Power? Do you want to discard a card from hand is the decision? They decide no.
Okay. Effect?
Nope.
Okay.
Perfect.
No effect.
Fine.
Yeah.
Going to one.
Great Nidalee in hand there, which is interesting. There was an ambush available.
For one floating. And two.
Goes to hold it for now. Going with
first
the
mate.
first
Yep.
mate instead,
Make him ready.
readying the Fate
Move
Folk,
out.
bringing it
Yeah.
back, just grabbing that whole point,
And
scurrying
that's you.
away,
Okay.
just keeping all of his units safe there in the base, ready for Phantom Raven's turn. And we can ready up that Inferno.
Sick.
Didn't go down this time.
Yeah, and Feyfolk gets a point, and it's back at the base, which is exactly where the Feyfolk wants to be. If you go for that Nidalee line, yes, you deal with your opponent's Inferno, but you also lose your own Nidalee. So Seal of Strength was played, Amy, already. Was a D-ramp by 1, but wasn't actually triggered. So I'm curious if Weltermosh has a plan to utilize this seal in their opponent's turn. Otherwise, you could argue they just
Go here.
D-ramped a little bit preemptively.
Yes, that's fine.
Possibly, but I don't know. In this early game, I feel like it doesn't feel as much of a D-ramp. Yes, you're physically D-ramping, but the effect of the seal, having it for X many turns, the more turns you have that seal, the more brilliant its effect
Play the
is.
Akali.
And I feel like at this stage, it's not that bad, especially for
And I'll pass.
keep the physical runes low
Yep.
and get seals out as soon as possible.
Yeah, it's very true. Having said that, right, like this seal came down, didn't trigger.
No?
So that was, in theory, Weltermosh could have that seal still in hand this turn. One additional rune available for this turn. I wonder if maybe they were planning on going for that Nidalee play and then
Like to move
perhaps
over here?
change their mind. Can't imagine
Going to two.
they're too happy about that, but they're still in a great spot. Riftbound's a
Cutting
very
one.
difficult game,
Going
it's fair
one.
to say. Zorn Warrens will be conquered. Rampage
move
being
in here.
discarded.
Yep.
First mate meeting
Trial.
Inferno in the Seat of Power. Will Phantom Raven have any response?
Pass.
No.
Then I'm going to three.
Up to 3 points for Welton.
And drawing a card
Absolutely
on the
using a flurry
battlefield.
of units to get as
Yep.
many early
Voila.
points as possible. Gets the draw there and just more units available than ever, and hasn't even spent anything this turn.
That Feyfolk is
Be
still
another
at
first mate.
Zorn.
Oh, another first mate
Ooh,
ready.
make him ready.
Another first
Move
mate.
him out.
Bring
Okay.
it back once more.
Yep, could have saved the Feyfolk and brought that back instead, but values the Might instead. Akali Silent cannot be targeted unless it's in a combat, so Feyfolk
And for
pretty useless
two,
there. Well,
Feyfolk.
and you've got another one, Amy.
That's to you.
Don't really mind
Alright.
leaving a Fey folk at a battlefield if you can just bring along another friend.
Still no use of this Seal of Strength.
Maybe there's been no need.
No
Sometimes you just got all the runes you need.
Yep. No runes currently available. The Kali Legend, of course, has not been empowered, so its action speed you can only use in your turn. And when it's not empowered, you move a unit back to base. When it is empowered, you do the same, but you also ready it.
Go here.
Yes.
Carly stomping onto
Ah.
Fey folks.
Kali getting 2 additional might when it moves to a battlefield.
That's why Akali loves movement.
Yeah, this card is so scary, Amy. I am terrified of Akali Silent, I've got to say.
And not just because of the intimidating artwork.
No.
Pass prior.
Yep. That's fine.
Feyfolk taken down. Zorn Warrens conquered by Phantom Raven.
Yep, that's our second point. Game 3 here in Barcelona for our second
two.
match of round 1.
Bring this in.
Okay, the Lonely Poro not so lonely with Akali.
1-1.
Just boosting the effect
I'll
there.
play Shuriken Flip to move my...
Ah, lovely. Going for that double conquer
Yeah.
with a Shuriken Flip.
Yep, Shuriken Clip says deal 2 damage to up to 1 enemy unit at a battlefield.
Oh, yeah, I missed the zone trigger.
Oh.
I missed the discard. Yeah.
Zone Warren's trigger was missed
Can I read
earlier
it
on.
for a second?
Yeah, you can. It says up to 1 unit, so choosing the unit is not necessary.
Very true. You can just go ahead and go, well, there's nothing there, so I won't target anything. But I would like to move.
Pretty
This
sure.
card also has flow, so again, although it's cheap
but
now, you can use it.
But I missed the Zone Warren trigger on the
just
Conqueror.
as cheaper cost.
Just checking things
Yeah.
with our judges there.
Okay.
Big shout out to them.
Zone trigger. Draw this,
Biomore discarded.
and now
There we go. And now we're going to
I do what I did.
Shuriken Flip.
To do Shuriken Flip to move my Kali across.
Lonely
Leaving
Poros.
the Lonely Poro. Lonely once more.
Yes.
Kali across. That's 4.
Akali, of course,
Conquer?
gains
Yes.
more power for moving from the effect of that Shuriken Flip. Shuriken Flip can also be flowed, so we can do that once more.
Draw for battlefield.
At any point, but only once more. It'll get banished afterwards. Flow being one of our new keywords.
Yeah, Welton Wash, their seat of power being used against them
I
there.
one here
A hidden card.
and
Poro.
pass.
That's a pretty ferocious board state for not a lot of investment.
It is, but I mean, Welton Wash, we saw in the last game, very prominent hidden card in Phantom Raven's deck, right? So if I'm Welton Wash, I am predicting very heavily that is going to be a Zonya's Hourglass. Zonya's Hourglass can be revealed at Zorn Warren's and still protect the Akali over at Seat of Power. Akali Silence so scary at the base. But with that Zonya's Hourglass, very difficult to remove entirely. That's for certain.
Float 2.
That's what Akali's all about. Movement is
Activate
one,
Renekton.
of course, but number
Going
2
floating
is
4.
that Akali is so difficult to
Okay.
remove in so many ways.
Then
And that's essentially
for 7.
what Phantom Raven's going to be absolutely making sure of.
playing Renekton accelerated.
Here comes
Yep.
Renekton accelerated.
Then I would like to attack Renekton here. His effect is triggering, dealing 2
Fine.
damage.
And they do get the actual
all enemy
extra
units.
damage trigger this time.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
First time I'm seeing that
React
one.
to decree focus.
They do
Yes.
focus once more.
Is it
Plus 4.
reaction? Yes.
It's going to be 4 might at reaction speed, protecting that Lonely Poro and also getting it up to the same might
So he's at
of
6.
Renekton.
Yep.
You pass.
I pass.
Okay.
Okay.
We trade.
Death Knell trigger.
Yeah.
React to this.
Can you react to dying?
To Death Knell.
Question whether we can react to our...
Or is this already gone?
Yeah, I won't save it.
Yeah,
I just want
okay.
to draw.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There you go. That is the power of Death now in combination with the Hourglass. You can let your unit die, then that Death Knell trigger gives you the opportunity to react with your hidden card before it sort of fizzles out. And Zonya's Hourglass there being used to protect
One here.
Akali down
Yep.
the line.
Yep. Very, very obvious what that's going to be.
Going to
used
4.
for. We let the Lonely Pirate go down for very good reason.
That seal has still not been used, Amy, despite a lot of power costs this turn.
Inferno.
Yep.
That's 2.
Probably wanting to
Fantastic.
stay low on the power.
Yeah,
Specifically to be getting extra added effects like the Renekton that we saw, which unfortunately is in the trash now, so won't be seeing that again anytime soon.
no, you're absolutely spot on. The plan there for Welton Wash was to intentionally not use the seal, right, and deramp to trigger the Renekton champion effect. But that decree had other ideas for Phantom Raven at reaction speed, meaning that Lonely Poro stayed on the field and then took the trade. It was a brilliant decree. And already one of the big stories of this weekend are those decrees on the
Up
sideboard.
1.
We can see why.
Yeah, both players
And-
having cards in the sideboard that specifically target one another has been
Play
definitely
Shuriken
interesting
Flip.
affair here. Maybe the fact that we now are allowed that 10 card pool in the sideboard has been something that has affected these
Yeah,
specific
give me a second.
decks.
I just want to see if I want to do it that way.
Fight more
Yeah.
valiantly.
Okay, I'll play Shuriken Flip, targeting Akali to go here. I kill this from the damage.
Yes.
I go here. I hold Prio.
Yes.
I tap 2, play Inferna with Ambush.
Yes.
And then I tap for action to return Akali back. And I still get a Conquer.
Yes.
Very nicely done, making use of Inferno.
Right.
It's a 2 energy unit, but that ambush all important here.
Trigger.
Discard, draw.
Carly Silent back at base, exactly where she wants to be.
Akali staying safe, but also getting as much movement as possible, being
I'll pass.
allowing for that extra might when Phantom Raven chooses pass with just the Inferno. But honestly, that's completely fine. Even if Inferno goes down at this point, it'll take at least 2 more turns for Phantom Raven to pull the win out of the hat. But Welton Wash has a flurry of units at this stage. Whether he's able to then utilize them well enough to conquer both battlefields, put them up to 6, and then would be just
Would like to
one
move in
turn
here.
away from winning.
Yep.
So really, that is probably the strat at this point.
Sonya's will die.
Conquer both
yeah,
and
true.
attempt to hold.
Oh, but look at that. That Hourglass not protecting
to
Akali,
5.
Amy.
Yep.
Instead, the Inferno.
And triggers on
Raven.
Lawrence.
It's an interesting decision
Discarding one. Drawing one.
to hold on to more units, knowing the ferocity of Renekton and the amount of units that it can just
I move here.
Yep.
bring
Going
on
to
the
6.
board with such
Drawing a card.
ferocity. First mate going up to 6 now. Just 2 points away from the win. Welton Wash now has a decision to make of whether it's time
One.
to...
There we go.
Oh, there's the seal.
Like to play Sabotage.
Base. Oh, Sabotage could make all the difference.
Yep.
Very advantageous timing here. Phantom Raven has 3 cards in hand, and Welton Wash is going to be able to remove one of them.
If I will
Looking
go
at
to
that
the bottom because
defy.
it's the only spell.
That is not what we want.
And Phantom Raven
And
could have defied this,
I will,
but
yeah.
decides to keep that additional rune. Doesn't want to pay the power cost of Defy, and doesn't mind revealing their hand. Welton Wash getting full information now. Knows there's no combat tricks currently. This is a big turn. How much can they develop in the base? Looking to strike and win in the very next
Two,
turn.
hit rookie.
Pit Rookie provides a buff
Nothing here.
to the first mate.
3 energy remains.
And for 3,
It's all getting spent.
Nidalee.
Italy comes in.
Okay.
Just building up as many units in base
That's
as
two.
humanly possible. Don't need any runes, not trying for any combat tricks. Allowing both units to go down is likely, and then Welton Wash's tactic is to take both points on the following turn. Phantom Raven now is going to have the difficult job of preventing that happening.
6 points to 5, so Raven cannot win this turn. A double conquer puts them only to 7. And then you're in that awkward spot of not only do you want to score yourself, but you've got to most importantly prevent your opponent from double conquering. So Phantom Raven going to look to probably score both and then put on a big hold. Akali not exactly known for being a brilliant holding deck.
No, you kind of want to do the opposite. You want to go in, grab a point, and
Go
bounce
here.
back to base where it's safe.
Yep.
So unfortunately, Akali
pass.
doesn't really
Yes.
have the oomph that you
Okay.
want to be
Go
able
to
to
6.
hold, especially
Zone
against
trigger.
an aggressive force like Renekton.
Stellarcorn discarded, and look at that, Emperor's Divide. That's not going to help you hold very much.
Nope.
It's a brilliant card at retreating to the battlefield. Doesn't help. I think it's Emperor's Divide anyway. Aurelia and Astral Heron in hand. Of course, Welton Wash knows about those 2 cards. Akali goes in.
Yep.
To the power.
Can I not go yet? I want to take it back.
Nothing happened yet. Fine for me.
Okay. Is it fine? Yeah, okay. I'll top 3 first. Recycle 1. Make this simple.
powering the Akali Legend.
And now I go in.
Yes.
For the +2. Yeah, it's this.
Yep.
Fast prior.
You get that extra power.
Cool.
Welton Wash is fine with it. They are completely accepting that this was the game plan from the beginning. Phantom Ravens now just got to try and decide whether it's worth putting more units into at least one of these battlefields, or if they're going to keep their cards close to the chest and use their remaining runes on their opponent's turn, using combat tricks to try and...
Did I draw for this?
Yes.
Okay.
Stick on in there.
I'm surprised there the Empower of the Akali. You're spending energy, which I was expecting Phantom Raven to try and develop the Astral Heron there. 7 might on the board to try and defend, but we'll have to wait and see what they've got planned.
Hide this.
Hidden card might help out. Will it be enough
And
to prevent
I'll pass.
Welton Wash from snapping up this victory with Renekton?
Every might matters at this point. Astral Heron would have added
3%
7
turns,
might.
like,
That's a lot. That's a lot. Especially when you're not staring
Oh,
down
okay.
at a whole lot.
Yeah, and the Akali Legend, very important to remember. It cannot be used in your opponent's turn.
Yep.
Welton Wash is going to be able to win this turn with a double conquer. That empowered Akali took up some resources and was never used. Nidalee first mate with a buff and Pit Rookie.
You have 3
at
cards
the
in
base.
hand.
Yep. 3 cards, 4 up.
Welton Wash doing his dues and checking what the possibilities are in his head.
Move in here.
Cards that are available to Phantom Raven through the deck, but what
As prio.
is possible to play with the amount of runes remaining?
He knows 2 of the cards. He knows Aurelia. He knows Astral Heron. That third card is a mystery. And Welton Wash is just feeling out.
Oh, that's the first one. Pit Rookie doing
7.
an immense amount.
Son
Taking that
Warrens.
7th point.
Trigger.
Now we just need one more push. The Seat of Power is all that's remaining between Welton Wash and victory.
Yeah, Akali with 4 energy. Of course, if you're Welton Wash, you are terrified of what that hidden card might be. You're not scared of Hourglass, you're not scared of Emperor's Divide, but he's probably racking his brain right now thinking,
What could that be?
other hidden cards could that be? What do I lose to in this position?
Most of the time I like surprises, you know, like birthday parties and surprise gifts. What I don't like is surprise hidden cards in Riftbound.
Unless you've played them.
Oh, if I've played them, it's all good, but then it's not a surprise. It's a surprise for my opponent, and that's different.
Welton Wash has a couple of options. Could go in 1 by 1,
In with 8.
but sends everything in. 8-4.
Okay.
And that's it! Welton Wash taking a huge
Yeah, I knew you had the regular.
victory with Renekton. Something we weren't expecting to see, but I am overjoyed.
Yeah, Renekton, a very interesting deck, a little bit unorthodox, but that's the beauty of these events, right? You can go on your side quest, you can maybe play a deck which not everybody else thinks is the best. Maybe you've got an affinity to that character, and you can still have a brilliant tournament run. And we always see a lot of surprises, don't we? Where like players think, yeah, I'm not playing the best deck, and then before you know it, they're in the top 8.
I've got to say, I really like Renekton. I played it in my pre-Rift, and
nice.
I had a really great time utilizing the resources, but it was also really difficult. So I have an immense amount of respect for someone who can manage their resources well enough to be confident to bring a deck like Renekton to Barcelona.
Yeah, I love any deck with seals, and we've got Barrett now to talk all about Renekton with our winner.
Barrett Bryan joined here with the other winner of our feature match here in round 1 at the Barcelona Regional Qualifier, Welton Wash. I did my best with that one, but playing Renekton, one of our new Vendetta legends here. And I gotta say, I'm not gonna say I didn't think you were gonna win the match, but a lot of people are kind of not saying very positive things about Renekton. But your deck was pretty powerful in the sense of just like the amount of push that you can put in. Units are just very strong right now.
Yes.
And so it's interesting to look at a legend like this, and people are talking about Rengar, same domains. Why Renekton right now, and how confident are you feeling in this deck?
I'm not really comfortable with the deck, because the deck is actually not that good.
Okay.
But it has a big surprise factor, because all people are playing against, they said they never faced Renekton before. So they have no clue what I'm playing, what cards I'm playing, yeah, what they are looking for. And I picked the deck because I didn't have much time to prepare. So I choose to Metal Hunt a card. So I picked Renekton because I thought it was the worst deck. So maybe I got lucky in the first round to face Akali because Akali is also not that good at the moment, yeah. And I'm looking forward to the next round. I think Renekton is good because it's a little bit Rengar, a little bit better than Rengar. Yeah, a worse Rengar deck is it. But I played Aurora before. But I went 0-9 at my locals. So I decided that's not it. So I changed it. Also, I picked it up from a guy from the Showdown series in Germany. He played it and got the metal card. So I did a little bit changes to the deck, and that's what I'm looking forward. And I feel good today.
You should. I mean, that round 1 win, like you said, against Akali, I think the thing about, and I'll say the same thing about Renekton, is like, I think it's just still a little early in the Vendetta season that I just can't imagine these legends that can be so aggressive like this. The Renekton, even the Akali decks right now are pretty aggressively leaning, can actually be that weak. But I think people are valuing a lot of the consistency that a lot of the other decks and legends, like Kennen, right? We didn't talk about that one. But aggressiveness has a real home, and we can see this because of decks like Rengar and how successful they can be. And with the same domains, I think Fury is really making a comeback this season, and Body has one of like the better decrees. You know, Mind I feel like is everywhere out there, and Decree of Strength is very powerful, being able to hit not just spells but units as well. So I don't don't want to talk sideboard. You know, that's for you to keep to yourself, obviously. But you know, a round 1 win here must feel good.
Yeah,
You've got
sure,
7 more
always.
rounds to go. You said you're aiming for that best of for the Renekton, and you're already doing such a great job with it. So I guess my only question left I want to ask you is there a specific deck or an archetype that you're looking to avoid for the entire event?
Oh yes, in the Showdown series I faced Game 1, Game 2 and Game 3 Irelia. And that's a really bad matchup. I won one, I was very surprised, and I hope to dodge today all Irelias because I really don't like this deck with Renekton.
Well, I think it's got a pretty good representation, so I wish you luck on that dream. But regardless, a round 1 win here in Barcelona. More tournaments to play. I wish you luck, but we're going to go ahead and send it back.
All right then, everyone, round 1 is in the books. I need you to close your windows and batten down the hatches because there's Elder Dragons and Renektons everywhere. I'm Bert and I'm joined by Yamato. How are we feeling after watching that round 1?
Fantastic. I felt bad for the Vi player. Jace is just brutal. Ooh. Aurora in particular. That's always rough. The Elder Dragons just keep coming, and then you think, oh, I killed one, and then that little trash grab comes through. It's a tough one, but we're already heading into round 2.
Yeah.
Slow down here.
No rest for us and no rest for the stream. That's what we like, more Riftbound action as we're getting ready for our round 2, where we have Ambessa player versus Rengar.
Ambessa has been a tough list to figure out.
Yeah.
You know, you naturally want to think about the legend ability. You want to empower something, she gets empowered, but it costs 1 power to, of course, use that to ready a unit. So we're wondering now if the list is going to be heavy in the new card direction, of course, with all the empowered units.
Yep.
The Rengar list, we already know. Prisma popularized it. So many Rengar players have been telling me that, yo, Prisma ruined. I was playing Rengar before, now I just look like a follower, you know?
Yeah, that actually happened to me, funnily enough. Just before Prisma put it on the map, I thought, I like this ambush mechanic. Let's build a deck around a Rengar. Then he did well, and I thought, well, I was on the right lines. Rengar, more established deck in the format. We all know how strong it is with that Pride Stalker legend power. And then, yeah, Ambessa, a new card, but that legend ability, readying up units, that's never a bad thing. We're getting started here in our round 2 feature match here at the Barcelona regional qualifiers, and it looks like we're in our mulligan phase. What do you think both players will be working towards here?
I think you just want to make sure that you look for, of course, the 2 drops to get a good opener. With the Ambessa list in mind, you can play, of course, your champ unit on curve. The threatening thing about Rengar, of course, is that every single card of his is a goddamn longsword. That's what Prisma described it as. You have so many ambush units, and it can really make it freaky when it comes to, of course, the interactions mid-combat. And then for the, of course, Ambessa, you need to protect your units in the back line. If you play a Kale on curve, that's what you hope for, to develop, empower, and hope that you can swing in on the next turn.
Okay, so it looks like we are going to get that Solari Sunhawk there coming down nice on curve. And it is over to D Titan Rengar. 4 runes in play now. They find that fair folk down turn one. We love that card. Very interesting card for, forcing your opponent to start those showdowns if they don't really want to. But it is just going to be that pick rookie
Rengar, buff.
With the buff as well.
That's already on 3. And then with 2 open, a simple unit to make it go to 4 would already beat this Solari Sunhawk, which is so frustrating when you play against the Fae folk. And there it is.
Oh, then there's the Inferno coming down as well. You're going to drag that Sunhawk straight into play, as we do say. And there we go, D-Titan on the board, the first showdown and the first point. Pride Stalker coming in play early.
It's brutal already. Very hard to get on the board to, of course, attack this irresistible Fae folk now when Rengar is tapped. It's going to be very frustrating if this little squirrel of doom, of death, that's a devil right there. If that devil gets to go back into base, you already know that on the next turn, whatever you develop now is already going to be pulled in to the next battlefield, and Rengar is going to have all runes available and open.
Ooh, this is interesting. With the 5 body runes, does that limit what Kumeka would want to play here? Actually, looking at that hand, probably not.
I wonder if he's just going to double develop here, the KO and the Emissary. All right,
Sabotage. Sabotage. One of my favorite cards. Then you look at your opponent hand.
Recycle.
You can recycle 1 non-unit card. So it looks like that was going to get sent back to the bottom. I didn't quite catch what that was there. A rampage. It was a rampage. I apologize. And then the tail coming down.
Yeah, the big threat here, the line that, of course, the ambassador played here was to check if there is so if he gets pulled in on a future turn, then he can just match the punch first in combat. And I think that's what you're going to be hoping for.
Just find a rampage off the top there for what it's worth. Okay, so what are we dealing with here? We've got the pit rookie, have the Inferno. First mate in hand as well. We do obviously have our chosen legend Rengar could come in the mix. When we like to wait, use that ambush mechanic.
M0. Yeah, okay.
Here with the runes, you could easily just play the first mate to pull back your unit, keep everything in, of course, your base, and get the double conquer together with the hold, of course, get 2 points on the round. And then the main question is if you play the rampage.
Flip trigger, no?
Ooh, he's gonna do it the way he pulls it in. It's ready, goes to base.
Okay, first mate gonna come down, the Invisible Fae Folk. Gonna bring up the Inferno, gonna drag up the Kale, and I think with the buff, that is enough. As it stands now, that would be enough for a trade. I apologize, of course. D-Titan is up on might now. But we do know punch versus his hand. We know that.
There's the punch first.
That's a big +5 there.
It's a massive D-ramp.
Do we have any ways to make up this extra 2? Doesn't look like it. Punch first. Clearing off that battlefield there. And Kumenga now on the board as well.
Oh, it's a massive D-ramp, but I think you kind of have to do this too. Like if you just lose your Kale here, you probably just lose the game because you're not on the board. But the question now is, what can he develop? He can bring Kale back to base. At least there's no Fae Folk. He goes to 2 points. You just play Ambessa. You have something to work with for the future turn, and you actually develop in your base. This should just be a developing turn. Maybe he plays 2 2-drops. Could also be an angle. Simple Ambessa.
You can go.
Maintain card knowledge, make sure that you don't reveal too much what you have to your opponent. Because if you play 2 cards out of your hand and you're just holding 1, then your options are very, very limited. And the opponent can, of course, make easier judgment calls. But now, 8 runes open. Rengar could go to 4, but he would then leave something on the battlefield unless he uses, of course, the Star Spring to bring something back.
What we're going to draw attention to is that obviously Rengar's forcing this early, combat, the early punch first, forcing some D-ramp here. And with a deck like Ambessa, I would love to, get some empowering off to sort of start using the legend ability. When you're sort of kneecapped, we are going to see a rampage coming in here just to interrupt myself. And that is going to be, is that a trade? No, that's going to be, no, just a straight KO there. But yeah, when you're sort of forced to use these resources early there, Yamato, as we are going to see a double conquer here. Does that sort of limit Mbessa's potential to start get the empowering off and start to maneuver around the board as she'd like?
Yeah, I was testing a lot of Mbessa trying to figure out, but it's so power hungry, and your backline is so weak on developing turns because Mbessa can't be, damaged, and it has good synergy if it's empowered. But empowering costs, of course, 3. There's profiteer combos, but the list that, of course, this Mbessa player is running has none of the profiteers. You can kind of flip things around. I saw Sam D. Sherman was playing a token-heavy deck of Mbessa, but I say it's like if someone's playing a body order deck and trying to put in tokens in there, then you just know the Legend's very tough to figure out, definitely. So now the hope is that maybe you can just empower the KO one time. Maybe you can play and swing in. There is, of course, the threat of the Rengar. That's always so dangerous with 5 open. And he has to think, can he go over it with, of course, the Assault card that empowers. Guttural Roar gives you 4, plus, of course, when something is empowered, but you still don't go over the Rengar, because Rengar, of course, represents here a grand total of 10 might on the battlefield.
Yeah, that Rengar just comes flying in, doesn't it? Oh, we are going to see the first Empower here in our round 2 feature match, and that is going to obviously empower our Legend card as well. Obviously, that Legend ability is you can disempower it to ready up a unit, get some, movement going on here. What we like to see.
Of course, Shumika knows as well. He's not swinging in. He's just doing a simple developing turn. Empowering his 2-drop as well, and hoping that he can do a hold on the next turn. Everything's going to be brought back here for D-Titan base. Doing the hold for Ambassador is going to be very difficult, because the biggest strength is, of course, public execution. He wants to attack the back line, and maybe he can draw it. It is a card that you can repeat through flow, and that's one way to trim, of course, the base, because here D-Titan is going to bring everything back, develop, and just, walk straight to the bank.
And yeah, this is a scary thing, though. A D-Titan, has been winning these combats and has been marching towards victory. 6.
Orange. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
I just got to recycle the correct rune there. Good call there. Good call.
No problem.
Easily dominant.
The glasses are working. He's sharp. He's locked in.
Hey, as a body 3 player myself, sometimes those runes, they look kind of similar. Similar shades. It can easily happen.
That's the main thing, right? You play against a body deck, you're counting orange runes.
Yeah. Exactly that. So it looks like, as you do say, D-Titan is going to bring everything back here, but that is a scary amount of might there on the field. But I tell you what, though, with the empowered Kale and the empowered 2-drop there, that's a lot of might as well. Bear in mind that Kale can get empowered up to 3 times.
The main thing is, at least if you manage to keep a hold, you can use Star Spring to bring your unit back. You can, of course, empower the Kale twice. You have ganking, but it does look very, very tough with the hand that Shumika is representing here to fight back. Especially with Vi, it's, of course, more of a card where you want to attack with. The Guttural Roar has the potential to be the swing card. Let's see how he distributes his energy here. The first conquer.
I sway.
Could use the Inferno.
Yes.
Oh, I think you have to just let that one go. Is the comeback on? Is the comeback on up to 3? To have all our runes up.
It's very nasty how the 2 cards in D-Titan's hands is already representing so much might, because you can play the Inferno, you can bounce the Inferno, and then you can play the Inferno again, and already you've triggered your Rengar ability.
Twice, yeah.
That's what Prisma told me. It's like in Annie, his favorite card was Longsword, and he just said Rengar is all Longswords. Every unit is a Longsword.
We are going to see the double empower here, though. That's an extra 4 might on that Chaos. That is presenting, what is that, 7 might right now, and we do still have our Legend ability as well. We can use that to ready up, so we could see some shenanigans happen this turn. I think when you are playing against Rengar, a deck that equally loves to just bounce around and, as you say, represent might and long swords and a lot of jazz, you equally need to have some tips and tricks. There we go, the third impact. See that? There we go.
That makes the deflect cost becomes very big. Ganking is a crucial one too. Leaves 2 rooms open for Guttural Roar. I have to say, D-Titan has enough might to conquer this 2 times. Unless, barring a crazy mistake from D-Titan, who's been played fairly clean so far.
Yeah, he has, yeah.
I think this is going to be a tough one.
Okay, so double conquer now is live for game if the Titan can pull that off. And as you say, with the amount of just silly might increasing cards that Rengar has access to, I don't think it's going to be that tough. Bear in mind, we have Pride Stalker as well. That is a +1 might every time you play a unit. Here we go. I'm going to see the showdown there. Rengar, Pride Stalker going to come flying. Yep, that's going to be an easy victory there.
7.
One more conquer away. And that will be game 1 wrapped up.
13 might represent it. You can even bounce back your Rengar, play it in, swing in. You have all the options in the world.
We've even got the Grim Apostrophe as well. That has ambush shots. We can even just get that in the mix.
6 might. Going to 8.
Okay, so you have 8 currently. But you know, with Rengar, if those runes are open, that might can start to get silly. Here we go. What was that? Inferno?
Inferno with Assault. And then, of course...
The Assault we... No, sì.
We're already there, right? 9, 12, 9.
12.
Okay, we'll go to 13 with the Guttural Roar.
Yep, okay, so we have a response. Here we go, a little bit of back and forth. But
+4 if it's empowered. Okay,
so
4, no? 13.
Play against Rengar, though, if that amount of runes opened. You know
tough.
there's going to be some more silly stuff. Here we go. There's the Rim Apostrophe. We do have Prize Stalker boost as well. And there it is. That is going to be game 1. Rengar doing what Rengar does best. Winning those showdowns, increasing that might. And that is going to be our game 1 feature match here, round 2, going to D-Titan.
Yeah, this is something we're going to see a lot this weekend. All, of course, the aggressive body decks. I think it might just be one of the, maybe just the strongest turn 1 play that you can do is just playing the Irresistible Feyfolk.
Yep.
Because so much pressure on the development of the enemy's units and makes you just have very little options. You have to play the punch first so early to keep the Kale alive. And of course, that D-Ramp to BMS a player a big time. But at least he'll go first. Maybe he can, develop a little bit easier.
Yeah, it's so interesting, as you say, because that Feyfolk, which both players are playing, of course, is like, you know, Riftbound, you'd love to just develop your stuff in the base, you know, where it's safe, get some empowers in. But then, yeah, that Feyfolk just says start in those showdowns when you don't realistically want them. So, as you said, forces out the punch first early. That will de-ramp yourself. I mean, punch first is a fantastic card, don't get me wrong, but you are going to have to pay to power for that. And then you can't get your empowers off when you want them to, and that can just slow you down. You are sort of playing your opponent's game at that point. If you are Kuminga there, looking at how that game panned out, you know, what might you sort of be looking towards? Any change in strategy or any sideboard cards, perhaps?
I think the main thing is the comfort of just going first. I imagine there is an altar as the going first one. I think probably you just sideboard out the Solaris Sunhawks. They don't really do too much in the deflect department. D-Titan with a fairly standard list here in terms of what we see. Just a lot of the ambush units that give you the force. We have the Park Cub as well. That is, of course, a hidden card that just represents 4 might as a swing for Rengar. Anything that you can play on the enemy turn and anything that gives you mobility is what, of course, you are looking for. The meta is very, very fast, so you need to be on the board quickly, especially because eventually you're going to fight against all these Ride the Wind decks that have the capacity to conquer 2 very fast. So you need to get on the board, you need to trim the enemy's backline, and of course Rengar allows you to do just that. And it's very efficient, of course, very, very efficient, because you can bounce your units with the crazy pharmacists, the Grim apothecaries.
Yeah. Insane card that, isn't it? So even if it looks like you're about to lose the showdown, throw him in, get back your Rengar, get back your big attacker, and he'll just come flying in next turn. Here we are going to see our win prediction here. So let's explain this graphic real quick. So we have the top percentages, the 34 versus 36. That is, if you were to just draw up the matchup between one legend versus the other, Rengar should win 66% of the time. However, the bottom win prediction is when you take the players' past performances into account. So looking at this then, that's saying that Kuminga, he has got some good wins under his belt before. Is enough to swing this close to a 50-50. Otherwise, though, looking at the legend matchup, though, you know, 2/3 of the time, Rengar should be walking all over this one.
I think the copium is that maybe the underlying stats is like 3 games. That's how the,
true.
the math pans out. But
Yeah, it does actually pan out. Yeah, that's a good point.
the matchup is very, very difficult for Ambessa, of course.
Yeah.
I do feel like a lot of the Vendetta legends do what some of the older legends do, but a little bit worse. And Ambessa is a very, very tough list to figure out because the balance is you kind of want ways to have your backline survive.
Yep.
I've seen tactical retreat versions. I've seen, of course, the version with the tokens, which is uncommon, of course, in order and body decks if you compare it to past legends like Set or Fiora that played body and order. It was always about keeping your units alive, and it's so much easier for those legends. So it is still a very difficult thing to figure out. And as predicted, the Risen Altar is going to be the going first battlefield, which is very nice. Your empower costs are cheaper, and then for the Rengar Emperor's dies. A little bit of Azir flair. I love it when Azir just shows up somehow, but I do feel betrayed when Sand Soldiers on the other side are killing my Sand Soldiers.
I feel like the Sand Soldier's just getting a bit lost here. Like I've stumbled around and now I'm in Rengar territory. How has this happened? But yeah, Emperor's Day. It's a fantastic, it's a really good battlefield, isn't it? Letting you present threats, holding threats while protecting your, units of choice that you prefer. So yeah, so we're going to kick off here in our game 2, Risen Altar. Can the Ambessa, I say, with the Risen Altar now going first, will they be able to even up here this round 2 and force a game 3? Or will the matchup go as the previous graphic said and Rengar will tie it up? It's interesting though, as we go back to our round 1. Our Renekton player was sort of saying, I feel like Renekton is just a bit of a worse Rengar.
Yeah.
So, and we here see it, and you were saying Ambessa kind of falls into that category. But maybe it will just take someone to have a standout performance to find, that right deck shell, and then everything will fall into place.
Everything's bad until it isn't.
Exactly.
That's the beauty of Riftbound. It's fun how one meta shifts everything else, and everything kind of works like dominoes in terms of how everything is shaping up. Because even though Kennen, as a legend, is performing super, super well, suddenly everyone's aware of Kennen. Everyone comes in with a Kennen plan, and then suddenly things can kind of creep through, and maybe somebody just cracks the deck, and then suddenly everyone copies that deck, and then it's suddenly a legend just rises, and of course, its strength. The hope now for the Ambessa is to be able to develop cleanly, have nothing die in the backline. It's a very cool interaction for Ambessa. The champion unit is the fact that when you empower it, all your, for example, rampages, they don't do damage to you, only to the enemy unit. Even if there's some form of counterplay in terms of might buffs, obviously it's not relevant in this matchup, but in the future matchups where there's like discipline or something with reaction speed that can give a unit might, your Ambessa is still coming out clean, doesn't die. Same thing for public execution, but that's something that applies to, of course, all your units because it just does the damage to the enemy. So even if they buff over, they just survive. And so the hope is that with an abundance of backline clearing cards, the Ambessa develops, gets on the board, and then clears, of course, at the base of the Rengar player. Forces out a Rengar early, punches first on the Rengar, and then maintains the board state like that. Because without that momentum, Rengar sometimes is not capable of drawing too much cards. Because the engine is, of course, winning combat through the Nidalee, Kai'Sa Conquer, and of course the Kinku initiate as well.
No, you're right. I think Rengar's one of the scariest front-running decks in format, right? If you give it, if you give it the start and lead it once, it's very hard to clear it off. However, if you can weather the storm in the early turns, as you do say, clear the base a little bit, now we have a game against Rengar. You say, like, the draw power isn't the highest, so that will be how Kamiko was going to want to get back in this game. But we are getting started here, and it looks like D-Titan. Oh, that Fade Poke.
No 2-drop for Kamiko. So is this a repeat of the previous game?
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, did Kamiko have his turn? Obviously, by the rules, you can tell he has, but no 2-drop. But
he top decks it. Oh, it's a nightmare.
That's not what you want, is it? Where were you last turn? But it is going to find that Noxian Emissary. And it looks like we're debating something else here.
Yeah, he doesn't have another 2-drop to play. I think he's contemplating if he should empower it.
Yeah, that's what I was about to
At least
say,
he has 2 recruit tokens. He gets to empower his legend. And then the issue is you're de-ramping so early.
Yeah, you are.
There's the public. Okay.
So I choose these and these. If you're as less might, it's killed.
Not something you see all the time on turn 2, but works perfectly well here. You pick one of your units and one of your opponent's units. Anything that, if it has less might, it will be killed. So there we go. Okay. Not the, not the turn 2 that you want to do all the time going first, but perfectly serviceable, I'd say.
I think that that's the right solution. We see early charms. We see, of course, the early plays. Solid development from the Rengar player, but I think that's just something that you have to do.
Yeah.
If you just play a 2-drop, leave it alive, the enemy is going to clear it very, very cleanly, and you don't have good ways of of course, accelerating units, really. You need to build a base to have just units to carry all the buffs that you have in hand.
So we are going to see the Conquer there, up to 1 point now.
So
on the board.
Empower costs 1 less, and I choose to pay 1 less power. So I pay 1.
And there we go, Empower. So now that has a Death Kneel ability. If it was to get killed, you get 2 recruit tokens. Sorry about that, we'll get there eventually. And that obviously, of course, will empower our Legend. And this is something we didn't really see in Game 1, is Kamika get empowered early. That is different here in this Game 2. Legend coming down as well is over to D-Tyson. Has got a lot of might to play with here, though. What, 7 on the board right now, and that's not without any Pride Stalker buff. Let's see what D-Titan can pull off.
I think the main prayer now, the Ambassador player is just thinking, please no rampage, please no challenge, please no way of killing my Ambassador.
Dies
Let my
creates
Ambassador
2
live,
recruits.
pretty much. Because then suddenly we have a game, you know. The Ambassador stays alive and she can be on a battlefield with, of course, 7 might. That's pretty solid. But right now she's defenseless.
There we go. We are going to see the Noxan Emissary definitely there. A bit like the Ferris Forerunner. It will be for 2 recruits, obviously not for the 2 mechs. That would be a lot more advantageous right now. Oh, speaking of Ferris Forerunner, there we go. Asking you shall receive. Now that is a stacked battlefield up there as well. Still have the Grim Apostrophe. We still have Pride Stalker boss for what it's worth. Double Conquer.
Conquer.
Here comes your Sand Soldier.
There he is. That's my homie, Philip.
It's Philip, is it?
That's Philip.
There's Philip. With his spear, he's getting ready. He said, don't worry, D-Titan, I got you.
The nice part about First Forerunner, the interaction with, of course, Rengar, is that the 2 mechs that spawn also trigger your Rengar ability.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
If you do the wrong sequencing, suddenly that Sand Soldier becomes very, very strong on the other side. So I'm looking forward to see the sequencing now of Kumika, of course.
Okay, that's a scary looking board state from D-Titan. But can Kumika, what have we got here? We have our Legend, we have an Empower, we have our chosen champion. Looks like we're going to see an Empower here as well. There we go. So as you say, cannot take damage from anything while it's not in combat. So you say any Rampage, I think is the most relevant one in this matchup, will not work. We are going to see the charge in Philip, not long for this world, unfortunately.
He'll be back someday.
He'll be back.
I don't think Ambassador's going to bring him back just yet.
No.
This Ambassador needs to stay on the board. That's a 7 rune cost unit right there, so it's quite expensive.
That is chunky.
And that's a hidden card. Must be the hidden blade he had in hand to just get more card draw and to target the recruit. If you manage to keep the defense here, because conquering that First Forerunner is very tricky.
We have a challenge.
Challenge Ambessa with Noxus Upfall.
On the Noxus, I was about to say, yes, that's just going to be a nice little trade there. Do we have anywhere getting around after the time? We do not. So there we go.
You can go.
Challenge, a card that's been replaced a lot by Rampage in a lot of lists, but still very good at his job.
Paul?
I think basically the Ambassador list is just stacking all of these cards that allow you to just attack, of course, other battlefields for the combat. Interesting that he went for the Hopeful there, because now with the Forerunner...
I was about to say, yeah, over the...
maybe there's interactions that we will see where the mechs will come into play. Because if you pop the mechs now, then at least you know, the added power from the mechs through the Rengar ability will not be as relevant.
Won't be relevant. Yeah.
The key thing here is Kumika is if he can hold this battlefield, he ruins the Titan's kind of point tempo.
Yep.
And then suddenly, Ambassador Legend comes into play because you can pull the Ambassador back, ready her, and then attack the other battlefield going to 4, hide another card, and then create a circumstance where you hold again to then ruin the Titan's point tempo.
And especially while that Legend is empowered, you won't be able to get around it with any funny business. You are going to have to swing into it to get it off the board. And you can see now, just looking at the body language, D-Titan knows he's in a bit of a pickle here. It's definitely not unwinnable by any means, but definitely a completely different game to game 1 here. We'll have to sort of get out the trenches. Looks like we could be eyeing up our Legend Rengar here. And that's going to come straight into an immediate showdown This could be an
Dangerous.
important showdown here, this one.
Very dangerous. I wonder what his read is about the hidden card that
Yeah,
it's
Rengar.
showing.
7.
I mean, doesn't have any ways?
'Cause now it's 7 against 8.
Pass.
Okay, so there's some runes open though. We'll have some shenanigans. What's Kameka got up his sleeve, if anything?
Now the
We
big
have the hidden
decision
card, of
is
course.
The hidden blade into the Rengar, give the opponent 2 cards to draw.
Guttural War is an option. Does have punch first as well. Hidden blade, that sort of emergency button, right? If it all goes wrong, we can use that.
Okay.
Oh, it's gonna let it go.
Wow, he lets it go.
Interesting. We did have options in the hand.
Trade.
But okay, wow.
Wow. That's a big decision.
That is a big decision.
Because the tricky part there, if you buff, of course, your ambassador, the enemy can still go over. Maybe he has punch first represented. And then if you don't do it, your recruit dies and your hidden blade there in the battlefield is going to just...
Ooh, so we're going to see the Ferris Forerunner come back to base, but the first mate there is going to ready it up. So now that can go charging in with the Pride Stalker buff up to 7. And now, all of a sudden, is it going to be the hidden blade? It is. And what are we targeting then? We're going to use that on ourselves to draw, or are we going to pop the Ferris
I'm
Forerunner?
thinking on the target.
Yes.
Just debating on what to do here. Big decision.
Cards in hand.
4.
Oh, this is tough, isn't it? This could be a game-deciding decision here.
It's a very difficult one.
There's so much value for your opponent if you pop the Forerunner, right? Because they get 2 mechs and 2 cards, but it is going to be on yourself, so you get to draw.
4.
Yeah, this was a very, very tough turn here for Kameka because he deramped a lot to try to defend this battlefield, but somehow D-Titan managed to conquer both.
Yeah.
Beautiful play to get the first Forerunner into play. And the question then, of course, he was hoping that he could keep the first Forerunner in base. That's why he didn't target it with, in the battlefield. So he didn't target it with the challenge. But the mobility there from the Rengar just came in clutch, and he managed to, of course, get 2 points on the previous turn, putting him, of course, the ambassador player on the back foot once again.
Yeah, and I think, well, we get an easy conquer up there, it looks like. But, yeah, now the sort of going first advantage and the board state advantage he had has sort of been erased now, and he's on the back foot, as you said. We are going to play that Kale there up on the top. We're going to empower it as well. Yep, we're going to get it empowered. That gets, what, an extra +2. That's 5.
Pass.
And then just going to be the pass. Okay, so it's going to be up to 5 for now for D-Titan.
And Mr. Burton, do you believe the Kale superhero movie here that is about to unfold?
Yeah,
do you believe in it?
It is going to have to be
Second time's the charm. Just double empower and swing over with the ganking, and just hoping that you can keep control of the Risen Altar. And he is representing the punch first, but this is the only thing the Titan, of course, needs to play around. So if he can just might over this battlefield and go to 6, that should probably be game.
Yeah, that would be extend the hand, isn't it? Let's start thinking about round 3 there if I'm Kameka. But let's see what we can do. Chosen Legend has been used for Rengar, though, so we're just going to have to try and find some might the old-fashioned way. Pit, that's one way to do it. Pit rookie, potentially. Get that buff. Love a good pit rookie. Fantastic little card. It's so good because it's like a +2, because you get your buff, and then you get the Pride Stalker as well. All on a 2 runes, no energy cost there, or no power, I should say. And yeah, that's going to charge in now, representing, what is that, 5?
That's a 5 might dude already.
Yeah.
He also has the Thrill of the Hunt in hand, can move over the first Forerunner.
Right.
Targeting the Ferris Forerunner, get it swapped over.
Triggers Rengar again.
Yep, triggers the Rengar again.
That's over the punch first range. Brutal.
Ridiculous value. Has to be one of the best signature spells in the game, that Thrill of the Hunt.
5 and 7. 12.
5, 6, 5, 7, 12.
Yes.
Cheeky 12 might.
12 versus 6. Punch first does not get you out of jail for free here.
Usually if you punch someone first, you go into jail.
Yeah.
This is Riftbound.
Yeah, this is Riftbound.
Very good this.
But yeah, that is just going to go through. So that Kale superhero movie you mentioned, not today.
Wasn't a hit in the box office.
No,
it's a terrible one. 2 times, and now getting over this first Forerunner. You kind of just have to hope that you have a big enough unit to accelerate with, of course, your Ambassador Legend.
Okay, it is over to Kamika now, though. This is make or break. This turn is going to be, well, crucial if he wants to stay in this game. Currently on 3 points versus D-Titan 6.
Oh, just look at his cards. If that Kale stayed alive, he had triple guttural roar. It would have been the superhero movie.
Yeah,
you know?
that would have been the superhero.
it would have been very close. But now he just has to pick his next hero, accelerate that in, and probably just contest, of course, the Forerunner on the battlefield with some form of course, just any of the might cards, the might spells in his hand.
Yeah, Rengar's got a decent hand of 3 as well. So you have to presume there is going to be some tips and tricks in that hand. So you can't go charging in willy-nilly. You're going to have to sort of, you know, think about it, as it were. We're going to see 3, potentially.
I think he's thinking about how cheap the Empower cost is for the Solari Sunhawk in hand. Obviously, if you play the Ambessa, it's a lot more expensive because he needs to get that Empower through. Because he doesn't want to play the punch first, he just wants to play a guttural roar to get over of course, the first Forerunner up top. So I don't think there's a decision to set up a hold on the Emperor's dies. I think.
No.
I think it's such a tricky decision either way because you kill the first Forerunner, boom, 2 mechs in the base.
Yeah. And they combat those mechs with a 3 might.
That's the birdie.
There is that Solari Sunhawk. Are we going to see the Empower? Oh, no. Okay, so we're going to see Legend ability to ready it up. Okay, so now...
sequencing.
Yep, so now we start to... Yeah, as you do say, we're going to see the Empower now as well.
So +1 and deflect 2.
And deflect 2. So that is now... Oh, no, +1, I should say. So that's 4 might. And the deflect 2. Yeah, a little bit more help to get over the line. You do say Guttural Roar currently is in hand as well. So that'll get you there. Oh, looks like we're going to Emperor's Day.
Defense. All right.
Okay.
Going for the defense.
Uh-oh. What's going on here? Oh, no. The Full of the Heart's going to swing over the Forerunner. So now we have to do... Wait, do we have enough open for Guttural? We do, don't we? Yeah, we do. But then you're going to be tapped out. There's the Guttural Roar. +4. Swings and roundabout. Oh, no. What's going on? Oh, and the Grim Apostle is going to come down as Price Stalker Puff as well.
Forcing out the punch first.
Forcing something out. He doesn't have.
7, 11.
8 versus 11. Oh, we do have the punch first. I apologize. Okay. There we go. What a combat that was. But here's the thing. After all that, he gets 2 mechs ready to use next turn as well. That's 6 might presented. But that was when we talked about how Kamika needed a hero. Turns out it was going to be the Solari Sunhawk. Okay. Big turn there.
Good luck to this bird. Well, this bird is this bird is dinner. You know, this is roast chicken right here.
It's done all of that, but yeah, as you do say, these mechs are just going to come flying in now.
Draw 2.
And has the pit rookie as well.
Oh, that's the punch first as well. I think you should just play it for the brutality of it.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
Just,
really shoot that hawk out of the sky, as it were. But no, we don't even need that. D-Titan is going to win our round 2 feature match 1, 2-0 with that Rengar deck. Doing so in convincing fashion as well.
A beautiful, clean play from D-Titan here. No complaints from my side.
No.
I think that he did the calculations well, forced out the tools right, just attacking the backline there. Whatever the Ambassador doesn't survive. I think the crucial turn was, of course, on the Hidden Blade turn and the Hidden Blade decision. Maybe it would play out different if the Rengar was, of course, Hidden Blade on that turn. This is, of course, map 1.
Yeah, so this was game 1 where D-Titan, I mean, look at this board state. D-Titan was immediately off to the races there. And in game 2, we are going back to game 1, I should say. Yeah, I mean, look at this board. Like, you know, realistically, how are you going to get out of this? Even with that, you know, triple empowered Kale there, doesn't mean it and doesn't not enough when you can just throw up any amount of units and might. You just say, I don't care what much might you've got, I can get over the top.
I don't know, I feel when you're playing against a Rengar, it's like just open house, you know, anyone can show up, you know.
Yeah, literally, yeah.
It's a buffet, you know, everyone can show up, you know.
He kicks your front door open and the units come flying. This was the big turn though, right, when he got over that Emperor's Deus, and then it was the Solari Sunhawk at the end against the world, punch first. coming in, Ferris Forner's coming in, Grim Apostrophe coming in, but then next turn, you know, Pit Rookie, double mech, that's all she wrote for game 2.
Very, very tough for the Ambassador player. I'm just looking forward to someone solving this list. It's a very, very tricky one. Very power hungry. The hope, of course, is that the Ambassador just stays alive. But we know Rengar is a very strong deck. Prismat has been playing it, is popularized now as well. But this time around, when I interviewed him, he told me, yo, Rengar is actually good. And he was like, kind of B tier, Rengar is good. So I have no complaints to make now. So the Rengars, of course, with the just irresistible Faithfolk. We had 2 games.
Yep.
Of course, there was no 2-drop in the second one. Very tough for the Ambassador player. And then it's just kind of changed the dynamic again, where Rengar's first, but he has 1 more rune to play around with. So it's even worse.
We even saw in that game, the game 2, right, where he had to signature spell the Fairfolk because he knew I can't let this hang about, because as you do say, if you can let Rengar sort of, as you do say, sort of get back the going first advantage and then pick the showdowns as he wants with the Faithfolk, you can't have that. So, you know, we really have to respect that threat. And then, you know, Thrill of the Hunt came through there in game 2, showing you just how impactful that card is. Yeah, and that Ferris Forerunner coming in. Honestly, that's a scary thing you say with someone like Prismatic, who was played Annie, which he said was, you know, like a tier 2 bit, tier B deck. Now switches over to Rengar and now says this is even stronger. You know, that's all I need to hear.
Yeah, that's in the future. Still, like I mentioned when we were doing the opening of show, it's like we're talking about the big names because they've established themselves, but we're so early in Riftbound, you know?
Yep.
It's like I mentioned it. You must know Faker, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I mean, who doesn't?
It's like Faker came through season 3. You know, he came a little bit later, and when in his opening match he was playing against a legend, and then suddenly, you know, he became the legend.
He became,
you know,
the legend.
over time. You know, legacies are built over time.
Yep.
And maybe D-Titan's going to do a great run too. Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah. Maybe it's someone at home, if you haven't watched it and you're watching, you could be that next legend that Yamato was referring to. Get yourself down to the locals, or your next RQ of choice. Singapore and Los Angeles are coming up. Get down there. You know, legends have to be made at some point. There's no reason why it can't be you.
No, 100%. Yeah. So, how about you, man? The volleyball deck, you didn't bust it out, you know?
Yeah, well, volleyball.
Come on now.
Yeah, like I said, I've had my time bearing out volleyball. You know, we love the ramp decks, but, you know, after watching that Jace round 1, my eyes were widening. I was like, oh, I need to go over to the vendors and get myself some of those. That looked wild, that Jace. Yeah, maybe he could be the play. Also, do like a bit of Zed as well. I've been liking a look at Zed. So I think they're the next 2 on my hit list. What about yourself? What are we lined up? You're a bit of a Azir player, right?
I'm sticking to Azir because I'm doing I'm applying my League of Legends tricks. You know, it's like if you want to climb in League, you stick to the same deck. And I've just been playing Azir because I got kneecapped before Lille. I was playing Miracle Draven. I did the whole thing. I got ready, and then boom, no Miracle Draven. I hit with hands, which deservedly so. Miracle Draven was absolutely ridiculous. Now I feel kind of inspired, you know, to. You know, just keep playing Ozzy. You know? I predicted it as the winner. You know? So I got to keep believing. You know, that's my homeboy.
Very good. You know, Squirtle on that 32 win streak. You know, got that new. That's the one thing I like about Azir is every set, as long as there's a low cost equipment, you can go in. Like you got, was it the hand hammer this time, right? In Vendetta, that can go in. A scary deck, making those sand tokens, Philip. You know, those sand tokens with that equipment, they start off at 2, 5, 6, 7. It can happen. So yeah, got to keep.
You've got just a band of Philips. You know, they're all called Philips.
Oh, they're all Philips.
They're all Philips. Yeah.
They're all Philips. But I think we can actually get ready for our feature match 2, and we're hopping straight into a game 2. Are we going to see some Philips? And you want me to find out? We'll head down to the table now, and let's see what we have. And I think you was on the left. I recognize the player on the left, I should say. Playing that
doctor doing here? Huh? What's a doctor doing here? Yeah. You should be out there saving lives. Come on, man.
Saving lives, playing Riftbound. That is TSS Houses are big playing that Shen deck. And I think a similar story to yourself. I know Houses are big, loves playing League of Legends and plays Shen all the time. So on League of Legends, that's why I said, well, I need to get at least one best of for this. So that is why he is on the Shen.
Shen, all the commentary I've seen around Shen is just it's a big meme deck.
Yeah,
How's a big? Sure. He's been suffering. What you want to look out for, of course, is to set up a hold of some sort. You want to, of course, draw through, of course, the companion Poro and hide your cards and hope that you
hide a card.
Just
play here, hide a card. Yeah.
Hold, pray, hold another prayer. You have Emperor's Divide. You have some, you know, of course, hidden blades. You have sometimes back off as well. And then Kha'Zix is the opposite of that. Wants to assassinate,
trigger.
get out.
Trigger, yes, of the goal, yes. And I conquer. Yeah, you got one.
Shen is to just disrupt the point tempo. But as you can see already, he has deramped a little bit. So if you for some reason at any point as a Shen player lose a hold, then it's very, very hard to come back onto the battlefield. You don't have the tools to really set yourself up for that.
Yep.
So it's an interesting one.
And I tap 3.
In here, Shen versus the Kha'Zix. Not a matchup I thought I'd be.
And I bring her back.
To be honest here, but
okay.
Here we are.
And I pass to you the turn. I create the second goal, okay?
Yes.
You go.
Hold.
Yeah, sure.
It's funny how some, like I always think through League of Legends terms,
Yeah.
Like Shen is a tank in League of Legends, he should usually be good against Kha'Zix, Kha'Zix being an assassin. And, the thematics of like the champions coming through the game. Like Kha'Zix pretty much plays like an assassin in the game. He snowballs quick and he hopes to conquer. But the fact that already the Shen gets a hold means that, the tank stands tall. And now he's going to, of course, get an additional draw from the Stellarcon Herder, which is super nice. He could choose to play, of course, the Emperor's Divide that is hidden.
Move, draw a card.
But he chooses not to do so. Doesn't want to go into the little frog merchant just yet.
All right.
You got
That is stacked battlefield up there, but it's interesting. As you
I hold for 2 as well.
We got the holding deck versus the conquer deck. Let's see. At some point, we are going to have to see these units slam into each other.
Channel true.
And that's where all the chaos will be starting.
The cheeky thing here is that, Shen is very happy to play a very, very patient game. Usually I don't see Kha'Zix players with this many runes. I have no idea what just happened. We kind of teleported. I don't know if that was only on our side or on everyone's side.
I hope it was just on our side.
Okay. It seems like the green Shen died somehow. So we'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. We're not there anymore, but Philip is there now. We've got Philip.
Kha'Zix here. And then, so they both get +1 from this.
Yes.
And trigger give to soldier.
Yeah.
So shield 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then and +1 from this, so +3.
Yes.
And then +1.
That soldier is 6, I believe, right? Or more?
The soldier is 6. 3, 6,
Shield
5. And then give a tank.
You give tank.
Yes.
Salts.
There we go. That's signature
results.
spell
Yes, I'm
coming in,
thinking.
letting you move opponents' units, and then if you have exactly 2
Oh, thank
units
you.
at the battlefield, you get some buffs as well.
So no more shields, just +1.
Okay.
There's a cheeky range there as well to invite the Kha'Zix.
Let me just
You have 2 units. You don't get the trigger. The isolated there.
Mm-hmm.
And to clear the Kha'Zix from the backline is super nice. Somehow the Shen is in a good position.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this board state now, as we are going into this is a game.
And you have 3 cards, is it?
Of course.
Yes.
So houses are big. Will need to win this game to force the game free. Now we're gonna see the
Another one.
I'm trying to figure out if I'm put it here.
Yeah. No worries.
working out.
I'll put it in base.
All right.
You can go ahead.
Of course,
Okay.
those herders
Thank you.
draw cards when you move. So it's very important you play them where you want because you want to maneuver them around the board state and draw some cards. It's over to Drake now, though. Again, with a board state, that's not too bad.
I channel.
Got the golds,
And draw.
merchant, got the first mate. And we've got a lot of runes there. Okay, what can we work with here?
You're tapped, right? Okay.
Interesting interaction, of course, that Kha'Zix has as an offering here.
Yeah, stack it.
The Shadow Assault. Now that's the card that needs to do a lot of work because you can pull units out of the battlefield, you can get them into the Forbidden Waste, and then suddenly you can break apart the battlefield. That, of course, when you defend with 2,
Yes.
the fortified position, your +2 shield, which is massive, which made the difference there to keep the Aussie soldier alive. Philip once again making an appearance somehow.
Yeah, that really is a somehow as well. But yeah, you're right. It's interesting because we've got like both signature spells and maneuvering stuff here. And how does a big, as you do say, really wants to keep 2 units on. That's going to help some of the other units. And you do say on that battlefield. So Drake Club, on the other side, doesn't want to hit into that whenever possible. I mean, look at that top battlefield there. You don't want to go into that, especially the hidden card there as well. So let's see if Jake can use... I think does have a Void Assault in hand, actually. Do we have enough of units to where we can actually start to successfully start clearing the board here? Or would you rather develop some more and then use Void Assault next turn, would you think?
I think that you do have time to develop a little bit more because I think the odds of a Shen swinging in and, of course, going into a Forbidden Waste with the Stelicon Herder could happen to just score points.
Okay, I'm going to try to...
as development, but I think it can take time still.
use this.
Comes through.
Paying the gold.
Yeah.
For... this guy.
Okay.
With this guy here, you will draw, I think.
Yes,
You draw because of the movement.
Draw here.
Yes.
Let's make the Silicon
And
defender.
it'll die.
Yep.
You-
No, you're defending.
Yeah.
Because we've moved
That's
to...
what I said. So I die.
Yeah. Both die.
My die. My
Okay.
my guy die, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I get the XP.
Yeah, you go to 3.
Yeah, I go to 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Stelicon Herder definitely does get sent to discard pile.
Okay.
Now the tricky thing, the fortified position no longer has the same.
I move him back.
Okay.
We know, of course, the hidden card is a Emperor's Divide. At least you can keep Philip alive, which is nice. A Resonating Strike would be a card that maybe Drake here, of course, Certified Lover Boy, is going to be playing around.
We're hearing it all getting to cast you. Certified Lover Boy, come on.
Come on now.
Yeah, here we go. Still a lot of runes to play with here for Jacob as well. That signature spell.
I tap 3
Fantastic.
to play Fizz, and I recycle one of this and one of this
What are we coming back here?
to replay the same play we did
Wow.
with the same guys. This and no, sorry, with this guy and this and this guy.
Yeah. So
Okay. So this goes like this, if I'm not wrong.
yes.
And
You just put Philip in the trash.
simple.
Right away.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Philip.
Yeah, goodbye, Philip. That
One,
Void
three.
Assault.
Yeah, so simple.
Okay. I'm gonna.
Yeah,
On
trigger.
2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
And suddenly that's that break.
Yep.
Void Assault is so tricky because you
Yeah, I'm gonna move the merchant.
Yeah.
the,
go to 4.
enemy
What?
units.
Oh, I can't hear you.
in battlefield.
Experience. Yes. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
2-3 experience. I'm gonna move the merchant.
Yeah.
I trigger,
Yes,
discard the bunny.
And you
I
go
draw.
to 4.
I go to 4,
Yes.
and I use
Put it
to
back.
bring
Yeah.
back this one.
Okay.
Wow.
Pass the prio to you. 3 open and 2 cards in
That
hand.
was good.
That was a turn. That was a Riftbound turn. And this is the thing about Riftbound. I think it's much easier to break a board than to defend a board, right? And as you can see, Shen is built to defend. Had a very good setup,
Discipline.
Yes.
which is taken apart.
100%. Let's see if we can set something up again here. Plays a discipline as an
Yes.
opener. Usually isn't the best sign because you're
No, it's
looking to
not.
see, of course, what you can draw. And then you have
5.
Yes.
Trigger. This is 4.
Yeah, I do the trigger thing, but
Okay.
can do it quick. Yeah,
Gotcha.
no problem.
4.
Yes.
That will be
And how many cards in hand?
up there.
2.
And we should get a draw as well from the Stelicon Herder. Love that. And we could play a unit up there as well to obviously get the shield buffs, if we like.
Charm.
Charm.
Fizz.
We can move the Fizz in. It's still
I
got
do
that
nothing on
discipline
my-
buff, so that's going to be another unit
My prio.
into the discard pile. Okay, all
I
right,
gotta
houses.
think
I see you.
all right.
I'll do-
There's another charm.
Ugh, so annoying.
This is ready, right? You didn't
Yes,
use it.
yes, thank you. Sorry about that.
That legend ability will
Yeah,
get
so I'm gonna repeat.
Mm-hmm.
Double Phillips.
I need to figure out where I play them.
Okay.
2 Sand Soldiers.
Like,
two Sand Soldier off the Desert's Call.
you can go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
No hidden cards.
No hidden card.
No hidden
But we
cards.
do have the double set up at the top there on that battlefield, the fortified position. So a fairly good recovery turn, I feel, there after the catastrophic turn from Drake. I think Houses has stabilized now. Again, it's not
You're
really
tapped.
Yeah,
massive units, but you know, respectable. Is tapped out though. Keep an eye on that.
It's very scary because the range on the battlefield is a range that Kha'Zix can go over. With.
Yes.
We don't know his hand exactly, but punch first, Rengar could come through. Because if this battlefield breaks, I feel like Houses Are Big might regret that he didn't hide a card. Because he has the Emperor's Divide in hand, I believe.
I'm moving this one here, and in my prio. Yeah, you have to. Yeah, sorry.
It's okay, soldier.
Yeah, same soldier.
Position, of course, is shield 2.
Okay.
Then you can set up the tank with the.
You get your attacker focus.
Yeah. You play a Rengar there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh dear.
Yeah, so I'll kill the Rengar.
Oh, sure.
7, yeah.
Okay.
And then you,
I go to, if I'm not wrong, to 5, right?
I have 5, yeah.
Yeah, as you say, that is the problem.
Okay, I get the XP.
Position, but
yes,
Rengar comes in and can just reach over the top. And Drake doing exactly what he needs to do here and say, I know what you're trying to do.
I'm gonna pay 2.
I'm not letting you do it. And Houses is packed out, so you just have to just watch it happen.
Yes.
Play this. No XP.
Ready
to
up.
bring him home. Yes, I think that's the play. Yeah.
Yep.
All yours.
At least Drake is only on 5, is what Houses Are Big is thinking.
Yep. Still has.
I think I missed your last conquer. You're on 4, right?
4.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Big turn here for Houses now. Big sigh there. He
One card.
knows this is important.
I believe I saw a Vilemore. That has to be the big swing card.
That is a strong card. And you can send up your Phillips and Soldier and then put the Vilemore down there as well, just to say, you're not getting through this. Is that what we're going to see? Sand Soldier going to conquer up to 5? Is the Vilemore coming down? I love a bit of Vilemore.
Yeah, the tricky thing is you kind of want to have runes open to defy a potential star-cross or any form of interaction that just bounces your Vilemore, because that would be disastrous.
It would be devastating, wouldn't it?
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to figure out where.
Yeah, no problem.
It's 1 here for sure. I don't know if I do this.
Desert's cool. Then you play 2 Sand Soldiers. You just got to debate where to put them. It's very interesting though, that 4 or 5 position. You have to have 2 units there to get the ability, right? Exactly 2. Can't be 2 or over. So you have to really think about it. God, we're watching Azir here. What's going on? All these Sand Soldiers. Look at that.
I love it personally.
Yeah, I know you do.
It's a great time.
Oh, is this a charm? It is going to be a charm.
First mate here. Give 1 tank. Yeah.
All right. The same guy. You give the same guy. Yeah.
Sorry.
No problem. No problem. No problem.
Yeah,
it's
just
fine.
try to play fast.
Okay. No.
And shield. It's funny how, like, the juxtaposition of both decks. You have, of course, Forbidden Waste, and then you have fortified. Like, sorry, the frozen waste. -2 on singular defend, and then you have, of course, the shield 2.
Yeah.
Just like this.
On defend 2.
But then because
I move this card.
The combat to be up there on a forbidden, on a 4-5 position.
Okay, I'm on 6.
Drake is on 6 now, though. Crucial break point of points there. That means could threaten lethal.
I want to do an stacked.
Pay energy.
Yeah.
That's right.
I was waiting for your maybe the fire or something. All right.
I would say the position of Houses Big is phenomenal now due to how many cards he drew off of the Celicon Herders. He drew pretty much his entire deck, and on the next turn he can actually defend his, of course, Vilemore with the Defies. He has a lot of Defies. he's defying everything, you know?
Yeah.
All right. Just thinking.
Yeah, it's okay.
I have no XP left.
And he can, of course, use Emperor's Divide to bring them back after a hold, swing in into the other battlefield, go to 8.
You go to hold to 6, right? All right.
Houses Are Big.
Okay, so now we're both. Well, Houses is at 6, I should say. So managed to claw his way back into this game, as it were.
Walk here.
7.
Yes. I react to that.
Oh, not 7 yet.
Rengar.
Oh,
another
kill. Definitely not a 7. Vilemore.
That's a big guy.
That's a big one.
Okay. Resolves.
Okay.
Well,
and the interesting thing about that Vilemore is with its ability, any unit that has less might than it doesn't deal combat damage.
I think it's game if I'm not wrong. Did I recycle the Rengar?
Yeah, that should be game.
The Rengar rune.
Jen?
Yes.
Okay. I think you did.
I think
crazy.
Okay.
It speaks to that turn
And
where you just
I
didn't
don't
hide
have
the Emperor's
a way
Divide.
out, so we go to game 3.
And there we are. We are going to a game 3. Shen in that fortified position doing exactly what he needs to do. Reloading the units there, forcing
expect that.
the game
Yeah,
3.
very big guy, very big guy.
Valmore come flying in though. I mean, how do you play around that? That Valmore can just quite honestly, you know, exactly one use in that game, and it won the game.
No, you can see in the deck list as well. It's like everything is about just defending in pairs, a lot of hidden cards, and I think the fact that Houses are big was so early on the battlefield, got to hold points, and Kha'Zix never got ahead on point tempo. He had that one break, of course, that worked out quite fine. And I was worried there for Houses are big because he didn't hide the card. He could have kept his units alive with potentially Emperor's Divide, but chose not to because he was planning his future exit if he at any point needed to hold. And then, of course, on his own turn, everything gets ready. Emperor's Divide back into base and go for the second Conquer in that case. And Certified Loverboy here, very standard Kha'Zix list, I would say. We have the Zeds. We didn't get to see them in play, but that's a very nasty card for Kha'Zix due to, of course, the interaction with the shadows. Void Assault allows you to produce a lot of shadows, and then the fact that it's a triggered ability that you can, of course, use in combat action speed makes it very, very mobile. This whole deck is just about mobility, and now he's going to be on the draw, which is going to be nice.
Yep, for sure.
He gets to play his own 2-drops. And the point tempo is, of course, the crucial thing. Because suddenly, if Shen is in the position where he needs to conquer and overextend on 2 battlefields to catch up, that's where Shen is very, very uncomfortable.
And as you said, I want to draw attention to one thing you mentioned there, those Zeds. If you're trying to break holds, having some shadow clones that do Assault +4, that is a very good way of doing it. Very efficient as well. So I'm intrigued to see if we do see those in this game 3. But here we go. Game 3 getting started in our round 2 feature match here. We've got the Fair Folk down for Drake, Certified Loverboy. And
I'm gonna move here.
Houses are big.
Drag your.
Has the cannon down.
And
It's going to get
reaction.
Straight into combat. Kha'Zix coming down.
Kha'Zix.
Yeah, you go to 1.
And that's right there.
And
a quick turn.
3 XP in total.
Yeah.
Very quick.
Kha'Zix has the trigger, but I'm gonna pass the
Very
turn because
effective.
I'm gonna bring Kha'Zix back.
I feel like the whole deck strength,
Kha'Zix back.
orange body decks.
I'm gonna bring it back.
Just counting some XP there.
Yep. Wow. Quick cheeky point and moved everything back so the Fair Folk can immediately start combat again. This is a scary situation for Houses.
All right.
Ooh, cheeky.
Decree of
that
Unity.
Decree of Unity letting you kill Chaos units. Wow.
Very
That was
cheeky.
very good. Okay.
Draw.
I like that.
That was very powerful. That's a good turn. Kha'Zix instantly
Move money here.
value,
You
but
go
did get punished as well. So
go to
that's
two.
nice. And you can see, of course, Houses a big insta-pass. He didn't have anything to develop, which is, of course, tough too.
I pass.
So even though...
Ooh, okay. Not the most explosive turns there from our Certified Loverboy. So how could Houses start to creep? I say start creeping. The game is still very open, of course, but... You know, can the
just don't know.
combat get started?
I don't know if both don't have units or if he's representing a Rengar, because Rengar doesn't represent anything right now, because
No, I don't
think that Houses Big can play anything at that speed to conquer and to push on the Fae Folk. So a very, very strange circumstance where both just passed with a lot of runes open.
Yeah, I don't see any way.
Jake is just shuffling through his hand. It's all spells. So the Kha'Zix dying is going to be a very big deal. Hidden Blade!
I mean, that does,
I draw 2.
Yes.
I mean, that does get you there. So 2 unique ways of you know, killing the units. Does give you an extra 2 cards, though. I know Drake does have the Ruin Runner in hand. Not super relevant in this matchup, I'd like to say.
Did I
Apart
draw
from
for
just being a
turn?
big body, of course.
Did I draw the turn?
Both
draw?
players have no
Can you
units.
check?
I think you did.
This is going to be the
I don't
only
think
unit
you
in play.
I draw the 2 of the.
Yeah.
But I think I
draw for
misplayed
turn.
the turn, but I want to be
Just
sure.
to deny the double scoring, because of course.
I don't think you drew for turn.
Amateur recital.
Okay, what turn is
Bring
it?
back on hold. Again on
you
start.
But I have.
No.
Okay.
Let me see.
Point tempo.
2, 4, 6,
Just debate
7.
I burn
So
1
you
because of
You
Kha'Zix.
should have 7
Right amount
cards
of
plus
cards.
9 total. How many cards in hand do you have? 7?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
8.
7, 8.
9. So you did, right?
I did then. Okay,
So, yeah,
I was not
3
sure at all. The runes are
turns,
fine as well. No, 2,
Double checking.
4, 3,
Good
Was it
to,
4,
you know,
4
go
and 2.
through,
Yes.
you know,
Yes.
Oh, we had
The
the
runes
Wait,
are
you should
fine.
have 10 cards. 4,
say
2,
thank you to
4,
the judges.
6, 7, 8.
Little
So
chrono
you should
shift.
have 4 plus
In League of
4.
Legends, whenever anything
plus
broke,
2.
you would just
Yeah.
kind of
So 10
rewind
total
time.
with this.
1, 2, 3,
yeah.
A
4,
little chrono shift, but here
5,
you just
6, 7,
everything's
8,
physical.
9, and then one more, 10.
9, and
You should have one.
I didn't draw. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Sorry.
so they found,
There we
the,
go.
they found the missing card.
I'm gonna play Rune Runner.
And there's everyone after all that. There come to
Yeah.
reroll that.
1, 2,
Gotta
3,
be
4,
chosen by
5,
enemy spells or
6.
abilities. I guess in theory that could come up against a shadow dash. That's about it, really. I think. Or I guess charms as well. I guess is going to catch
Play
a buff
Shen and
there.
pass.
Okay.
Oh, the
Shen and
Shen's going to
pass.
come down. Chosen Legend. Obviously works really well if you hold with a partner. Then you get to draw one. Apart from that, it is just a decently sized body. 6 might. No, not too game breaking, but you know.
Now, yes. Well, okay.
At least we have some units on the board.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly that.
I'm gonna try to.
Void Assault.
Void Assault would be, what, 7? We want to
I'm on 2,
6
right?
versus 6 currently.
Mhm.
We did see the Void Assault.
I want to say that Shen unit, he's a bit goofy with his
Oh.
effect,
Yeah, you-
but he's a beefy boy.
Yeah, no, yeah,
Number
yeah.
two,
The effect's not the greatest, but you
I'm
know,
gonna
at
try
the end
to
of the day,
Void
it's
Assault.
6 might.
Yes.
Here is the Void Assault, though.
The Rune Runner and.
Oh, we see a,
Okay.
a Defy immediately said, "Not today, please." Okay,
I'm gonna try
Defy,
to do it again.
arguably the best card in the game. The second Void Assault now, though.
Both to this one.
Yeah.
Both to this one. No, both
I
to
don't
either way.
Which one,
Yeah.
which one?
Okay.
This one?
Yes,
Okay.
to that one.
Sure.
And I'm gonna
Need some buff here, though.
try to do this.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yep, that,
Okay.
that gets you there. That's gonna
Then I
be
get
over the top.
Void Assault. I get
so
3
quickly
XP.
here. So
Yeah,
double
3
Void
points.
Assault into the
Okay.
Grim and Runner there as well. The Grim Resolve giving extra +2.
I'm gonna.
And all of a sudden, Big Daddy Shen has been sent to the discard pile. And
I'm
this,
gonna leave
and this is
that
where
there
Houses doesn't want to
and
be.
pass the pass the prayer.
He doesn't want to be in this position. He doesn't want to have
Pass
to go
the
on the
turn,
offensive.
sorry.
He just
It's
wants
okay.
to sit back
I understand.
and let the game come to him. But Drake,
All right.
stop that from happening. Oh, I'm going to
Right.
see, is that Kennen?
Okay.
That is Kennen, isn't it? Yeah. Kennen, is that?
I hold.
Wait, what is that?
So I do the trigger, okay? But
Yeah,
first I think I hold. Go to
it is
three,
Cannon.
I go hold to 4, right?
Amateur recital
I-
trigger to bring the camera
Let's
back,
do all.
and it's looking very hard.
Yeah, you
It's a
trigger
very
before
different
you
game.
channel.
You know,
No,
you get impressed.
I
by
triggered before I channel, right?
Yes.
herders
Okay, so I
drawing the
trigger.
deck.
Yep.
I channel
Then the next one, they have no units.
and
to
I
play.
draw. Okay,
That's
all
the
right.
main thing that defines
Thank you very
a
much.
card, a deck rather, is its consistency.
Yep.
A lot of units drawn now for Drake.
I'm gonna try to.
Not a great name. You a Drake fan?
Yeah, love a bit of Drake. You know, love a bit of Drake back in the day. Used to listen to a
Back in the
lot.
days, all right.
Back in
That's a good save.
Not so much anymore.
Stack it.
but yeah.
Yeah.
Stat deck, starting us off. That hand is quite big for Drake as well, hasn't he? He's been really getting through the deck. And you're right, this is a totally different game to games 1 and 2 here for Houses. At least, you know, Stellar Corn Herder in game 2. In this game, none of that.
I'm gonna
None of that at all.
play Fizz,
Oh, what are we getting back? Void
and
Assault?
I'm paying one
Yeah.
for the Fizz and one for the Void Assault.
Oh,
Both here.
that is not what you want.
Your Ruin Runner?
And my Rune Runner and yeah, sorry, I did. Oh, whoa.
The interaction is brutal there too.
That's
but,
resolved, yeah.
obviously can't stun.
And you, I pass
even
Priya.
if he-
Yeah.
So I'm
if
the
it was a different
attacker,
unit.
you're the attacker.
No, I'm the attacker. You're the defender.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, does have a back? I can't even use back off against Ruin Runner, can we?
I put it back on.
Right.
All right, yes, that
Saving Private
happens.
Cannon at all costs.
I
That's the
stick
only
on there,
unit.
right?
That one needs to do work.
Give me 1 sec. Still
Okay.
in.
Yep.
6, 7.
Yeah, so we are going to see the Emperor's Divide. They're going to save that cannon, as you do say.
That's
That
fine.
will be the conquer there for Drake.
So
though.
I go to 5.
Yeah.
And we're currently looking at a
And I win a compact.
5-0
I go to
price
4 with
discrepancy
this.
here for Shen. Oh, we're seeing 5 come down there, though. What is this going to
I
be?
play a burning base.
Oh, no. Oh, I got the...
And,
Oh, no. We got the fair folk coming down as well, Yamata. Basically said, you can't hide forever. I'm going to start getting rid of units at one way or another. Oh, no. Into that 6 might Ruin Runner as well, basically saying...
Not buying the extra cost.
Oh,
Oh,
we
no.
got the rampage. Oh, no. I don't think there's a way around that one. Oh, dearie me. Letting you... Oh, defy?
Yep.
Discipline, okay. That doesn't... Well, you can draw a card. Doesn't actually... Yeah, okay, we're just doing that for to draw a card then. Oh, dear.
5. Yeah, I'm gonna...
Oh, my.
He was ready. Because
yeah.
we move it
At
with...
least.
and your turn.
Drake didn't go to 6.
No,
That's the copium.
Yeah, that... Yeah, tell you what, yeah.
That's the cope right there.
That is cope.
Damn, now he's the hero, the clockwork keeper.
One hell of a clockwork keeper. Okay, and if you're Jake now, you know, this has to be feeling this is the best you've ever had drawing this one, all right? This game 3. If you wanted to pick a game where you just go off to the races, draw and destroy your opponent, game 3 is where we do it. We've got the fair focus. You can start to manipulate Shen's border units in the base there as well, of course.
Both of them on the same time.
There we go.
Bring the Poro here.
Yep. Poro, not long for this world.
Doesn't have any friends.
No, I mean, we
Like
do
his
have...
affection, it doesn't matter.
Do have a discipline. We do have the back off if you can't target Ruin Runner. So that's null and void, really.
Discipline, the Poro?
Yes.
He's hoping to find something off of the discipline.
It's just sad when you use discipline just to draw one.
I pass Prio.
Passing priority straight back. 5v7. Anything else? Nope. So it's just going to be the trade into the fairy folk there.
Yeah, you go to 6.
Now Drake's on 6. Uh-oh. And we know that's a scary.
I'm gonna move. He's there.
7.
Give me a second. How many cards in hand?
1, 2, 3,
wild
4,
multiple
5.
That's the angle.
Okay.
Wild Mall top deck.
No. Combat.
Okay.
So that should be 7 off the fizz, right? I believe. Unless you have a way to stop it, of course.
Hidden Blade.
Hidden Blade.
Okay,
Oh,
I'm
that
gonna
would
react to
stop
that.
it. Oh, do we have a response?
He's on
Star-crossed to just get rid of... Wow. Just say... Oh,
Like this.
dear.
Fist to my hand.
Fizz should still get... Yeah, Fizz still gets returned to hand now.
So we still have a Void Assault
Yeah, so
flash.
yep, so you can Fizz, get back at the Void Assault, because you have to play 2 after 1 got defied, of course.
Fizz. Oh, whoa.
Okay, what are we... Okay, so Fizz has come down. What are we targeting now?
I didn't.
okay.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, nice guy at Houses.
Rewinded the tape.
Yeah, that's a nice guy right there. Right, the win. That's going to move over, and that's going to be the double. Wait, we're on 7? We should be on... Oh, no, we're on 6. I'll pull it now. We're on 7.
Yeah,
A little bit excited there. Okay. So, one objective for Houses this term has to get that Ruin Runner off the board. Is it possible? I'm not sure.
So.
I'm not sure.
Great lack of mobility here.
Yep, that is just going to be the concession. We'll win our game 3 in our feature match B in our round 2 here at RQ Barcelona. The certified lover boy advancing to that 2-0 record.
I respect anyone that plays, the tougher legends. They try to figure out Shen and look good, in the outfit there,
Yeah.
But it's so hard to find the consistency. The
Yeah.
moment, especially in that round 3, was very painful to watch. Both players have no units. The decree of unity was kind of nice.
It was, yeah. It's interesting. I feel with the Shen, just seeing it pan out there, you need to sort of have a unit stick. Because then at that point, you can then use the one that kills the chaos. You can do that a bit more proactively, right? However, it's just not a deck. When you're on the back foot, it's so hard, especially I would say in Riftbound. It's so much easier to sort of leapfrog your opponent's ball state versus you hold them off. And yeah, you just saw that if Shen is on the back foot, it's just hard to get back into it. But there's actually one person I want to hear from. It's enough rambling from us. I want to hear from the certified lover boy himself and his thoughts on how that game panned out.
Bear Bryant here, joined by one of our winners from this feature match here in round 2 in Barcelona. Drake, congratulations on the win here. And with a legend like Kha'Zix against a player that we know, Houses are big. So I got to ask you, Shen, not necessarily talked about a lot, but if you know the player Houses are big, he's been talking about this deck and been practicing a lot. How confident did you feel when you sat down across from him?
To be honest, I didn't test. I tested 0 against Shen, so it was literally the first match for me. So it was a good experience. It was fun. and it was tough. It was tough. In the second game, he won in a way I didn't expect. And yeah, I think it has a chance to do big things here. Maybe it's not the tier 0, but it seems a fun deck to play. At least I had fun playing that Garnish team.
Absolutely. Well, and speaking of tier 0, we got to talk about Kha'Zix. Mainly, not because I think people are saying that Kha'Zix is tier 0, but people have been talking about Kha'Zix quite a bit recently with some extra tools that you've gotten in Veta, and obviously you've chosen to play it this weekend. How confident are you feeling in your Legend selection? Because I think the big key for that matchup was, and what Kha'Zix does best, is that he pulls your opponents into combat when they don't want to be there.
Yeah.
How do you feel that's shaped for the tournament?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. First of all, I play Kha'Zix because I think it's super fun. It's super fun. And I think there's right now in a spot where you can win against anyone very well stomping them, and you can lose against anyone getting stomped. So I think it's a good, the definition, it will say it's a sleeper pick, but it can do a big surprise here, I think. I hope I do a big surprise. And yeah, for example, for Kennen, it's a really good matchup because Kennen normally wants to build the base or the things, the builds. You can choose when to fight, and it depends on the version of Kha'Zix you play. In my version, you go slow, but you pick the fights, and you eventually try to get the win.
Well, speaking of wins, you got your second one here in Barcelona.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Once again. You've got 6 more rounds, though, so we're going to get you ready for your next round, and we're going to send it back.
All right, thank you for that there, Barrett. We love hearing from our winners and love hearing from the Certified Lover Boy himself. And, you know, maximum commiserations there to houses are big. I know he wants that best of Shen. Fingers crossed for you. We hope you'll be able to do that and secure that best of Shen. But Kha'Zix putting in a very good performance there.
Yeah. Oh, it was solid.
Yeah.
Solid game. I love seeing the new legends in action, you know?
Yeah.
I just love Riftbound. This is simply put. I just love Riftbound.
I love Riftbound. I love watching fun decks, and I love being on the stream. Saying about that, though, we're going to have a little quick break as we get ready for our round 3 coming at you soon.
Welcome, everybody. I am here on our lovely floor at the regional qualifier here in Barcelona. And we have some important questions to be asking our players about how they think this event is going to go down. And I've got a very special guest. Please let us know, who are you?
I'm Jace, Italy. I'm Lucas. My name is Gonkra. I'm French, living in Paris. And I'm part of the XM team.
Hi guys, today I'm wearing looks of League of Legends, of course. And my name is Jutsukino. I'm here to entertain you guys today.
Playing Riftbound since the beginning of the game. And last weekend, we reached top 4 with Gonkwa, my mate, together. So it's like an incredible feeling to reach the top of a tournament with your practice partner. Like, it's so cool.
But the most important question is, who are the 3 legends to beat of this event?
I would say Kennen. Kennen.
Akali, Ari, Eleona, maybe.
Azia, because Pedro's here.
Probably Irelia again.
Master from Proving Grounds. Azir.
Surprisingly, Master Yi, even if there's no best of metal card, it's still a pretty strong deck.
I play Kennen. I played Honey in the past. Maybe some people know me for Honey, but now I play Kennen.
Maybe some Rek'Sai.
Ooh, I like it.
So we are playing Kennen, the classic, the good deck of this tournament, I think. Like very good spread in the meta. A lot of like 50-45% of matchup, and not really bad matchup, so really cool deck.
I think Akali. Yes, I think Diana too.
Don't judge me.
No, if you're right, everyone will think you're a genius, and we'll come to you every time.
Thank you for choosing them. Yes, you're right.
And maybe, don't know, I think Renekton is going to be a surprise.
I love that. I was hoping to see some Renekton as well, so I think you're right. A lot of people on the Akali train.
I think Yi, Irelia and Kennen are the top 3, but I think some other legends are very close to the top 3, Rengar and Azir. Personally, I think they are very close to it.
Kennen, cause it's a pretty overrepresentative. Like many people will play, so many people will top 8.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much for joining us, and we'll catch you guys next time.
All right, so last time I introduced you to RQ Utrecht, but now we're in RQ Barcelona, and this venue is massive. Let's have a look. Come have a look. Come have a look. All right then, Riftbounders, we're here at RQ here in Barcelona, and we're in the Riftbound Museum. Where else in the world can you see all the different signature card rarities, along with all the big cards from sets 1 through 4 Origins, all the way through Vendetta? Quite honestly, this is an absolute masterclass, a spectacle here of Riftbound. It's something I can't wait to have a better look at. So here we can see the Spirit Forward signatures and the over-numbered as well. Seeing them all here in one place, it's just really nice. Good bit of Riftbound history. And quite honestly, the collector in me is crying. So here are the Unleashed signatures. You'd be very happy if you saw these in packs. And we know just how impactful Unleashed was in our metagame. But how about Vendetta? Here is the newest entry into the Riftbound Museum. We have the Vendetta cards, and this is our first RQ where these will be legal. How much will they change the metagame? Only one way to find out, and that's by watching this event, baby. All right, so this is the demo area. So if you're at home and you want to get to one of these events, but you don't quite know how to play or you want to learn a new mechanic, they've got you covered here. There's a multitude of decks that you can use to play for all different levels of skill as well. So one of the most funniest things you can do here at these RQs is actually get to open a pack and keep the content. You can see us behind us where people open the packs, it gets filmed, and the whole crowd can react to see what they got. And hopefully we can get involved there and have a look ourselves. All right, so we're actually going to get to go in now and see what these next packs are. Hopefully we pack some heats. We're about to crack open 2 Vendetta packs. Guys, what cards are we looking for?
Signature Kali, that's the best one in here. I would say number 1. Number 2 would be Akri or Kaisa. That's about it for me.
Okay, so he wants the signature greedy boy. Okay, what are we after over here?
I'm looking for Red Kaisa. Just really playable card. Looks really nice. Really good card.
It is very playable. All right then, the floor is yours then, my friends. Here we go. We got signatures and we want Kaisers. Everyone cross our fingers. Here we go. Okay, it's all happening quickly. Oh, here we go. It's actually my favourite deck from Vendetta, so I'm quite happy. Thank you so much for your time, boys. Oh, thank you so much. Whoa, look at this! This is scary, the Baron Nashor statue. This is very new. Now, we've all played Riftbound. You know, when that Baron Nashor comes down, things can get a little bit wild. But how about this giant Baron Nashor? Gotta be careful. All right, but this is the business end of the hall. This is the prize wall where you can get plushies, you can get play mats, and you can get deck boxes. Quite honestly, everything in here, booster boxes as well. So this is the business end of the event hall, and it's very easy to see why. The prize wall is good. Plushies are good, but this is the main event. Here is the Barcelona RQ Trophy. Will someone stop Squirtle on his unbeaten streak? Will Vendetta shake up the metagame enough for these new legends? There's only one way to find out, and that's by watching this stream.
Wowza. Now, we've been in the hall for a couple of days, but that still just blows my mind when you get to see all of it condensed into a video like that.
Yeah, it's a massive hall, isn't it? I think it's the biggest one I've been to personally. It takes a very long time to walk to the other side. Loads of people, of course, playing in here. We've got over 2,000 players in the main event. But even yesterday, on the Friday, over 2,000 players at the pre-regional itself.
Absolutely phenomenal, and an interesting diversity of meta split between that event and our main event, where the temptation of a best of prize really takes over, and a lot of people switch decks between the two.
Yeah, certainly. I think we saw Master Yi even more represented in the pre-regional. It's still very heavily represented today, but certainly if I was playing in one of these tournaments, I would be chasing that best of, trying to sort of thread the needle, Amy, between can I find a deck which is good enough to get top 64 or higher, and also not that many people play it and try and get the best of. So, you know, there's a few Chaos decks that would catch my eye this weekend, like Pike and Vex with like 25 players around that ballpark that I think could have a really good chance of still getting to that top 64 while also having a really good shot of a best of. That's how I like to do it personally, but that's the brilliant thing about these events. You can go however you want. You can chase the best of, you can not care about it at all, you can try and win the whole tournament, or you can just come here to have fun.
Exactly, and that's what it's all to play for. There are so many routes that each player can take, and that's a decision in and of itself, being able to analyze whether actually your day is best off spent chasing the top 64 so that you get that regionals invitation, or whether you'd actually just want to have a bit of fun, be silly, and then maybe try for a best of. And honestly, I really like the sound of that.
And maybe you just do both of those, right? That's
Why
the
not?
ideal. If you can find that secret spice, that deck that nobody thinks is quite as good as you realize it is, that's certainly my approach that I like to take to these regional qualifiers. We're now heading into round 3 pretty soon.
Yes.
Still pretty early on in the day, but already, Amy, like, one thing you've got to bear in mind with these regional qualifiers is the fatigue for players. A lot of people are flying in internationally. It's very hot here in Barcelona as well. And as the day goes on, it's going to be really a test of players' resilience to continue to operate at a high level.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It is going to be quite the long day here in Barcelona. Hopefully the fatigue won't hit our players too hard, but as more and more mechanics come into the game and it becomes even more complex in the interactions that we can see, actually there's a lot to play for, and there really is a lot of pressure.
Yeah, every game really matters, right? It's a lot of rounds of Swiss, 8 today, and it's going to be a 6-2 record needed to move on into day 2. But a lot of players, some of the very top players, would be pretty unhappy with a 6-2 record day 1. A lot of players chasing, every player chasing that 8-0 to set yourself up for a brilliant day 2.
Have we had a check-in with Squirtle yet? Have we seen the record?
I haven't seen it personally. I'm not a betting man, but I would predict he's probably so far so good, but you never know.
You never know.
Especially at these events, you could queue into anybody in the opening rounds. You know, Alan ZQ, Squirtle, Priz. We talk about these guys. We expect to see them match up against each other late in the tournament, but you know, it's not out of the realm of possibility that something like that happens early on.
Ever so true. But one thing that all of our players have had to think about a little harder this time is those banned cards that we've now got coming into play and making deck building a little trickier. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, so Stealthy Pursuer got banned. This one isn't really too relevant to the meta because it was never present. So we don't have to worry about that too much. It was going to be very strong when paired with Yellow, with Order in Kennen. So that one's not too relevant. Very heads-up decision, though, to get rid of it proactively. But Aspirant's Climb and Arena's Greatest. For me, Amy, this is the big story of the weekend. These two battlefields were respectively about the second and third most played battlefields that you can see here from this graphic. 30%, 25% with each of these. In Sydney, it was the lowest, 18% and 19% of every single deck. You almost never play either of these battlefields in the same deck. So you're looking at like 40%, maybe 50% of decks on average were playing one of these battlefields. And that means that there is so much more diversity in the battlefield selection and a lot of players having to adapt their strategies. I know, for example, Amy, I am an Arena's Greatest fanboy. I use this battlefield in every single one of my decks, and I felt very confident that I would have a great chance to win when going first of this battlefield. So without it, how do those aggressive decks manage to adapt? We saw in round 1, the Vi player really struggling into Dazzling Aurora, and Arena's Greatest would have helped. But there's some other ideas. Maybe you go for Windswept Hillock to replace the Arena's Greatest, get some point tempo. Power Nexus, not something you see every day, but certainly an interesting way to score a point. Grove of the God Willow, probably expect to see Master Yi move towards that going first. But there's a lot of options to replace Aspirant's Climb, Amy.
Yeah, you've kind of got to weigh up really what that point extra was giving you and then try and adapt your strategy in a different direction. It's whether that be to inhibit your opponent's ability to carry out their strategy or whether it's increasing your own chances of what you need to do. So realistically, then it becomes am I hindering my opponent or helping myself?
Yeah, and that's like the key thing for battlefield selection. What you're really looking to do, usually in Riftbound, you play, of course, 3 battlefields. You'll have one that you play in game 1. It's called like your blind battlefield. You go in blind. You just play this battlefield. You don't know if you're going to be going first and second. But then you have another battlefield that's either dedicated to go first or dedicated to go second. Arena's Greatest was dedicated, I play this when I go first. And Aspirant's Climb was on the opposite side. You play it when you're going second. So how do players adapt? Do they find other battlefields that they really look to maximize their deck's potential when going either first or second? Do we see more flexible game plans? There's 2 additional sideboard slots. Do we see players comboing cards with battlefields? Especially Temporal Breach Rockfall Path this weekend is something to look out for. So for me, Amy, I think that players can get a huge edge this weekend. The first regional qualifier since Aspirant's Climb and Arena's Greatest have been banned in their battlefield selection, and it's definitely something I'm looking out for this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And realistically, when we're looking at the replacements of those cards, especially with Aspirant's Climb having increased the point tempo of the game, then it's, do I need to slow it down instead? And so we see other battlefields that do kind of affect the point totals, or am I just trying to get to my goal faster?
Yeah, and you know, you look at these 2 battlefields and they kind of cancel each other outright. Yeah. So you would expect intuitively that it's kind of an even balance. My prediction is actually it's a bigger hit to aggressive decks.
Yeah.
Because the aggressive decks really relied on Arena's Greatest so much, and a lot of the slower decks, Aspirant's Climb was kind of just countering out the Arena's Greatest in a lot of cases. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see if anyone can manage to really succeed with an aggressive deck. Rek'Sai looks to be pretty good. Do we see Tempo Ornn having a good performance? Things like this. I love an aggressive deck, Amy, so I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what battlefields players have up their sleeve.
I think that's one of the things that you were really excited when we were talking earlier about this event, was just the battlefield selection and how that's going to go and what changes those players make into their first battlefield selection versus their second with this huge change.
Most certainly, but players are sat down, ready and waiting. We've got our judges at the table and we're ready to kick off very shortly. Round 3 here of the regional qualifier in Barcelona. Local time about 1 p.m., just past 1 p.m. So players hopefully have found an opportunity to get a little bite to eat for lunch. It is a hot day here in Barcelona. The venue's a little bit cooler than yesterday, but the conditions here certainly going to be adding that extra layer of complexity for these players, making sure they need to stay hydrated. And of course, it's difficult enough playing out on the main floor surrounded by 2,000 other players, but now the lights are shining on our players. The cameras are pointing at their faces. They've got those headsets on. We've got some LeBlanc, though. It's going to be a LeBlanc. Is there a baited hook in this one? There certainly is. There's not just one. There is 3. The Fallen Feline coming into the deck, as well as Dragon Form. Those are the new Vendetta inclusions for this one, with the War Camp, the Hillock, and the Star Spring as the battlefields of choice. Chosen champion going to be the LeBlanc Fragmented.
Yeah, LeBlanc, typically very difficult deck to pilot, but in this instance, a very clean-looking build to me. No, not too many complexities, heavy counts of the important cards, and I imagine, yeah, looking like just an extra LeBlanc and some interesting additions for a bit more aggression in the sideboard.
And then on the other side, Ghost to Driver, who many players will be familiar with. And look at that, it's Zed, Master of Shadows, a brand new legend, and what a spicy list. There's a lot of new cards in this one, and I think we've got to focus on the Tornado Warrior. This is a card I expect to see quite a lot of this weekend in Chaos. It's a 3-for-3 hidden, which is already pretty good. That's on rate, but the ability is when I'm played from hidden, you can trigger a Empower effect, or you actually just empower one of your units for this turn and disempower it at the end of the turn. Huge synergy with the Tailcloak Matriarch, with the Karoks. These are expensive empower abilities, and you can potentially trigger them multiple times thanks to the Tornado Warrior. So this is going to be a huge thing to look out for. The Matriarch, the main target, you're looking for that, because you're going to be bringing a unit from your discard with 3 energy and 1 power or less, and playing it. Fizz is a great target for that. And then the Karoks is going to be particularly strong against some of these LeBlanc units. You can potentially get yourself a Rift Herald, a Vi, all sorts of great targets, and it could be a huge story in this one. I mean, it's closed deck lists as well. So you have to imagine that you're not expecting, if you're playing LeBlanc, to play against the Tornado Warrior Z in round number 3 on stream.
No, that's ever so true. It is certainly going to be an unusual time for these players. Zed not being one of the legends that we were maybe expecting to see really push forward and do really well. Now, being able to, whenever you banish a card, empower and then discard and draw one is going to allow for some really effective cycling of the deck. As if Chaos didn't already have it intuitively, there's an extra step, and cards like Deathmark are just going to increase that with the final new mechanic that we haven't had a chance to mention yet, Burn.
Yeah, look at that. It is going to be that Gus Monk on turn 1. The Black Rose Dignitary in response, both players finding their ideal curve, spending every single rune. Zed Legend, not the most impressive, if I'm honest. I think the Chosen Champion's brilliant. There's 3 copies of the signature spell. But the Zed Legend ability may be what lets it down overall. Working in a similar way to Jinx, where you can empower Zed and then exhaust it and disempower it to discard 1 card and draw a card.
Go here.
It's going to be Gus Monk moving into Forge of the Fluffed to start us off. And that is the first point on the board, it seems like. It's going to be the Boots as well. One of the strongest Chaos cards.
Boots with the fur, and everybody's looking at her. She's going to go and ready up, which is lovely. We've got some ganking now, of course, on the Boots of Swiftness for Ghost Driver, and that is what really gives this deck its ferocity, is being able to jump to and fro and gain those extra points.
Yeah, certainly is. First point on the board, hidden card as well. Pretty big power investment there. 1 power on the Boots, of course. A 2nd power then, therefore, on the Boots, the hidden card rather. But on the other side, Black Rose Dignitary, Star Spring is free and available.
Looks like the temptation to start a combat was too great, and wowza, yeah, we just jump in with multiple units.
It's 8. Yep.
8-4. Can Ghost Driver do much about that? Yes, the hidden card comes into play.
It is Evelyn with backline, but that is going to be a big play with the Vi. Of course, the Forge of the Fluff did reduce the power cost for Ghost Driver the previous turn, so only 1 power invested there, but both units being dealt with. And I've got to say, LeBlanc is a deck which snowballs, Amy.
It does.
A lot of the time, what you've got to try and do against LeBlanc is slow them down, not let them get off to a good start. So this is already an extremely scary spot for Ghost Driver to be in.
Yeah, Boots of Swiftness just never really got off the mark there, unfortunately, and didn't allow for the potential of darting between the areas as much as we were hoping to see from Ghost Driver, and now really on the back foot, going to have to try and overcome a very heavily defended battlefield.
Zed comes down. That is the Chosen Champion. It is a really strong card. 5 for 5. When it conquers, you can create a Shadow Clone. Really strong card. You've got to be a little bit worried about the order decrees in the sideboard, though, that seem to be everywhere at the moment. Can make swift work of dealing with Zed. That reflection token has been removed. But of course, that Black Nose Dignitary, the Death Knell ability, channeling that additional rune exhausted.
Like you said, this ramp, this extra this extra just ramp that we get from it will just allow for that snowball effect even further, bringing the units back. Hyunsung has now got just a plethora of units in base ready to deal with whatever Ghost Driver brings forward, knowing that Ghost Driver has the advantage in combat, not only from the Shadow clones, but Zed himself. So combat really is always going to be in Ghost Driver's it's always going to be in his advancement, always going to be what he wants to be initiating. Hyunsung is saying, you know what, no, I'm just going to bring everything back. I'll deal with you later. If you're the defender, you don't get those assault.
Ghost Driver moves in, though, to Starspring, is going to score their second point, 2-2. And, of course, with that, Conquer creates a Shadow clone token, a brand new token in Riftbound. It's only got 0 might, which is not a lot. But look out for that to get Assault 4 at a later point. Here we go. Oh, I'm excited, Amy.
And I hide again.
The hidden card. I think we know what it is. The big question is, has Hyunsung seen these kinds of deck lists doing the rounds? There was a Vex deck which did very well at a showdown just 1 week ago with this exact combination. But does Hyunsung predict that it could be that Tornado Warrior? It's a brand new Vendetta card. And again, that Karox, the Empower ability that's going to come through potentially is you burn 3 cards from your opponent's deck and you can play a unit from their trash for free. Currently no units in the trash though.
Can't be doing that at the moment.
He burn 3, yes? Burn 3.
Yeah, just check
what? Karox, if he's empowered, it's burn 3. He burns 3 and then I can revive something from the pressure. Fine.
Hyunsung seems to know exactly what might be hidden on the other side, recognizing that Karox could be potentially empowered, despite it not being Ghost Driver's turn.
Passing the priority, beginning this combat at 10-10 apiece.
I react to the stun with Tornado Warrior, empowering Karox.
Tornado Warrior! Here we go! We get to see the first flurry.
So it gets moved back. She gets empowered for this turn.
Oh, this is exciting. So Karox is going to be empowered only for this turn. Here we go.
Watcher is nice. I'll take the Watcher. Yes.
The Watcher!
And that is not Hyunsung's Watcher anymore.
No, it has been stolen by Ghost Driver. Taking the Thousand Tail Watcher is phenomenal. Your opponent's unit, not only a unit, but a very ferocious one at that also will decrease Hyunsung's might.
And just to add insult to injury, the Watcher doesn't have to be played at base. It can go straight into the Starspring battlefield.
Phenomenal play. An unusual combination of cards has led to the most bizarre trickery of Ghost Driver's deck, which is unusual against LeBlanc as a trick taker herself.
Starspring triggers. And I will bring back the Y. Yep.
Utilizing Starspring.
Watcher. Okay.
Watcher now won't deal damage during this combat.
Yeah, that's 2 stuns now used.
Yes. I will kill the Karox.
Assigning damage.
And you can kill one of them. Or? I have 8 might. 8 might. Yep. So 8 might. So I can kill both.
Look at that, both being taken down. Those guys did a couple of stuns, but it wasn't enough with that surprise thousand-tailed Watcher.
Out of all of the units that could come out of your opponent's deck, that is one of the prime targets.
We are going to see that Black Nose Dignitary, though, conquer over on at the Forge of the Fluffed. Of course, that does present the opportunity to create a Reflection unit token, but declines. You have to discard a card to do that. A lot of LeBlanc decks playing Dredge Up now. I'm not sure we saw necessarily in Hyunsung's list.
No Dredge Up in this one. None of that helpful extra card draw yet. More of an aggressive build.
I'm holding to 3.
A lot of units and just a couple of spells that can cause a bit of a problem for some of the larger units in your opponent's deck.
Ghost Driver now holding up to their third point, so it's 3-3. A lot of the time in Riftbound, you like staying on an even number of points. So if Ghost Driver can manage to conquer the Forge here, they do put a potential 2-turn clock on this game. We said, didn't we, Amy, last turn, Ghost Driver has to claw their way back into this one after a bit of a slow start. Well, I think it's fair to say they managed to do that.
Yeah, with a little bit of help from a bit of a phone a friend there from Hyun-Sung's very own Thousand Tail Watcher. Need to remember to give your opponent their card back between games.
You certainly do. Zed at base, thanks to that Star Spring activation in the previous turn. Of course, again, when it conquers, you do get to create a Shadow Clone token. There's already one there. Zed does love his shadows.
Indeed, and they are really powerful, but only on the attack. So again, it's one of those factors where Ghost Driver really wants to be the aggressor, and Hyun-Sung doesn't want that.
Yeah, I mean, he's called the Master of Shadows, you know? The clue's in the name, guys. 4 points now, so Ghost Driver has definitely clawed their way more than back into this one. They've sort of stopped the snowball of LeBlanc.
Of the Fluff to equip the boots.
Equip the boots thanks to Forge of the Fluffed. The decision is between one of our Shadow Clones or Zed. I'm going to go for the Shadow Clone, give it some innate power as well as ganking.
Yes. I place here, floating one.
Never too late for a seal.
I use the seal and the one floating to swap them. He moves out.
Again, just creating those opportunities for aggression to be able to be the aggressor, tempting your opponent into some battlefields. Whoa, and Anox is hopeful, adding to the injury.
I think some people might have been confused what just happened with the Zed. So Zed moved in. It was exhausted, but there was a Shadow Clone ready at the base. So it was a bit of a shortcutting from Ghost Driver. They used the action ability of Zed to swap positions with the Shadow Clone, the ready Shadow Clone, and that ready Shadow Clone moving back to base. So Ghost Driver now at 4 points, and everything's at base. And they are looking to be the aggressor in this one, Amy, and wrap things up quite quickly.
Yeah, it really presents a problem for Hyun-Sung where they don't really want those ambush effects to be taking effect. They don't want them to activate. So actually, it's a bit of a troublesome choice here of how big do we go. Now, this does put Hyun-Sung onto that 4th point, which might be enough. So maybe it's a slow and steady wins the race and just conquer one battlefield this turn.
We are seeing this time that LeBlanc Legend ability activating. That is going to be a reflection token of LeBlanc herself.
Are going to go for the second conquer, boosting up to 5. But I imagine Hyun-Sung probably doesn't worry too much if this token unit is taken down.
The Harness Dragon, though.
Ooh, that's a big one.
Yeah, can target.
Watch out.
The Watcher. Which discard piles are going to go in? It's going to go back to Hyun-Sung. Don't forget about that one, Amy.
Oh, that's important.
And now Ghost Driver readies up. And this is where the points really are important to remember in Riftbound. You could look at the board and think it's a pretty evenly poised game, right? Hyun-Sung is in the lead in terms of points, but they are still 2 turns away from winning. Whereas if Ghost Driver can score both battlefields this turn, they could win on their very next turn. So a pretty spooky position for Hyun-Sung to be in. And if they can hold here, one of those battlefields, keeping Ghost Driver at bay, that could help them sort of even this match up.
But is it going to be enough? Ghost Driver has a plethora of units, most of which get that incredible 4 assault. Those Shadow Clone tokens really putting the work in. One has even more power thanks to the Boots of Swiftness and will acquire ganking from those. So if it sticks around, might even be able to go and assist with a second conquer.
Watchful Sentry at 1 might in the Forge. LeBlanc at 6 overall in Star Spring with that reflection unit. We talked, Amy, didn't we, about battlefields? Well, Forge of the Fluff for Ghost Driver has been putting in a lot of work. I said the Zed Ledger maybe not the best part of the deck. Well, they're making it useful with Forge of the Fluff, giving them free equipment, equip costs with that Boots of Swiftness.
And that's what a lot of Riftbound can be, is just managing your resources better than your opponent and being able to then push towards the end game because you can play more cards. And so that rune economy, really important. Pushing forward and grabbing that extra point now. We need to just move into the Star Spring for Ghost Driver to see that 6th point, which really does put pressure on Hyunsung, and Hyunsung just folds, allowing the 6th point to be scored by Ghost Driver. Does he have a master plan in mind?
Wow, this Zed, Amy, is putting in so much work. Forge of the Fluffed, able to unequip the boots from a Shadow Clone, equipping it to Zed. Zed creates another Shadow Clone and conquers at the Star Spring. This Zed Master of Shadows is living up to his name right now.
1, 2, swap. Yes.
Swapping again, using his ability, and again using that. That's such a lovely combo. It's so swift. And then using the ready Shadow Clone token creature to retreat back to the base. My word, this is an absolute overhaul of token units. I thought I'd seen a lot of Sand Soldiers. Turns out we hadn't scratched the surface, because here come the Shadow Clones.
And it is 6 points to 5.
Really, really big pressure on Hyunsung right now to be able to prevent Ghost Driver from taking both battlefields and possibly a hold point. So lots of pressure on this turn. It needs to be impactful. It needs to be big. I didn't quite get a good see of what was in the hand there, if there's enough to be able to trounce the incoming flurry of Shadow Clones with that assault. Harness Dragon certainly is a start, but only 6 might.
Discard. Target. Oh, it's a feline. Okay.
Building it up with a duplicate with the reflection token, counts as another Harness Dragon. Sadly, you don't get the on-play effect.
No.
Dang it.
And yeah, what you're really looking to do with this LeBlanc is sort of snowball a little bit. Ghost Driver just put such a big turn in with that Watcher. Sort of slowed down the snowball, and now it's just about raw stats. Tornado Warrior.
Gone.
Sort of the sacrificial lamb in this case. He's done his job, hasn't he?
Yeah, massively. Yeah, gone but not forgotten.
Ghost Driver with a big base. He's done a great job here of conquering and scoring without losing resources. That Zed little swap around with a Shadow Clone is something I've not seen before, and I'm really impressed by it. I already know there's a few people watching this getting ready to build Zed exactly like Ghost Driver.
Mixologist.
Last Mixologist will reinforce that battlefield. Hyunsung looking to hold, and it's all going to come down to that. Can they hold this battlefield? Karthus actually going, though, potentially at base.
Okay, looking for the long game. Keeping at least 1 unit in base, trying to go for the win themselves, not just playing not to lose, but playing specifically to win, putting a little bit of excess pressure on Ghost Driver rather than kind of risking losing all of their units. And here comes possibly the most wild showdowns that we're going to see this day. Let's see how these Shadow Clones bring the advantage into the fray.
So there's 5 options for that Glass Mixologist. It has a Death Knell ability to replay a unit from your discard. A cheaper unit, though, is the stipulation on that. But of course, with that Karthus at base, that Death Knell ability will trigger twice. And the way that works is the Glass Mixologist can be removed entirely, but you're still able to react to that, or that Death Knell ability triggers when you're still in control of the battlefield, and therefore you can play those units to the battlefield. So Ghost Driver is going to be well aware of that, but just has to make sure they have all the maths needed.
That's what it's all about. That's why he was checking the discard pile a minute ago, checking what's in the trash already. 17-7 was our beginning total, and already some units have begun to falter, making sure that Ghost Driver has left the Glass Mixologist until almost last, with 1 other reflection token of that Harness Dragon remaining.
Same Shadow Clone.
So we see now a Shadow Clone with 4 might. However, when this unit attacks, if Ghost Driver wants to do, they can banish a unit from their discard.
And use the effect.
Woo, that's a lot of boots. That's 1 for each foot.
He gets Assault 4.
The Assault 4 plus an extra
He got some power.
oomph from, of course, the Boots of Swiftness is bringing that up to an 8.
8 might on that Shadow Clone. The Zed Legend is finally empowered. Not sure that's going to be too important right now.
Sure. Draw 2.
Now it is going to be via being sacrificed, quite literally.
I go to 7. Yes.
And the 7th point. Now, the big question, Amy. Can Ghost Driver break the Star Spring? It all comes down to this.
I play perfect execution on him. Ready him. Ready and plus 3.
Wowza, just
And that's a
needed that last push.
Yep, so the card played there is going to be readying the Shadow Clone unit, bringing it back to base. It can be replayed with flow, and if it can go in again, it would have Assault 6 from perfect execution, 4 from the ganking boot, so that's 10. You've got 4 from the first trigger of Assault, 14, and you can banish another card. That means it was an 18 might Shadow Clone all on its own with still 2 boots, right? You go in, you conquer, the Glass Mixologist triggers, and even if you don't clear in one go, then those boots can be equipped again to the other Shadow Clones in the base. That was a monumental amount of might. We didn't quite get to see it all in action, but there's a reason there was a scoop. That was a lot of points for Ghost Driver available there.
Ghost Driver rising from the shadows and snatching victory against, you know, a reflection token deck that was hoping to generate a little bit more power there, but didn't quite hit the mark. And unfortunately, with their Thousand Tail Watcher used against them, the vengeance of taking it down was not enough to stop Ghost Driver's advance.
Yeah, and really nice use of Forge of the Fluff. The Zed champion, I knew it was good. I've got to say, I knew it was a good card. There's been a pretty lot of talk about including this card in other Chaos decks, but as a chosen champion, 5 energy, no power cost, 5 might, and then it's got the potential to take over the game like that. That is really interesting to see. In the Forge of the Fluff synergy there, we said maybe the Zed Legend ability isn't the best part of this deck, but able to sort of utilize that Legend ability in another way. But I got to say, Amy, a big part of this Game 2 and Game 3 now is likely to be the sideboards.
Yeah.
And those decrees that we often see. There is, of course, a very popular yellow decree. Remind me of the name of it, Amy? I'm not so good with my decree names.
Decree of Unity.
Decree of Unity. So it's 2 energy, 1 power, kill an enemy Chaos unit or gear. So that Zed Master of Shadows, well, I think that Decree of Unity might have his name on it.
Yeah, a little bit. And I definitely think that the addition of these more specific target cards is definitely allowed by the extended sideboard. We're now allowed with 10 cards. Before it might have been like, oh, but I can only use that in this matchup or that matchup. Well, actually now you're kind of like, oh, I've got the extra space, go on, just in case. And then you come up against this ferocious Zed deck, which ultimately, like when you look at the bare bones of the deck, it looks like it could be a Kennen deck. And then actually you see how well, we've just seen how well that Zed interacted with Forge of the Fluff, and you think, oh wow, yeah, okay, this really is legit, especially when you consider the amount of Kennen in the room, and then you compare that to someone who's chosen a legend and champion unit who uses very similar mechanics, but actually using it in a different way, and I love to see it.
Yeah, and let's be honest, the key turn there was that Thousand-Tailed Watcher off the top, and a lot of people are going to be like, that is a huge high roll. Well, let's not forget, this baited Hook LeBlanc deck, it often plays Rift Heralds, Vise, Watchers, so the odds were pretty much in Ghost Driver's favor there to hit something good. As it happens, yeah, the Thousand-Tailed Watcher probably was the best available in that particular moment. Incredibly strong. That Tornado Warrior hidden, right? Okay, it combines with the Karoks, but overall you're paying 6 energy. You have 8 might, 5 from the Karoks, 3 from the Tornado Warrior, and you also pay 1 power to hide it. So 6 energy, 1 power. You got 15 might overall, and you gave -3 might to all of the units on the other side. That was like 22 energy, maybe 23 might, something in this ballpark, for just 6 energy, 1 power. Like, that is unbelievable. And it is exactly why Ghost Driver, despite a bit of a slow start, took that game over.
It was a bonkers start. It was really, really disadvantageous for him. And then all of a sudden, it all just went crazy, especially with that Thousand Tail Watcher. Could have hit something as simple as a Soaring Scout, but no, was an absolute demon of a unit instead and really set the pace of the game straight.
Both players mulliganing 2 cards. Of course, we are now post-sideboard. Ghost Driver didn't see the baited hook, but I'm sure they expect it, having seen that Thousand-Tailed Watcher. And friends, it's going to be Soaring Scout and Tide Turner. We do have that Windswept Hillock, which LeBlanc loves to play going first.
Yes. First
It will be the Soaring Scout scoring and conquering the Windswept Hillock here.
Grabbing that early point before the aggression comes online from Ghost Driver's side,
target.
which has been displayed in game 1. Making that reflection token of the Soaring Scout and moving it across because it's a ready unit and scoring a 2nd point already.
And there's that baited hook, though, going into the discard. Not what you want to see unless you've already got a baited hook in hand. Often these decks, you play 3 copies of hook, but you only really want to see 1 single copy, unless, of course, the first one gets removed.
Yeah, Minefield doing a little bit of tricky work there, unfortunately. But still, there are plenty more opportunities yet, and definitely worth the attempt at the 2nd point regardless. You take it, and if you discard something a bit rubbish, you've got other opportunities. Life does go on.
Yeah, Ghost Driver does have the Carl Rocks in hand, does have the Tail-Cloaked Matriarch, those 2 cards which synergize with the Tornado Warrior. But the Tornado Warrior is nowhere to be seen right now. And while that combo of cards is unbelievable, if you're missing one of the pieces,
Bigger. Yep.
Oh.
becomes a little less impressive. But that is going to be a point on the board for Ghost Driver. Dealing with that Soaring Scout. And then Zed, Master of Shadows. No surprises to see him.
Back again. At it again.
LeBlanc everywhere at once, the chosen champion for this game. So a swapping of the chosen champion.
For channel 1. Yep.
I've got to say, I think this is a brilliant chosen champion, LeBlanc everywhere at once. Backline, a really underrated keyword.
But
What you're often going to see is what players refer to as printing more LeBlancs. So will we see that legend ability here?
Sure. Discard target.
And the LeBlanc printer is online. That is the first LeBlanc reflection, but it's going to move on over to the minefield.
Once again, splitting those units up, but gaining points in an absolute hurry, knowing that the pressure is on, especially after the ferocity that came from Ghost Driver on his previous turn and the previous round. We can see actually that Hyunsung needs to make sure he's staying ahead this time, and he's doing just that.
Riptide Rex goes into base. Does have a Death Knell ability, and remember that LeBlanc backline, it is temporary, but the ability says temporary triggers at my battlefield will not trigger.
Nope, that means that everything gets to stick around until LeBlanc also falters.
And the point pressure here from Hyunsung is through the roof, right? We talked earlier about Arena's Greatest being missing. Well, LeBlanc doesn't miss Arena's Greatest with this available.
No, you can just hurry along, make these reflection token units that are ready, and then just move them around. So it's an absolutely perfect addition to be able to counteract the fact that it's now out of bounds.
Shadow Clone at base. Remember, 0 might, but when attacking, you can banish a unit to give it Assault 4. Banish a unit from your trash, that is, of course.
Titan's already there for the picking.
Yep. And that Zed Legend ability becomes empowered when you banish a unit.
Yep, and then you can go ahead and draw and discard to your heart's desire. Well, okay, once, but every time you banish a card, so it's not that bad. And this deck really does revolve around banishing and empowering yourself in that way. Wowza, that was an absolute comeback, giving Hyunsung a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, look, the Windswept Hillock is brilliant, but it is also risky, and Ghost Driver utilizing that perfect execution for the second time now. managing to conquer, and that is some Shadow Clones at base. Don't forget that action speed ability on Zed means you can pay 1 energy to swap them with a Shadow Clone, and that is action speed, so you can do it in your opponent's turn as well. So Zed is pretty difficult to deal with once it gets up and running. 4 runes still available for Ghost Driver.
Zed quite literally slips through the shadows and out of your opponent's range. And honestly, I think it's an underestimated tactic. Time for the classic, though. It's time for a Falling Star, dealing all of the damage, of course, in the base. One of the great benefits of Falling Star being able to do so, but a sacrifice comes down as a reaction.
Certainly does. It does deal with one of those Shadow Clones. The Rex has that Death Knell ability. Only 4 damage, though, so Zed is safe and sound. That 5 might proving to be all important. Made the difference at dealing with LeBlanc, and it also made the difference here. Like, it really shows you what a difference 1 might can make. Well, here comes the Thousand-Tailed Watcher. -3 to everything.
Finally under Hyunsong's control this time.
Yep, and looking to keep using that Windswept Hillock to their advantage.
5 points.
Up to 5 points. Much different to game 1, as Hyunsong has finally found that rhythm, and that snowball effect is finally coming online. Of course, we can make a reflection token of the Thousand-Tailed Watcher, bringing that single battlefield up to 14 strength. But now moving it across, starting a showdown between our reflection token Thousand-Tailed Watcher and Zed.
Yeah, and there is, of course, that Shadow Clone in the base. So Ghost Driver could pay 1 energy, 1 power here to swap those around and keep Zed on board, but sacrifice the Shadow Clone. You will deramp for that, of course, and Ghost Driver doesn't look too happy.
No, already not got a lot of energy around, and they are taking it. They're going to do the switch, but the rune advantage is solidly in Hyunsong's camp right now.
Yeah, and the point tempo. Point tempo is something a lot of top players talk about, and this is a perfect example of pure pressure. Score 2 points every single turn and win as quickly as possible.
Yeah, before your opponent can even get off the ground. And not only that, but Hyunsong's managed to put so much pressure on Ghost Driver to use up all of his resources, and now he's left on very few runes to provide the energy to actually make the most advantageous comeback. Perfect execution comes in once more.
Yeah, that was from the trash. So a card has been banished. Zed has been empowered. The hand is awkward for Ghost Driver, but that legend ability now available. And Zed with Assault 3, bringing it up to 8 when attacking. Could see the Zed legend ability being utilized.
It's fine.
Zed moves in on Thousand-Tailed Watcher.
I go to 4.
Hyunsong says, yeah, that's fine. I am mighty ahead. I'm not going to use more resources than I need to protect that right now. It's not worth my time.
I imagine Ghost Driver breathing a bit of a sigh of relief there that there was no sort of hidden blade or something like that there. Could have ended the game right on the spot. Certainly far from over, though. Ghost Driver now has to reinforce. They know they have to protect this Windswept Hillock as much as possible. Another Watcher coming through, doing the same trick in the Windswept Hillock, would be curtains. So can Ghost Driver hold?
True.
Has to go to the base. I think for the first time, going to see the Zed Legend ability being triggered. Big moment off the top. What do they find? That could be brilliant. Oh my goodness, that might just be exactly what they needed.
Switcheroo, bit of a classic card at this point, but indeed a powerful one to help move your unit's might around.
Yeah, pretty good with a 0 might Shadow Clone as well, right?
I'd say so, yeah. Seal of Discord coming down to help out twice there to kind of help out with the disparity right now of runes and energy and power that Ghost Driver is having to deal with. So there we go. Hyunsong now is his turn and his opportunity to clutch the win of this game 2 in Barcelona. Round 3. Will he have enough resources to do so? Oh, a flush hand, I've got to say.
Yeah, mirror image, dragon form, baited hook, and a Rift Herald, I believe, as well. So Hyunsong might just try to go for the game here if they can find a way, and might be caught off guard by that switch rule. What you've got to consider at this point is what on earth is Zed likely to hide? Titan has been seen.
Mirror image. Shadow Claw.
Mirror image is going to come through on Shadow Clone. Goes to Driver. Seems to have been a little bit caught off guard by that based off his reaction. Wasn't quite expecting that.
Nice.
Dragon Form going to bring this Shadow Clone up to 5 might.
Ooh, that is a scary Shadow Clone.
And then it's going to trigger the action.
Vanish units. Assault 4.
And that is a 9 might Shadow Clone, which is much more than Zed. But now Zed's action could come into play.
He's 9 now.
9 to 5. What a way to make a living.
A conquer here would win the game for Hyunsong.
Yes.
Because of that LeBlanc legend ability.
+4. Okay.
Goes to Driver, has to defend here.
Is Switcheroo coming into play yet?
2 runes available. Switcheroo hidden.
What trick have you got up your sleeve, Ghost Driver? It's Switcheroo, switching the might of these units.
Interesting. I was expecting maybe to take the action first, bring the Shadow Clone. Ghost Driver clearly realizes that that's a bit too risky and doesn't need to risk it.
Hyunsong takes the L on that battlefield
Pester.
and goes for the baited hook.
Yes, Zed manages to hold on with that 9 might from Switcheroo, and Ghost Driver, very heads up, preserves that 1 additional rune for their future turns, not taking that action. They're now holding up to 5 points. They can conquer here the minefield, which is empty, bringing them to 6 and trying to set up to win next turn. But, Amy, you've still got to be cautious of protecting that windswept hillock. That is the battlefield that they're going to be fighting over in this next turn.
Ever so true. Here comes Zed, scoring another point. Now the pressure is on. That turn really could be the turn that Ghost Driver needed to turn the tides of this game back into his favor and once again rule the shadows.
Making use of the minefield there. 2 cards from the top go into the discard, and they've both got flow.
Oof.
Perfect execution and up from the deep.
Only 1.
Minefield, definitely a battlefield that has become more popular since the flow mechanic has grown alongside it.
Yeah, and so much synergy with Zed, of course, as well, because Zed Legend only becomes empowered when you banish something, and those flow cards will be banished when played from the trash.
I love being able to use my trash as a secondary draw pile or a secondary open hand for my opponent. It's like, yeah, look at all these good cards I've got that I can use at any time.
Up from the deep. Yes.
Up from the deep is being played for 3, 2 tentacles. I expect to see a lot of this card this weekend, Amy.
Me too.
Ghost Driver looking to reinforce that windswept hillock. 2 runes still to play with. Not that much, truth be told.
Use some power.
Zed is now empowered and can trigger the legend ability, discard a card, draw a card. Can they find another switcheroo or something like that to really help them with the hold? Big moment off the top. Signature spell Deathmark found, which I'm not sure does too much for them right now.
No, unfortunately not.
But Noxus hopeful. 4 might for 2.
I'll take that.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Deathmark does do something. Let's see.
Using the Deathmark, here's the burn effect. 3 from the top. There might be a flow card or 2 in there. Get another Shadow Clone.
And your turn. Yes.
And it's a pass over to Hyunsong. Can Ghost Driver hold both of these to get the win, or will Hyunsong be able to use Baited Hook among other cards in their hand, of which there are only 2, to clutch the win?
Probably all comes down to this turn. Ghost Driver 1 game 1. Hyunsong needs here to break the holds of Ghost Driver, or it will be game over in a 2-0. Big moment. Ghost Driver maybe just making a read. The Hyunsong didn't have anything to accelerate in their hand previously. I'm really interested in the decision there to develop the Shadow Clone instead of reinforcing with the Noxus Hopeful. I'm sure it's a very calculated decision. Not the one I would have made, which really shows you the levels, Amy. Ghost Driver's clearly got something they're playing around with that decision.
I wonder whether as well, just using the burn effect with this deck specifically to make sure that you have this constant available unit from the Shadow Clone, and also being able to draw cards consistently from your Legend ability as well, whether that was more important to Ghost Driver in that moment.
It's going to be the baited hook on the Rift Herald. This is a big moment. What can Hyunsung find off the top? A Thousand-Tailed Watcher would be ideal right now. I don't see it, though.
A Glass Mixologist.
Ghost Driver said it himself. Hopefully no Watcher.
Yeah, looks like a Ruined Rex, maybe. Still will get the effect, the Death Knell, on the Rift Herald as well.
Five options to pick from. Although, of course, it's going to be either that Harnessed Dragon, the Glass Mixologist, or I think there might have also been a Rex in there too.
No, that's game. GG.
That is going to be game, though. And Ghost Driver in very impressive form there with Zed. That game one in particular, I'm looking forward to the highlights, Amy. I want to see the Thousand-Tailed Watcher from Carrox and the Tornado Warrior all over again.
We didn't get to see it in game two, but it was very impressive. Game one, seeing the deck have that flexibility of uniting different strategies in order to overcome his opponent was mighty impressive. And the deck that, you know, came out from the shadows quite literally, that we weren't expecting, has absolutely dominated this match.
And I've got to say, really impressive performance there from Ghost Driver, as we can see the highlights. And this is the moment I want to see again. The Thousand-Tailed Watcher. Ghost Driver quite happy to see that off the top. And of course, Carrox also allowing you to just play it straight to the battlefield made all the difference. And then it was all about Zed, wasn't it, Amy, with those Shadow Clones?
It really was, creating Shadow Clone again and again and being able to utilize the battlefields to really great lengths as well, to not only reuse and re-equip those boots of swiftness, but also just move around effectively.
Yeah, and this switcheroo that Ghost Driver found off the top was all important. That Zed Legend ability, it didn't activate that many times, but it really made the difference right at the end. That one, discard one, draw one. I can't remember what it was discarded, maybe a Carrox, maybe a Matriarch. They had sort of a lot of the pieces of the puzzle there, but not the Tornado Warrior. That Zed discards one, draws one, switcheroo. That was the winning card, wasn't it? Without that, I think it was going to be a game number 3.
I think so too. Honestly, that really did make all the difference. And that's the power of having extra card draw, not just in Riftbound, but in life. If you manage to get that little bit extra, sometimes it can really take you the distance.
What did you think of Zed then? It's my first time watching it, of course, at a regional qualifier. Everybody's first time. What's your first impression of the deck?
So I really liked, as I said earlier, actually, that you look at the kind of broader deck list and you think, oh, Kennen, and then you zoom on in and go, wait a minute, that's not Kennen, it's Zed. And I think it had way better synergy than I was ever expecting. I like the synergy between being able to move your Zed into and swapping it with those Shadow Clones, being able to not only protect it but also get bonuses from that. So I really like the synergies that I just hadn't thought of before.
Yeah, and we do have now an interview with Ghost Driver with Barrett, and I look forward to hearing more about Zed.
Thanks so much for an excellent cast. I'm Barrett, joined with Ghoster Driver, a known face that we have across this Riftbound community. And first of all, I feel like it's been a while since I've seen you. Not that you haven't been playing, but you know, you obviously had an incredible run in Bologna, you know, getting 4th place, representing Victor Nation, you know, taking that best home of which people were kind of not really talking about, tokens. Now I kind of see the tokens coming back a little bit with Zed. Why did you pick Zed this weekend?
To be honest, I'm playing for best of.
Yeah.
I previously played Jinx, and I like the colors. I don't know. I got to Chaos, and yeah, Chaos is unfair. You have so many hiddens. I love to hide stuff. I love to play 10 one-offs and hide the stuff at the battlefield, and my opponent is like, is that a switcheroo? Is it an Edge of Night? Tide Turner? Pike? And they're like, yeah, with you as opponent, it can be everything. And they're like, fuck, what do I do?
Well, speaking of the switcheroo, right, there was at quite literally that moment in that game where you using the Zed ability to draw that switcheroo and hide it down on that last chance of trying to survive, as you know, he's throwing 2 points every single turn with the windswept hillock, but you get the switcheroo. His big play is mirror image one of your own things, Dragon's form it, move it in for 9, but because it was the switcheroo, it was basically one of the perfect answers that you could have for that situation. And he was probably maybe playing around a unit like you're talking about. So going back, your Zed deck is already interesting though, okay? So, and the reason I say that is game 1, Karox, Tornado Warrior, using the Empower mechanic that's now come out with Vendetta alongside with Zed. Tell me, I would say most people would say this is kind of like a high roll strategy, right? But it seems like not only are you 3-0 now, but it is a strategy that I think a lot of people are not playing around and not knowing necessarily how to play around it specifically. How successful has it been for you using Karox and the Tornado Warriors? And because you're fully kind of committing to it with those slots in the deck.
Yeah, I mean, I have 3 Karox, 3 Tornado Warriors, and 2 Matriarchs as the only targets. And yeah, cheating out 6 energy and 2 chaos for the empower cost is massive. Someone at the pre-riff told me Karox Tornado Warrior is going to be a thing, and I was like, nah, never. And then I tried it out, and it's like, yeah, most of the time it's fun. You play against Ken, and you get a Baron, like, turn 3, and they're like, what do I do now?
Really taking advantage of these decks that are putting these cards into their trash, right? I mean, 100%. There's a Vex deck running around that is doing a similar strategy that I know that people are talking about. So it's incredible to see you using that sort of sub-theme in the deck itself. But at the end of the day, like you said, Chaos is very consistent, and Fury has very good aggressive potential. So very, very good games. But is there a deck that you're trying to avoid across this weekend?
So circling back to the Vex player, sorry. Yeah, I think it's Lila Iceman. He played it in Spire last weekend and got best of. We actually practiced together. And yeah, he was the one who showed me Jinx, his version, and I was like, man, this is better than I thought. Most of the time he lost in locals to me, so he showed me all his cards at the local. I picked up his deck and yeah, made a few changes, circled back a bit to his version in the end, and we, yeah, a bit of a middle ground. And yeah, I tried it for the next 2 tournaments and got the Jinx best of. And I was like, okay, let's stay with the colors. And now we practiced together and we were both like, Tornado Warrior and Karox is pretty cool. Let's do something with it. And there are so many options using Tornado Warrior with Steel Paws, using it with Matriarch, using it with Karox. Yeah, so that's pretty cool.
It's good to see that kind of synergy with the people that you've been talking to and playtesting, not only for that best of and maybe a best of here as well, right? Using those similar strategies with a player who's already proven it with the Vex deck. So going back to the other one that I kind of asked, what are you trying to avoid? What do you think this deck's weakness is?
I mean, if I play against Azir, what am I going to revive? I can revive Azir, hopefully. Could be actually funny if I can send all the Shadow Clones in one battlefield and then go with Azir on the other one. Could be funny, but didn't face it so far.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's, yeah, decks with only tokens, but that's mostly Azir, so I'm also always scared of Azir. I mean, we have Rocklow in our locals and he shows every time. That deck is a menace.
Absolutely it is, and we're here in Spain, of course, and Squirtle is running around as well.
I faced him yesterday.
That's good. How did it go?
I won 2-0, but I played Irelia with Karox and Tornado.
Fair. The Karox Tornado Warrior is still showing up every single time. But Ghost Driver, congratulations for this round 3 win. You got 5 more rounds to go, and hopefully we see you in day 2 and maybe another top cut in your near future. We'll send it back.
Wowza. Okay, Tornado Warrior and Karox, clearly the combo right now to beat.
In Aurelia as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I would imagine that that's probably not optimal, but it just goes to Driver getting some reps in with that combination, right? I have a feeling that Aurelia might have a few better ways to spend the slots. Maybe I'm wrong, but still, I mean, you're taking down Squirtle with that, so maybe I'm totally lost on that. But there we go. It is game number 2 we're jumping in with. It is going to be Rek'Sai for Spartan versus Natural on Nasus. But the scores on the doors, it's 4 points to 3. Rek'Sai with an early lead, although right now Nasus is holding. They've got an Astral Heron, a Sprite Queen at base, They have triggered that Nasus Legend ability, and Spartan has, I think it's fair to say, got a lot of units right now.
Yeah, just a couple. So hopefully that might be enough to stem the flow of aggression from Nasus, who clearly, you know, it's that mid to late game that Nasus really gets going, and already seeing the Heron there, you know that we're already in that stage.
Yeah, so Nasus
Okay,
is...
I float. Okay, one. And keep this.
Nasus definitely a little bit slow to get going, so you would imagine that Rek'Sai is one of the trickier matchups on paper. Bellows Breath, though, definitely going to be a key card in this matchup for Nasus. Try and clear
Attack
lots of
this.
bodies. Dredgers at
And
four.
Four yes, it's four.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
Sprite token down, but not too much of a loss.
So
On
you
hold
go
is a temporary
to
unit.
5.
This, okay.
Yes.
5 conquer. And
Minefield. Oh, sorry, it was... Of course, it was the Rek'Sai Legend ability triggering there, not Minefield. That was the previous game. Paper Tree being held now. The other side, it's Candlelit Sanctum, but
Correct.
it's going to be...
Yes.
okay.
Falling Star, played from Rek'Sai, targeting Sprite Queen, but that Zhonya's Hourglass revealed from it and protecting the Sprite Queen. Hourglass, such a good card in this Nasus deck, because you pay a lot for your units and you want to keep them on the board as long as possible. So like 1 power to save your Sprite Queen here, right, is absolutely phenomenal. It was 2...
Attack with this.
That's okay.
Okay.
Got it?
Yep. And trigger this, okay.
Scuttle Crab triggering, revealing the hand. But you pay 2 power for the Falling Star to deal with a Sprite Queen. You feel
6
great
conquer.
about it. But that Zhonya's Hourglass for just 1 power cost basically just nullifies it entirely.
Feels like a lot of resources wasted in that respect, right?
Under Titan in hand can definitely pack a punch. 6 points for Rek'Sai does mean that they can set up to try and win on their following turn. Spartan then might be looking to develop the base. That Dredger is going to be Call the Week. Sprite Queen or Heron, the options.
Sprite Queen.
Going for the Sprite Queen. Queen protected no longer.
Okay.
Call the Week, a really strong card against Nasus if they don't defy it.
And that's the thing with Nasus decks, is actually they have a lot of these calm, typical cards that do allow you to kind of tell your opponent, no thanks.
Yes. It's going to be another unit developed, getting another recruit. And that Under Titan, Natural knows it's in hand, so they can do the maths, of course, when it's played. Going to be additional might to all of Spartan's units. Here, Natural, this is pretty much where you don't want to be, I would say.
Sacrifice. Okay.
No, not a great position to be in. Faced with lots of units, that really is the downfall of a deck like Nasus, where you really, you've got individual large units, but faced with lots of units, which can either chip away at you, have more interaction opportunities, that can really be the downfall.
Yeah, and we're seeing really Spartan utilize a similar strategy to what we saw in game number 1 from Ghost Driver, this aggressive strategy to score points, but not really have any units at battlefields and instead keep them safe at base.
Okay.
Heron, it is going to score. Now, Heron is at a battlefield.
4.
Yep.
That means the first card Natural plays is going to trigger the Heron, and the second card will have a reduction in cost.
You're at 6 right now?
Yes, 6. 6-4.
Cost and reduction of 2 energy.
Okay.
And 2 power. Candlelit trigger goes through.
I will put 1 on top, 1 on bottom.
Okay.
Natriel, of course, came 5th place in our regional qualifier Lille and was best of Aurelia, so has now switched to Nasus, but still in that calm domain.
I will play the Watcher.
There's a Watcher. Is there a Bellows?
How many hand cards right now?
Follow it up.
2 cards.
That Watcher can trigger the Nasus Legend ability, readying 2 runes.
Then trigger.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Heron is active.
Any deck that can have interaction on your opponent's turn, especially heavy.
Repeated bellows.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, wowza!
Oh, wait,
That's
everyone
certainly
is
going to
minus
help.
3. Perfect, thank you.
And Repeated Bellows, pretty expensive.
So they're all
usually.
at 1, and he is normally at 5 minus 3 plus 3.
Important to do the math.
So I can't really kill him.
This Bellows cost 0
So
energy.
I guess I just
0 power.
this is 6. I would just 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Pay 1 deflect.
On deflect cost comes through. That's the power of that Dredger getting that bird token. Very, very good value out of that.
Then it's your turn.
Okay.
That is a pretty impressive hold. Now, this Astral Heron, it's already put in quite a lot of work with that reduction on the Bellows, but it can also trigger in your opponent's turn. So our Natural only has 4 runes open. There's a very good chance they might be able to pay 6 runes worth total this turn. 6 to 4. Spartan with a double conquer here would win the game.
Can Spartan achieve it when there's so much might at the Candlelit Sanctum?
Double Under Titan in hand is not what you want right now.
They're too big.
The Bellows Breath, it didn't just remove a lot of might, it removed a ton of bodies, which means that it really nullifies the potential value of this Under Titan. Natural knew it was there as well from Scuttle Crab.
Yes, that's okay.
Okay.
Go to
Conquering
7.
Tree.
Trigger this.
Yes.
Rek'Sai, Legend ability, meaning that whenever you conquer, you can look at the top 2, reveal the top 2, in fact, and play one of those. Couple of 2-drops, probably not what you're looking for right now.
No, unfortunately not. You hope for a heftier unit to be able to help you out and stay in this game at this point. Spartan is so close, they can taste victory, but they're not quite there yet.
There's going to be that champion Rek'Sai coming through. 3 energy, 3 might with Assault 1. Of course, Spartan currently at Paper Tree, but not overcommitting to holding that battlefield right now. Not wanting to reinforce it. Instead, threatening to conquer, perhaps, instead next turn. Of course, a hold would win at the Paper Tree, but Spartan doesn't want to overcommit, doesn't even equip those long swords. Perhaps anticipates.
I will hold to 5.
Yep.
The Paper Tree's not safe.
How many units does Natural even play that could potentially go in there? I mean, really, a thousand tail Watcher can accelerate, but I think that's the only thing in deck. Now, fortunately, there's 1 in hand. So guess what's coming down? Very well anticipated from Spartan. The thousand tail Watcher.
Look at that. The second Watcher. This Nasus deck can get away with playing 3 of them quite comfortably.
Yeah, being
Unlike
able
a lot of other
to
decks.
restand those runes.
Yep.
Don't mind.
Go to 6.
Feels like much less of a commitment. You get it a lot cheaper.
Now, of course, that Heron now has been triggered as well. The next card would be free, but Natural doesn't really have too much they can go for. No card draw really available. We do see some Nasus decks playing Premonition. You could just pay 1 power to draw 3 cards in this moment, thanks to the Heron.
Yeah.
Spartan then, 7 points to 6.
It's so close.
If they don't win this turn, you would imagine that Nasus is probably just going to be too strong.
The window of opportunity then becomes open for Natural, and Spartan then the door closes.
3 runes for Natural. However, Spartan knows with that Heron, there's the potential of 5 runes worth of tricks.
That's a lot. That's a lot to give a Nasus deck the ability to have open during your opponent's turn. There's so many different cards and units that could benefit from that. Okay.
Here comes the Under Titan.
Under Titan's in play. Costly, but a great unit.
So when you play me, give your other units +2. Okay.
It's pretty good, but I mean, it really shows you how good this Bellows
right
was.
That
3
under
cards.
Titan after the before the bellows would
So
have
they
been
both.
great.
I will just mark it. Or each.
No,
or
Jeff.
each.
Doesn't have a limit on how many.
So they all have
units
plus
it can-
3
Yes.
right now.
It can
So
bluff.
5 and
Jeff.
6 are not tech 7.
Okay.
Units are pretty big.
It's 14 might at one battlefield at the candle lip, and then 7 at the other. Well, Spartan doesn't have to double conquer here. They can just clear one and hold the other. They're going to be in a good spot. We know Natural has Time Warp in hand, but they've only got 7 runes right now, Amy.
It's not enough.
They're not going to be able to play it next turn. Discipline is in hand for Natural. And of course, could draw into something else as well.
Yeah, that gives us the card draw. Might be necessary. Not just deciding which is the most advantageous battlefield to attempt to conquer. Obviously, it's a lot lighter on natural.
So he's at 7 right now.
Yes, 7.
in the paper tree, so going for just a 7
And I
for
passed
7.
the purity.
Yes, I will
Yep,
play a
absolutely.
discipline on my watcher.
There's the discipline.
Okay.
Okay. Plus 2.
Better to play in your
Okay.
opponent's
One.
turn when you've got
Everyone is
leftover
active.
runes.
Play this.
Inferno comes through, though.
Okay.
Sees your 2 might additional, and it adds 3. Spartan, therefore, just 1 might ahead after
yeah,
those
that's
plays.
okay.
Okay.
That resolves.
I will just kill. So you're here at 7.
Might
Plus
want to just
2 doesn't really make a difference.
might just want to leave that long sword in play, not able to being re-equipped.
He's not empowered, so
That's the
really doesn't
decision
make
here.
any difference.
Of course, the order unit there is the more favorable unit to remove, but it would mean that long
Right, I
sword
will
would be
kill the
unequipped.
Noxian emissary.
Okay.
Besides,
Yep.
that is still worth it.
Longsword going back to base. Inferno sticks around in the paper tree.
Draw. No? This
Yeah,
is 7.
you draw 1. Actually,
And sorry. And exhaust or not exhaust?
doesn't the draw go before the conquer effect?
No, I draw first and after. But
Yeah, did you already draw?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Only announce the trigger.
Yeah, all right,
Yep.
all right. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Draw.
Yeah.
Another
Okay.
card in hand, but no energy to use on it. So that looks like it might be everything from Spartan this turn.
Yeah.
Now it's on. Ooh.
All right.
Unless you hit an undertitle off the
Unless-
top, that could have changed everything,
That
right?
really could have.
Okay.
Would have added 2 energy additional to the pool. Of course,
Not this
Natural doesn't win off a hold here. They're only at 6.
That is.
You would imagine Spartan doesn't have enough to overcome it. Can they just go for a big, brave hold of their own? I think Natural drew into Consult the Past, which is one of those card draw tools, but it's really a card you want to hide. It's a bit awkward.
And with this,
Choosing to re-equip the longsword.
this, okay.
Mm-hmm.
An attack.
Oh, they're going in.
This.
Okay.
Okay.
Another showdown.
this
9 to
is,
14.
4 and 7 and plus 2, 9.
Yeah.
Okay, and decide to this.
All right.
Heron is
Okay.
gone for,
Down Heron.
which is interesting, Amy,
Okay,
because
and
retreat is a
with
threat.
this,
Card's
this,
going to be hidden with
and
Inferno.
dual.
So Natural Spartan removes the Heron, which of course is better
So
for
I hold.
removing the
to-
resources, but a retreat here into the 1,000-tailed Watcher could change the picture very quickly. You don't see retreat in every Nasus deck. I play it in mine. I play 3,
Okay.
but Natural certainly doesn't have it in hand right now. Doesn't seem too happy based off the facial
I'll
expression.
play Consult the Past.
Yep.
Roger.
A little bit
Charm
hard
off the
draw.
top. Could that just prevent the hold on this Inferno? Could that be the card they needed to find right now? What is hidden? That's the big question.
That is the big
I will
question.
play 1 charm on your Inferno here.
Ah, that's
Okay,
one
I
way
respond.
to potentially
Yes.
reveal it.
Draw 2.
Yes.
But importantly, that's going to stop the hold there for Spartan. Spartan only 1 unit at base. Double conquer would be needed for Spartan to win now. So Natural's broken the hold. It didn't look like it was going to happen, but they found a way.
And now it's just time to reinforce that one.
Pass.
Yeah, that one base, that Candlelit Sanctum.
This is 10.
Now,
This is 10, yes.
a little bit tougher with the Apprentice Mage. And now it's down to Spartan to try and conquer both battlefields to take the win.
Apprentice Mage, a 3 for 3. It has an empower effect that's not relevant right now. Longsword, of course, still there, as well as this additional gear. Under Titan with 5 might. Longsword pumps it up to 7.
Wouldn't quite be enough on its own.
But there is also that Rage Amplifier at the base.
True, true.
Your units have +1 might. If I'm empowered, they have +2 might instead. It's a hefty empower cost, though. 6 energy and 1 power.
The unfortunate part is, does Spartan have enough units to take both battlefields on this turn and secure the win? If not, it's just going to be a draw a card and hope the neutral doesn't have the comeback, but Falling Star might help.
Target.
This is only 3, no?
Yes.
Yes.
Apprentice Mage being eyed up for that star.
Yeah, you would certainly imagine. No threat of discipline right now, of only 1 rune available. Can't be defied, the Falling Star.
3.
Yep.
3 to each. Watching out with 4 damage needing left for it to be removed. It's still at 7 might, but you only need 4 might to remove it, or 4 damage. It is going to be the longsword being equipped.
And 2 8.
Yes.
Okay.
8.
Under Titan moves on in.
+9. Yeah. Attack with this.
Yes.
Okay.
Breaks the holds.
Exhaust this.
Down, get the card
First draw.
Yes.
And after this, and
Yes.
after this. Okay.
Yes.
Breaks the hold, and the Under Titan lives to tell the tale. That longsword makes the difference.
Okay.
Nox is hopeful. We take it.
There's only 4 runes available, but the Nox is hopeful is a great way to spend 2 of them. Has it been played to base, though? Again, not wanting to overcommit to the hold.
Yes, yes, it's the same. So, okay, the result, the Candlelit, and the both cards I play, I show, and after, and play the Rek'Sai.
Candlelit Sanctum.
Yes, because the first, I look the 2 cards, and the 2 cards, it's okay for me, and show the cards. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So he kept the 2 cards on top from Candlelit.
And
then the Rek'Sai Legend ability revealed both of them.
You go.
And that is a pass. Again, not overcommitting to that hold, Amy. But there's already been 2 watchers. Surely there's not a third, right?
7 points apiece.
10.
10, it's time.
1 time warp.
For the time
I'll end my
warp.
Looking for an answer. That's a desperation play.
Okay.
And it's going to be a game number 3, but look at the clock. There's not long left. 5 minutes, 30 seconds. The pressure is going to be on in this game number 3.
Spartan burrows their way to victory as Rek'Sai manages to finally overcome the ferocity of Susan.
Yeah, and that's just like you expect when it gets to this point of the game to be able to take over. The big issue that they ran into there was not having the card draw available. The Consult the Past came up at the worst possible moment. The Rage Amplifier, the most interesting addition here to this Rek'Sai deck. Not something I've seen anybody else play. 4 energy, 1 power, that gear giving everything +1. Much of this Rek'Sai deck is pretty staple with the Under Titan, the Void Rushes. But there's a few new additions there as well with the Escaped Greyback. We also see the Noxian Emissary making its way into these Rek'Sai lists. I think one of the aggro decks that misses Arena's greatest the least. It's sort of able to still continue in the game a little bit longer, I think in part thanks to the Legend ability, which keeps refilling your hand. And that Under Titan is such a unique tool for this deck. Kha'Zix on the other side, we're not actually seeing Kha'Zix right now. I do like a bit of Kha'Zix, but a Nasus deck that we usually expect to see, there's going to be 3 Watchers, there's going to be 3 Herons probably, Discipline, Scuttle Crabs, there's 2 Retreats, There's 2 Consult the Past. There's also a Time Warp in main. And I do love a bit of Nasus as well. We've got Pickpocket on the side, Barbara, as well as an unchecked power. But I think it's going to be all about the Bellows Breath. The Bellows Breath was really the key in that last game. Even though it didn't quite get them over the line, if you can pull off...
Put one away.
One mulligan. On one
Notably,
side.
that was the only time warp
for me,
in
it's
the
okay.
deck. So
Yeah.
that kind of last-ditch effort, that last stretch to try and clutch a card really was just that.
Look at that, Ravenbloom student on turn number 1. You couldn't really ask for much more than that.
I'm sorry.
No, it's a 2-drop. That's what we want to see. And you certainly don't want to be missing that for more than one turn.
Yeah, Nashor going for Treasure Hoard as the battlefield, which...
I will go here.
We saw how heavy those power costs can get for Nasus at times.
2,
Will they
1.
pay 1 to get a gold?
I imagine so.
I will pay 1 for 1 gold.
I think that it's very necessary to be churning as many resources in whatever fashion you can as early as possible. Obviously, it's hand dependent, but if you can afford to just take the gold, take the gold.
Does take a pass there. 3 runes still available. And of course, that is very much threatening Stupefies and Disciplines.
Attack this.
Yes.
Okay, and it's
Moving
south.
on in to Forbidding Waste.
Yep, the Karen Dredger conquering 1 point apiece. Here comes the first Rek'Sai trigger. Will we see any Under Titans? No, not yet. Faithful Manufacturer, play to the base, going to spawn a recruit token as well. That is all 5 runes spent. This is why I love the Dredger, AB. You conquer, but you're quite happy if it gets removed from the board because of that bird unit token.
Yeah, honestly, not too shabby.
And you go.
Really, we can see here
Yep.
how quickly Spartan
2.
managed to get those units out. Clearly shows how it went during the part of the game that we missed previously when there were so many units on the board. This time we get to see how they got there.
It's going to be... No, is it all 3 Ravenblooms?
Pass.
It's the Ravenbloom student show.
They're all here, they're studious, they're ready, and when spells start to fly, they're going to get power pumped like mad.
1 Stupefy right now would be 4 might overall. -1 to your opponent, +3 on your side. That is a scary set of 2 drops to be up against.
And draw a card.
Yeah, but no ramp from Nasus. You often want to see find your center or retreat.
Yes.
That hasn't been available, but they're at 6 runes already.
And a gold token.
And a gold token, which definitely makes a big difference.
That 7 is really where we want to hit, and sometimes 6 and a gold might be enough. So, you know, we're making some good progress, and with the channeling of the 2 runes next turn, I say we're in a pretty nice spot. It's not at the best
And pay
ramp
1
I've ever
and
seen from an Asus deck at this moment in time, but certainly is not kind of too slow for the affinity of the deck.
Spartan likes a bit of gold themselves. This is the Rek'Sai trigger. It's going to be a Coal the Week or a Falling Star. Falling Star looks great. Discipline could, of course, be used. Maybe not so fast. We sometimes see in the sideboard of Nasus. Not so fast right now would be huge.
Oh, it goes through both 2 of the 3 Ravenbloom student, I should say, go into the trash. We're left with just 1 remaining.
Yeah, that Falling Star does cost double power.
That's a lot. It's a big investment, but then again, if you are threatened by the Ravenbloom student cohort, then I think it's quite necessary.
Or might for 2 energy on the Noxus Hopeful. Very efficient. And just for good measure, it's going to be Coal the Week, and that is... Oh, looks like it might be a Defy.
Defy the Coal the Week.
And you go.
Of course, Falling Star cannot be defied with that 2 power cost.
So just turn 1?
Yeah.
But to keep 1 Ravenbloom student.
But we are now in overtime, where turn 1
right now.
is Natural. So Spartan was turn number 0. Spartan will be turn 2, and then Natural on the 3rd and final turn of overtime.
I don't
Need to win by 2 clear points. So at this point in the game, time is not the issue.
No.
You can plan ahead and really try and calculate where you find yourself in a couple of turns.
Yeah, that's what it's all about now. Now it's all about not only managing your resources, but also just pulling ahead far enough.
Spartan, with only 1 turn left, can get to a maximum of 5 points. So if Natural can get that 3rd point,
Just need to think for a sec.
which it looks like they might have managed to do, it looks like Spartan might just have to try and play
Go
for a draw in their next turn. No, they could still get the 2-point lead. My mistake. They could get to 5.
I'm going to put it on the table,
Will
although I
not
don't
use the
think it could happen.
battlefield.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Susan, when conquering, if empowered, does allow for an extra point to the
Oh,
sword.
imagine the scenes.
7
Imagine.
Iran here.
Okay.
I'm putting it out there just as a possibility.
Yep.
But I have a funny
Has to.
feeling we're not quite there yet.
But we do see the Heron come down. It's 3 points apiece. That means both players are in a position where either could win or either could lose. They have 1 turn left each.
You got to make it count. This is where it all comes down to those sequencing and sometimes just a little bit of clever maneuvering
Again,
of your resources and units.
you've got to be ahead by 2 points to win. 1 point is not enough.
Nope.
Yes.
Yep.
You've got to keep yourself ahead.
4.
You can't
Spartan
let
goes-
this falter.
4 to 3. We're going to see the last Rex side trigger. Will we see an Under Titan to add some extra energy?
That could be huge. It wasn't an Under Titan.
Okay, I think.
Yes.
Spartan going to take a moment to consider if they want to play any of these units. That Heron, of course, is at the battlefield, and the trigger could come through, reducing the costs.
It could. There's a world.
There's currently 6 runes available for Spartan. 3 units at base. Got to break that 9 might currently, but with that Ravenbloom student, 9 might could become 10 very easily.
Back with all.
Spartan's just
with my
sending it all.
Okay.
I play
It's 8 to 9, 8 to 10 right now.
this.
That up with an Inferno.
That knocks.
And this is 8
Yeah.
and 11.
11.
11
Past
to
the
10.
priority.
All right. So I'm at 9.
Oh, we've got a response.
3 runes available,
So
but don't
I
forget
will
about that
play
Heron.
Discipline onto my Ravenbloom student.
Get a nice card
Okay,
draw as well
this
from
is,
the discipline.
He will get +3.
Yes, okay.
Resolves?
Yes, resolve.
All right.
That's also going to trigger the Heron, though.
Oh, you're
There's now
so grand.
And I draw 1, and Heron is active.
Okay.
So I'm at 5 and 7, 12 right now.
12, 11, no?
Yes.
Okay. It's my priority?
It's your turn.
Yeah, I play this.
It's a long sword.
All right. On to who?
And
Can't be defied. Maybe defy might have been what Natural was banking on, but that long sword as a gear is very difficult to stop.
I mean, have you ever tried to stop a sword just by going, no?
in this.
I've not.
Fine.
You
Maybe I should.
You know
Maybe I
you
shouldn't.
shouldn't.
Like
Okay.
this.
It doesn't
Yes,
work.
plus
You
Okay,
shouldn't.
I shouldn't.
Don't do that. Keep yourself
Salt.
safe, please.
So she's at 5 right now.
Yes.
All right.
But is there anything
Play
else?
back off onto her.
Oh, the Heron
Okay,
comes
back off.
through.
Yes.
Back off for just 1 energy.
Okay, I play.
Does it resolve or you
Yeah,
want
just resolve.
Yeah, okay.
That's the cheapest back off I ever
she
did
gets
see.
here. I will go here to 4.
Okay.
I will draw 1. No, you can.
1 additional might on that Ravenbloom.
There's more. We're going all in.
But then the Hidden Blade.
Okay.
Taking out the Heron.
Draw 2.
Sure does get to draw 2 cards. Got to
2.
grab. Oh no, not quite anything useful right
Spartan will
now.
draw then. All right. Unlucky. I will kill. Those 2.
Okay.
Both players put up an immense fight But Spartan did overcome
And
this battlefield as well.
You go.
All right. So you
Oh,
had
sorry,
5.
sorry. And this.
Up to 5.
Maybe this. Okay, and you go.
Naturel needs to be able to take over that 5
It
points.
should be
by
5
2.
points to 3, right? 2
Yep.
point lead
So
now
you
for
had
Spartan.
5.
Spartan
I'm at
currently in the
4.
lead.
It's the last turn.
Naturel can't take
Yes, I
either
have to
battlefield.
try.
That'll be it. Spartan will win this game.
That's nothing, I think, in the deck.
Actually, 5 points to 4. We've just had a
Oh.
little score update, which does change the picture.
Oh, no. No, it is 3.
5 to 3.
4.
I think they might be planning ahead with the Watcher. It is still 5 to 3. Is it a Watcher
Okay.
coming through?
It is a Watcher. So all of the opponent's units might get reduced by
And
3. And of course, Watcher is an accelerated unit, has come in accelerated,
go here.
moving in on the treasure hoard.
The Watcher so important right now to claw back that 1 additional point.
Up at 4 now, Spartan no longer has that advantage.
To 4? Am
Yes.
I? Oh, okay, okay. All right, I go to 4. All right, then it's, yeah, then it's, I can't, it's draw then.
Draw, yep.
Yeah.
Going to be a draw in this round number 3. Well played to both players, Amy. It was a tense one.
Oh, I thought it was at 4.
Handshake seals the deal. Neither player can get that point advantage in time. The final turn wasn't enough, and that seals the deal. But a very fantastic set of players from both players, and I was overjoyed to be able to see Anasis already.
Yeah. Is it Nasus or is it Narcissus?
I say Narcissus
I say Nasus.
or Susan.
I usually pronounce things a little bit wrong though, so but Susan is definitely a good one. Of course, Nasus backwards if you're unaware.
No.
But it's definitely, I think, looking at the data, probably the biggest surprise this weekend in terms of how many players have brought it. It's around the 5th most played deck, about 100 players bringing Nasus, and I don't think I expected that at all. I definitely expected it to be quite popular, but I think there's more Nasus players than things like Draven, things like Aurelia. So
Yeah,
it's really quite impressive to see how many players believe in the big dog.
I believed. It's my caster prediction.
That's true.
So I had an amount of faith, but it definitely doesn't come close to some of our top decks in regards to numbers. But let's stop yapping and jump over to an interview with our winners.
The community dubs him Emperor, as they should.
The leader, innovator, and champion of Azir. The first player in Riftbound history to secure 2 regional qualifier wins with the same legend and obtain the longest win streak at regional qualifiers. That is Squirtle. Undeniably becoming one of the best players in the game, forging an empire that stands supreme. Having only participated in 3 regional qualifiers so far, Lille and Utrecht were his crowning moments. Taking victory from the clutches of his opponents, the sands of time bending to his will. This isn't Squirtle's first strike. The key to Squirtle's success lies in many factors. One being this arsenal of transferable skills from other games, alongside the endurance for long events and the intelligence to guide his deck through many matchups. During the Lille Regional Qualifier, Squirtle's star deck Azir relies on consistency and tempo to overwhelm opponents, using light resources to create favorable trades into his opponent's larger units. Taking an archetype which at the beginning of Lille people certainly underestimated, and he used that ignorance to his advantage. Only roughly 49 players took Azir to the event, many feeling the deck didn't have enough aggressiveness. However, Squirtle knew better, and using the synergies between his champion units and a flurry of sand soldiers plus gear plus hidden cards equals success. In Lille, against Prismaticism, Squirtle builds up an army and base, ready to strike. His game plan is to manage resources better than his opponent by using cheap units such as sand soldiers to overwhelm the opposition, taking out high-cost important units such as Kai'Sa with a low-cost, easy-to-recover unit such as sand soldiers is a highly advantageous trade. Always being able to turn the tides of a game by consistently bringing back sand soldiers, beefing them up with gear, and using combat tricks to finish the job. Ultimately, Azir is a whole deck, always trying to keep battlefields under control and taking hold points wherever necessary. However, Squirtle is a smart savant.
And we see in the finals of Lille versus Sean that when needed, Azir can be an aggressive force. Sheer numbers and relentless addition of units to battlefields made it too tough to keep up with. Running his opponent out of runes and units was crucial to keeping control of battlefields long enough to take the win. This adaptation of playstyle shows not only how brilliant he is as a player, but also shows that Squirtle's learned his deck and all possible matchups back to front, so he can change the way he plays on the fly to clutch victory. Even when things can look sticky and those battlefields yield, a perfectly timed use of Arise brought the game back into Squirtle's favor. And from then, a decisive 2-0 victory was the beginning of a larger journey. Arising from victory, Squirtle didn't slow down. Continuing a ferocious win streak, Squirtle charged into a whirlwind of skilled players. Alan ZQ appears in round 10, the current longest win streak holder playing Diana, which many believe to be the strongest deck coming into this event. Overcoming the Admiral of the win streak, Squirtle's triumph was not the end of the forces to come. Colin Kaiser stands in the way of the final spot. So many players who have consistently placed top 8 of previous events. But that didn't stop his triumph. Squirtle fought valiantly and progresses to the finals. Despite the community knowing more about Azir and its tactics, it simply wasn't enough. The finals versus Victor, mastered by Red and Axel. Both decks have mastery of token units. Game 1, Red takes the lead with the first double point scored, but Squirtle strikes back and a back and forth begins, each player successfully taking both battlefields for multiple turns. Red falls forward and goes to 6 points, a terrifying position to be in for Squirtle, but ever calm. Squirtle builds up his forces in base and places a flurry of units on each to protect them and take back with hold points on those battlefields. From the jaws of defeat, Squirtle hangs on, and with both finalists at 7 points, Squirtle is the one to score the coveted 8 point, taking Game 1. Game 2, Red takes a decisive lead, rushing to 4 points before Squirtle got off the starting line, eventually taking victory, which took us to a Game 3. 32 games undefeated. 1 game left for 2 back-to-back regional qualifier wins with the same legend. Red pushes Squirtle into a difficult position by creating a wall of units of their own, forcing Squirtle to play a long game and build up in that base. Taking time to replenish their forces, Red goes to 5 points. He created a huge defensive force on that top battlefield. Squirtle has to break the hold. He made the push. With 10 might into 14, Squirtle takes down plenty of units. A second push with a Sand Soldier. He defies the Hidden Blade. With that, Red's forces fail, and Squirtle heads up to 6 points, just inches away from victory. Red attempts to buckle Squirtle's defenses, but comes up short, conceding the game, creating a 15-0-1 score for Squirtle at an overall record of 29-0-3 for the longest Riftbound win streak currently. Going undefeated in both events.
I need to be humble. I think that helps to play well.
It's clear why the Emperor Squirtle is staying on top.
I am Alan, I'm joined here by the Squirtle. We'll be doing a little game to see how well we know each other. We'll be asking us between each other a series of questions. How are you feeling about that one?
I think I will lose.
I think we're gonna both lose.
So what's my favorite legend?
That's definitely an Azir.
Yeah.
Okay, what's my favorite legend?
I think Diana.
Okay, that was way too easy. We have to go harder than that.
Do I have any pre-event rituals?
I'll say no. I think you are not a person that would believe in such things.
Correct.
One card that I will never cut from my deck.
Stupefy or stack deck?
Easy, and student as well, but that's a 2 out of 3.
Where did we meet?
Yeah, we've met in the Bologna during the first pre-RQ.
I told you, it's cheating. This is cheating.
All right, what do you think are my pre-event rituals?
Oh no, taking a good sleep.
Yeah, absolutely 0 sleep is the ritual. 2 hours maximum, or you get or you can oversleep. Just play more.
Do I have a lucky charm? And what is it?
I don't see you carrying around any BF swords, so I'll say no.
It's not with me today, and that's why I'm losing. But it's my green jumper.
Okay. What's my favorite meal?
I don't know. Spaghetti.
That is very close. Spaghetti is my second favorite bolognese. The first one is tomato soup.
What's the worst card I have ever played?
What doesn't feel good in a Cool the Week?
Cool the Week. I rarely played it, but I think every card in Aether is bad on a vacuum, so Soul Sword probably.
What's my most hated legend?
May I say Aether?
I actually like playing Azir, it's a cool one, but no, my most hated one is probably Annie.
That was it. I think I won, but I leave it you to decide.
All right then, so we are halfway through day one, getting towards that do or die moment for our player base here. Every Vendetta card matters. I'm Bert, joined by Yamato. How are we feeling halfway through day one here in Barcelona? It's going very quick.
It's going very fast. I'm still stunned by the fact that Alan's favorite meal is tomato soup.
Yeah, that did jump out at me, didn't it? Yeah.
Tomato soup is the gazpacho. What are we working with? Tomato soup is a very strange one.
Yeah, normally for me, a bit more of a starter than anything else. A bit of tomato soup, a bit of bread. Find out that, not for a main course though. I also want to keep a lookout for Squirtle. Maybe we can see him later. Is he wearing that green jumper that apparently is his lucky charm? Only one way
It's
to find
very hot here, in Barcelona. Maybe that's going to throw him off.
Too hot for the jumper. Yeah, that does make sense. So as we sort of, as we've been sitting here watching the stream, what's been your favorite highlight so far?
I think just seeing all the new legends, as we get to see.
Speaking of legends.
Squirtle setting up against, of course, his opponent on the Fiora, who's bringing a very unique deck archetype.
Yeah, something that we might not see too often, but, and how would you approach this, as you're sat down now? You're off to a good record there, and then you have to play against a titan of the game like Squirtle. What do you think is going through your player's head right there?
I think the main advantage you have, right, playing against someone that is known, is that you kind of know what's coming, even though it might be devastating, I think in the context of going against Squirtle, he's bringing Azir in terms of just kind of know what's coming your way,
Yeah.
That's like the main thing. And as the headsets go on, we can finally talk. Wow, what's happening in the decks?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, just got to make sure until the headsets are on. But yeah, here we go. And shock, who would have saw this coming? Squirtle playing that as a deck you know rather well. I'm lucky to have you here for this one.
Yeah, the main changes, right, is that we get to see a bunch of hidden cards. So it's like the amount of hidden cards has gone up dramatically. We have 3 guards, 3 backoffs, and 3 hidden blades. On top of that, a cannon as well. A hand hammer being the new gear introduced in Vendetta that, of course, Azir can use. Basically signaling that the strategy will be surrounding holding a little bit more. Because usually the core of the deck would be that you play, of course, 7 hidden cards.
Yeah.
And this is considerably more. And we also see Squirtle going back to Seat of Power. Some Azirs were experimenting with, of course, just plain and simple playing the Forge, the reduced cost of gear that allows you to play BF Sword on turn 2 when you go first, when you're on the draw. So some unique changes here. For Squirtle, 10 hidden cards is a lot of hidden cards.
Especially when you're playing against someone like Squirtle and they start putting down hidden cards, that would scare me. But here is Squirtle's opponent, animation module here, playing that Fiora. An interesting one, when you get Mighty, you can channel an extra rune exhausted, and that chosen champion Fiora loves getting Mighty. Just give it 1 extra might, and it gets deflect, ganking, and shield as well. So the whole deck is built around this big combat heavy units. Got the 3 of Rampage there as well. We've got the Punch First, we've got the Grim Resolve. Watch out for that Harness Dragon, that can get scary.
This is a very unique Fiora list. We have more of an XP Fiora variant with Grim Resolve, and of course the Shepherd's Heirloom, which is a deck that I loved in the pre-Rift. But the fact that it doesn't cost anything to attach, a lot of units he has, of course, in the deck is they are on that 3 might range. So attaching that for 1 XP is very, very
Good luck. Good luck.
Usually the issue, of course, is the deramping portion of the BF Sword. So very, very nice adaptation here on the deck list. I'm excited to see how well it's going to do into the Azir list.
Okay, so it looks like we are in our mulligan phase here. Draw 4, put up to 2 to the bottom, and then draw for each one you did. And as an Azir player yourself, what are you looking for in your opening hand?
Especially in Hall of Legends, you're looking to make sure that you have, on the turn where you conquer, that you have a cheap gear to make sure that you can just easily produce two, of course, Sand Soldiers, because Hall of Legends allow you to untap, of course, the Aussie Legend, which allows you to make another. I saw a little quick peek there of the Soul Sword, so that's like a solid draw there. You always try to fish for the gear, and you hope that you don't brick, but going second, you have more options with Hand Hammer, Brutalizer to play it, of course, on your turn.
Also, tap a 2, break the Sun
Yeah,
Soldier.
so here we go. Our round 4 feature match has started. Animation module with the Pit Rookie coming down over to Squirtle, who does have the Sand Soldier coming down thanks to that Legend ability. Back over to Animation module. There is the Fiora. That's the big scary one. When it becomes mighty, gets a whole host of keywords. Ganking, shield. What's the other one? Can't remember now. It's been that long. Deflect as well. Deflect. Not actually super relevant in this match,
textbook.
really, but yeah, it's scary. Another equipment, though.
Sun Soldier.
Door on the shield, as we talked about. He's going to step into Hall of Legends, conquer, produce another soldier, I'm sure, and leave one open. And the big question is always, do you hide a card or do you let the Soul Sword soldier just easily be conquered? You could threaten with an on guard, but
Go in here.
if you're a player, should be ready.
Conquer. Go to 1. Pay 1 to tap. Pay 1 to create another Sun Soldier.
And here we can see. Oh, something else?
Will he hide?
Go.
Okay.
You can see the beauty of the Azir deck, though. There's like 3 units in play, 2 of which have equipment.
I think I have 1 here. Yes, thanks.
Oh, a pen. No, just going to get a pen. But yeah, it just gets off to the races, doesn't it? When you can reload your units just by getting equipment in play, you know, it's very, very efficient. Animation module has got his units down now. Oh, Sabotage. This is always a guaranteed hit in playing against Azir, letting you recycle 1 non-equipment from your opponent's hand. Squirtle does have a Defy, though. Could opt to use it here. Nope. Gonna let it go. 4 targets.
Probably the on guard, just to make it simpler to conquer the top battlefield, if that's what you're looking for from this position.
You do get perfect hand knowledge here, of course, as well. Getting to know exactly what's in your opponent's hand.
It is the only card that could come into play on the round if he wants to push away the Azir soldier. But something that some people consider, right? In this spot, it would be good to push him away because Azir doesn't have a guaranteed gear. But sometimes you consider giving up the Hall of Legends to let them hold so they can't respawn another soldier. But with this hand, there's very little gear. And you could run into dangers where it will be hard for actually Squirtle to develop next round. So you might see just an early Azir champion unit being played. On the next round.
Does make sense, actually. Yeah, and it is, as you say, it's going to be the on guard. I think Defy could have been an interesting choice there as well. But you're right, looking at the board state, looking at the hand with that knowledge, the on guard is the threat, and that has been removed.
There's the Pookie. Makes it mighty.
There we go. That's a mighty Fiora now, so you can channel the extra rune as well, legend ability. So now that Fiora has a whole ton of keywords, going to charge in there, no response. Sand Soldier sent. Well, back into the never, as it were. And now animation module's on the board. That's a hefty Fiora now, though. Gonna have to, you know, can't just tap that out of the way.
The main question is if he is going to ready it with the first mate, bring it back, and maybe conquer with the Pit Rookie, or if he's just going to pass, float 3 runes, of course, and not float, sorry, just leave 3 runes available. He's going for the first mate.
There's the first mate. Such good value for free energy, innit? Letting you ready up a unit and on a decent body as well. One of my
Will he go over with the ganking, or will he go back into base? Getting to 2 points is kind of juicy, but...
Yeah, you're right, it is. I think I'd be ganking over. I'm a bit of an aggressive geezer myself, but animation module, being patient, I don't mind it. Being patient, a sensible play. I'm sure. Let's see if it works out. From back over to Squirtle now, though. Remember, hasn't got any equipment in hand yet. Might have got one off the top. Would need to play an equipment to... Oh, we got a Rise.
A Rise is kind of a tricky card in the matchup. Is this the Riposte is a tough card. So I wonder now if he's going to go for an earlier Rise because of the lack of gear, or if he's going to just develop the Azir. Because it is a very, very tricky hand Squirtle's playing. I'm excited to see it because usually these are the hands I blame for my losses.
Oh, yeah. Whenever you lose, it's because of the hand. Whenever you win, it's because of pure skill, right?
Precisely.
Yeah. Here we are going to see the chosen champion, Azir Sovereign, coming down. Remember, when it moves, it can maneuver all the Sand Soldiers with him, summoning the army and charging. And as you rightfully said, I think the Arise here isn't the strongest, would only get you 2. I'm going to save that for when you can, really start to end the game, especially in combination with Azir Sovereign. So we are going to see the Sand Soldier charging on in there, 2 points apiece. And it looks like, we're back over to animation module. 3 runes up for Squirtle. Let's see what animation module can do. This could be a very impactful turn, I feel. We've got a lot of bodies, a lot of might to use. Where exactly are they going to go?
Yeah, the main thing here for Squirtle is that he has time. He has time to build kind of a board and hope for draws. We know already that Arise card is not going to be seen any play because the 2 riposts are ready to go. That's a card that you need to kind of learn to maneuver around the matchup without playing it in a lot of cases. Because riposte comes through and you don't have much of a counterplay unless you side deck in some heavy counter spells that are expensive, which is unlikely in the matchup. But this is the advantage, right? You're playing Fiora. How much has Squirtle practiced against Fiora? How much has he prepared against Fiora?
How much has anyone in this room practiced against Fiora?
Yeah.
I think is this.
I didn't do any research on Fiora. I did a reading on the.
Yeah.
I checked out the deck list before we started.
I had to remember. I forgot the keywords on the big one there, didn't I? Silly me. But that is a scary unit, though. But it is going to be the first mates charging on and keep an eye on that riposte, countering spells and giving units extra might as well. Okay, Pitrookie's going to go in first.
Yes.
Looks like that's going to go through. 2 points on the board for animation module. As you do say,
2 and 2, correct? Yeah.
2 is a good break point to be at. Fiora is charging on in there.
I'll try to play back off on
Oh,
Fiora.
back off's coming down. Are we going to see a riposte?
Yeah, it has the flag, right?
Yep.
That's a deflect cost
Does
as
that
well.
deflect? Yes. So back off will be for 3 now.
Considering he has 2 riposts, he could potentially
Could just, whack that out the way. There it is.
Yep.
That signature spell. It's going to counter that. And then you get some extra might as well because of the cost of that spell. Oh, Pitrookie's now mighty because of that, so you get the Channel the Room, the legend ability as well. Okay, I see you, Fiora.
Oh, this is a very nice
good term
so far. So this animation module also knows all the cards except the Arise that was drawn, of course.
Yes, of course. And the Arise isn't too impactful right now. Only 2 equipment.
We've got a second mate.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, I blinked and I missed it. That Fiora's come back to safety. This board, Yamato, that is... Yeah, that's the thing about these body units, they add up scarily quick. You know what I mean? That's a lot to deal with.
This is the base in drum and bass. This is every base. This is a dream base.
Yes.
It's going to be very tough to go over.
Like cheesecake base, if you like cheesecake. I do love a bit of a crumbly buttery biscuit base meat. All right, what have we got here then? Arise, Defy, Deathclaw.
Guards was the draw.
Comrades. I mean, guards, I apologize, yes.
That's why it's
no equipment.
No gear.
No gear.
No gear. No gear at all. That's why it was a very unique list. 10 hidden cards can get very heavy in your deck. Some people check into the hand hammers, but now the options, it's not only that he has very little gear. The gear that he has is very uninteresting.
Yeah.
The Door and Shield, the Soul Sword. This is
those
early
BF
game
swords,
gear.
they're the swingers, aren't they? They're going to swing the momentum back. Really making those Sand Soldiers, very efficient. I mean, they're very efficient anyway, but when they start swinging for like 5, 6, 7, that's when it gets out of hand.
I have to say,
Is that pose? Oh.
I have to say, as an Aussie player, Squirtle's hand is miserable.
Yeah, it's definitely not ideal. We have seen Squirtle maneuver out of these awkward situations before. Take me back to the final of Utrecht. It looked like he was down and out, but managed to navigate his way through it. But yeah, it's not really... I mean, it's not like the Arise. It's not optimal. Are you forced into it here, do you think?
The thing is, it's like, at this point...
So expensive.
You could run into the riposte.
That's
the problem. He saw one in play already. It's one of those cases where playing the Arise might be the right play because later on you will not be able to get it out because thing is that the odds now of drawing a gear is getting higher and higher as it goes deeper into the deck.
That makes sense. Yep.
So a lot of things to consider. It's just that he can't really put his runes to use much.
No.
Accelerating a Sand Soldier to just equip a gear doesn't feel good. The Death Grip doesn't have a lot to offer right now. But you kind of want to just rotate some of the cards that, of course, draw for you. I'm not so sure if you're aware of what's happening on the stream. I see the time has paused. So we're waiting for something.
Yeah, I think judges are just consulting something. You know, everyone, thank your judges. Without them, we wouldn't have these events. We wouldn't have the stream. We wouldn't have a beautiful game in Riftbound to play. So something is just being consulted. But for now, we just analyze this board state. You know, cards will be slamming into each other soon. That's for sure. You know, currently, animation module's only 1 point ahead. Obviously, if the hold goes through, you know, that would be up to 4. Squirtle can't really afford to just let that base keep growing. But, you know, as you say, without the cornucopia of equipment which Azir is used to having, it's not going to be easy to sort of leapfrog back into this game. However, if I was to present to you this board state and say, give me an Azir player to get out of this, I think Squirtle is very high up on that list.
He's the man. He's also been given, due to the pause, a little bit more time to think. And consider, of course.
Good point, good point.
That's something that happens in League of Legends a lot. At least, you know, things can break a lot easier in League of Legends, you know. Where bugs can happen here. You just got to have the judges, you know. They are sharp. They're aware of everything.
Yeah, they're there. They are on it. On it like a hawk.
100%.
The Solari Sunbird. They're right there. They're hovering.
This is I feel like this is the first time, you know, it's good to have it early in the day. We get to see a Titan bleed, you know?
Yeah. You know? Everyone in the event hall is licking their lips, being like, okay, if Squirtle can start taking these licks early, then, you know, opens up the field for everyone else.
But on the other side of it as well, if Squirtle somehow manages to piece together this hand into a victory, then it's even scarier. You know, the Titan grows bigger.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like I said, you know, back to the RQ Utrecht final, playing against Victor. I was convinced he was out. I was looking at the board today, like, there's no way he's getting out of this. But you know, one little leapfrog turn here, one showdown here that you win, all of a sudden he walks away the champion. So yeah. But then on the other hand, though, you know, if you are animation module, you're thinking, okay, we're a few turns in now. I'm playing a deck which not the whole player base is super familiar with, and it seems to me, at least right now, I'm in the driver's seat. What do you think is going through his head right now?
I think the main thing for him is obviously his scoring is a little bit offbeat. On 3. He would hold to 4 and maybe go to 5 right on a turn. So he's thinking about this, and then he's kind of planning his exit, of course. If he can find the punch first for the big turns that are going to be the deciding ones, because he kind of wants to find ways to, you know, at some point you're not going to channel more runes. All right.
But it looks like we are joining back in. It was Squirtle's turn, looks like, but it looks like animation modules runes have been reset and it is over.
So the riposte on the rise happened.
Ah, yes, so because we can see, if you viewers look at the top of the screen there, you can see the arise, which was immediately riposted, and that would make sense looking at the runes that are open there for Squirtle as well. So it is over to animation now. Did obviously hold there with the pit rookie, so we are going to go up to 4. Looks like nothing, no runes have been spent. We have the Vi.
The Rampage.
And then we have the Rampage, which is, oof.
Can be defied.
Can be defied, which you know is in hand. Hasn't been played yet, of course.
I think Squirtle would just be happy to play a card that doesn't.
Yeah, just to feel something,
like, defy, yes. I think he'll be excited to just...
target there would probably be, what, Sovereign, on the assumption if it goes through, probably target Sovereign with that, yeah?
Yep. Has to be. Because now you're at the point where you can even consider for animation module to just play Vi and base.
Yeah.
To just develop it.
5-2.
Yeah, just to present a threat. Another threat, as it were. That Vi Peacekeeper obviously having stun when it attacks, just having that there ready. So if you do if you do get a big Sand Soldier with no triple equipment on, was that just a pass?
Passes.
Okay.
Conquers the 5 and passes, brings Pit Rookie back, and just keeps his abilities in hand.
Like this, it's like the Cold War, isn't it? He's just saying, no, I'm not pressing yet. Don't need to. But at some point, We are going to see.
It is, of course, as a reminder, animation module knows about the existence of the Defy because of the
sabotage from earlier on, exactly. It's an interesting thing about the hand knowledge in Riftbound. Traditionally, your hands don't realistically change too much outside of playing cards, all right? So you can have some really good knowledge throughout the game. If you write them down or have a very good memory, you can be like, okay, so I've seen that, I've seen the Arise now, I've seen this, I've seen that. But it looks like we are going to see Sand Soldier. Oh, here we go. It's what I mentioned. Oh, I thought I was going to see a double equipment there. But we are going to see equipment.
Right now, the big decision for Squirtle is if he is just considering if the enemy is just threatening a Rengar.
Right.
Here, with trigger.
And the recruit's going to come down thanks to the door and shield. Now, how much might is that? How are we working with there? Though? Was that 2, 3, 4, 5?
It's just
2, 3, 4.
3.
Do we have enough rooms open for that Vi to come flying in?
With the Soldier.
So Vi luckily doesn't have the same effect as Rengar.
Oh, sorry, of course. Yeah, no, yeah. I apologize.
You just gave me
I was getting excited,
you gave me a heart attack. I was like,
no, you are right, you are right.
I would have been so scared. Suddenly Ambessa would be playable. Just the Rengar, you could see it how Squirtle put down his soldier very calmly, He didn't want to wake the Rengar up.
Attack trigger.
Okay, so we could see Sovereign moving over the Sand Soldier now, if he wants to, of course. Obviously, the Sand Soldiers can follow him wherever he goes, that chosen legend.
Judge, I have a rule question. So now he moves to the combat, move to the battlefield, and this one triggers. If it dies right now, does the unit still move? No. Okay.
Interesting question. Doesn't have anything reaction speed.
Yeah, I was about to say, how
react to the move.
How would he? No, can't. Rampage hasn't got that reaction speed, as you say.
Yeah.
So. It looks like the Sovereign will go through. Going to maneuver the hefty
another recruit.
Sand Soldier down. And then the recruit will follow it to generate another one as well.
Right?
Yeah, I need to quit.
Kind of a neat turn. Now the question is, do you play the Vi to go over the Doran Shield Soldier and to kill, of course, the Azir as well? I think it's kind of rational because...
I think so.
You could also just play Vi on the next turn, but like this, you cycle your runes. Like, you kept them open for a reason.
Yeah, you kept them open for a reason, all right? You have your ambush card in hand, you leave all your runes open. You would imagine that would suggest that is a line you'd like to go down. Let's have a look. There it is.
Onker go to 4, pay 1 to tap a Thur.
Okay, he's going to go through. No Vi.
No
the
Vi.
Squirrel, getting his way back into this game.
That's also, it's like, I guess, the Fiora player doesn't really run bigger cards in the hand, so getting rid of your mana that you have available right now, your runes rather, doesn't matter too much, right? So you'll just swing in with the Vi, he will have the stun. It's a way better line than the one I suggested. It's the reason I'm sitting here.
Yeah,
over there,
exactly. This is the interesting thing, like I said about Squirtle, blink and you miss it. One turn later, the board state is looking rather different, We've got quite a few units, got some equipment coming down. We're hidden a card, the guards. Then you play a Sand Soldier token. Ready it as well. Is going to be over to animation module now. 5-4. There is no hold for animation, of course. So is this going to be the turn then when we start to see everything going a little bit crazy? We have the Grim Resolve there. You mentioned XP in this deck can become a factor. That would obviously give something 2 XP and 3 might for the turn. That could obviously trigger your legend ability as well. Start channeling runes. I think he's got the one in play, actually. I think he has, hasn't he? So we'll be doing that.
Yeah, this is going to be a crucial turn in terms of combat tricks, of course. You have Squirtle on the Death Grip, which can offer more might and a draw. Maybe you can find something there. Grim Resolve, big combat trick. If he breaks here, of course, animation module, it could be the turn that decides the whole game. Hidden card, this is a card that he doesn't know about because the guards was drawn after, of course, the sabotage. He only saw back off in hand.
He saw back off, which we've seen already get, played. And as you said, Squirtle has got a ton of different hidden cards here, so animation module can't be too certain what he's staring down the barrel of there, as it were. Okay.
He's thinking Hidden Blade, doesn't have an answer to that. He is representing enough might to force an action out of Squirtle before he shows his tricks.
Okay.
I'll just put in the dice on there to represent the points. Thank you for that. Okay. First mate flying in.
He just sends him in.
Got a little bit more than that. Okay, so that's going to get rid of one Sand Soldier. Obviously, the Doran Shield does get reset. Drop to the ground. You've still got Sovereign plus 2 recruits at the top battlefield there, the Hall of Legends.
Squirtle very, very quick on the decision there. Didn't consider maybe Death Grip in something to pull over.
Like Pit Rookie. Could be next in the firing line.
Just getting rid of the recruits.
Oh, here come the guards.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Does he play the Grim Resolve now to just go over the...
Just to go over the top. Yeah, you could.
Shield?
Double Master here.
So we're going to immediately equip that equipment there as well. Does have tank, that one. So we have to put the damage through that one first.
Yes, sir.
Interesting little wrinkle to these showdowns. What are we seeing here then? Animation will just iron up something. Is it going to be that Grim Resolve? Looks like it might be. There we go.
So there's the Grim Resolve.
So
Death Grip could come through to keep the Doran Shield unit alive, and you keep a recruit alive like that too.
1 in hand. 2.
Passing the priority. And as we said, this is going to be the turn, folks. This could be the game-deciding turn. And you can tell, look at both players' body language. They know every card matters. Death Grip, I imagine, currently being eyed up here there for Squirtle.
He will put his soldier.
It's not resolving yet. Yeah.
Soldier would go to 6 if he Death Grips. It would resolve. He would draw a card, which is very nice.
Yep.
You hope you don't get a gear. This is the only moment you hope you don't get a gear. You want more combat tricks.
Yes. Currently at 9-2. Go up to 4. That Grim Resolve goes through. Squirrel's really debating this, isn't he? There's only 2 cards in hand for him. Oh, it's the Defy. Okay, didn't know that was in the hand.
That was the one card we missed on.
Yeah, that's strong.
That's the one he drew.
So that will turn off the Grim Resolve if it all stands. Which I imagine it will.
The tricky thing now.
Do we see the Vi come flying in now? I mean, that's.
If he plays the Vi, he doesn't even go over currently.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Like he goes over specifically to the Azir if he goes over the Doran Shield, but he knows the Death Grip is in hand. That's the problem.
Yes.
So if he plays Vi here on top of the Pit Rookie, he's hoping that the Death Grip doesn't get played, but you know.
I mean,
honestly, hoping and praying doesn't help a lot in Riftbound.
Yeah, no, exactly.
I've tried.
If only, if only I'd be out there playing.
I've tried.
Yeah, so there's no other reaction speed cards in the hand there apart from that Vi. As you do say, when you've got perfect knowledge that Death Grip's in that hand, I think it might just have to let this one go.
Maybe the Pit Rookie is just sacrificed for more information. So obviously now animation module knows there's only 1 card in hand. And
Vi is coming down with that ambush. And it can stun an enemy unit there as well. Stunning Azir.
Okay.
It's a tough one. That's a tough one.
See now the decision, of course. Obviously the stun targets.
Yep.
Now he knows that most likely the Death Grip target will be the one that is not stunned. In this case, the Doran Shield unit.
Yep.
But at least if it falls, then you know Azir is stunned on the next swing that is going to come in with Fiora.
This is true.
So even if the Death Grip happens now to keep the Azir alive, he's stunned for the next combat because he's stunned for the whole turn. So this is a very, very clever maneuver here from Animation Module. It seems like he has solved the puzzle.
He's forced all the archers out of the hand, so you know the next showdown there is going to be no tricks. I'm just going to be able to just straight out-might you. There is a Death Grip. Should kill one of your own units.
Here, give +4 to this recruit.
Wow. He's Death Gripping the Azir that is stunned. He knows with the line that Animation Module presented that this Azir is not staying alive. So he's just removing a unit that is stunned and just making sure that he has more units in, of course, his base for the next turn.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? While he's stunned, you know, as you do say, the Fiora's going to come charging in, so it's not going to be any use. Let me just pass this might over and have a bit more of a response. Fantastic play there, but now no cards in hand. Something to keep an eye on. I don't think animation module has any response to that, right? It's just the Rampage in hand, I believe. So, yep, that is going to go through. So now that recruit is a mighty recruit for what it's worth. 5 might.
Let's see if he finds any more combat tricks.
So I pass.
Oh, one card left in hand for Squirtle.
Sign 3 here.
Yes.
And 1 here. Yeah.
Okay.
One
the recruit that could.
The recruit that could indeed.
So well-trained recruit right there from Squirtle.
That's a very, very nice sequencing. And the question now if the Rampage comes into play, of course.
Yes.
Because now, unless he just assumes, like if Squirtle pulled third Defy, the one card we don't know.
That would be very upsetting.
That would be crazy.
Okay, so what we still got a Fiora to do some damage with. We have a first mate. We've still got 4 runes open, 1 card in hand we know is the Rampage. But I think with that 1 card left in that hand for Squirtle...
It does feel very bad to Rampage a recruit that is just completely jacked up only for this
exactly.
stun, you know, because of the Death Wish. That is, he drank like royal blood, you know?
Yeah, he's been in the gym. He's been in the gym. He had that whey protein shake. That's what he's been having.
Creatine, all that jazz.
Oh, dear. Yeah, so you can't even Rampage into that, really, because, you know, any form of combat trick then, and then Fiora could be in trouble. So, yeah, I think it's going to have to be a charge in. Looks like to the bottom battlefields. Well, you could Rampage something in the base.
It could be like a Rampage unit in base and then swing in with 7 against the recruit to just
True.
the back line.
Yep.
But, this is the safer play.
Yeah, this is the safer play. And going up to 5 now.
Does make sense to trim away the back line, though.
I do agree. It looks like that Rampage is going to come out. Is it going to be into the recruit or into the bench?
2 and 5.
Into the base.
No.
+2. Oh, sorry, you recycle. Oh, yes, my bad. Yes, nice.
Yep, that's going to go through. Only 1 Philip left now.
I'm really curious what Squirtle drew.
I know.
This is a very, you know, both hands completely empty.
Yep.
This is getting very, very tense.
We're both in top deck city here, as it were. Who will escape first? The first mate is just going to stay on the bench. 1 rune open for animation module for what it's worth. Holding up to 5. The recruit loses its might. And it is over to Squirtle now.
Right?
Now the main thing is, for Squirtle, any might
BF
sword goes over the Fiora is what I wanted to say. Any might just goes over.
Oh dear, here we go. The big Sand Soldier. Look at the speed of which we're playing now.
It's a 7.
Oh, he's been here before.
Whoa, he's got 3 arms. How is he holding two swords and a shield? How's he managing that? Fioria sent to the discard part. A recruit's going to come down thanks to the Doran sword as well. Squirtle. Back in the game.
As the BF sword.
Yep.
Yeah, the Fiora just kind of ran out of steam.
Yeah.
She played 2 pit rookies, 2 first mates. It's like there was no active card draw that actually occurred or happened. You had a lot of runes, but not a lot of cards to play, really.
Yeah.
And with this Conquer, Squirtle goes to 6.
That's a scary Sand Soldier. That's just not going to lose its might like that recruit did. That's going to stay there. He's got the BF sword. He's got the Doran's shield. I can't remember what the other equipment was there, but he's got that as well. So is that 4 equipment on it? 1, 2, 3, 4. It is. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, the tricky thing is, in terms of what you're hoping to top deck here from animation module side.
Yeah, what I mean.
You're kind of hoping for a Rengar if you want to go over.
Yeah, Rengar would be the dreamer.
Ooh, this is very interesting. On the recruit, he is contemplating putting the BF sword in base because he's worried that it's about to get stuck and that he can't conquer a battlefield that then animation module would stack on. The other one, in this case, in Hall of Legends.
Yeah, we always saw how much of a difference the BF sword can make. So, yeah, it's going to preserve it, move it back, move back the recruit as well. Big top deck. Going off the body language, I'm not sure that was a good one.
Yeah, what could be helpful is a punch first, a Rengar. Those are the big ones. Vi could be nice.
I think only plays one copy of Vi, I believe. Yep, in the main. Oh, and it is just going to be the concession. That one card isn't going to be that good, and Squirtle maneuvers his way to a Game 1 victory.
Oh, my days. I got nervous there for the other player. There's no gear, and then when the BF sword shows up, suddenly, you know, the room shifts, everything, you know.
Yep.
The Emperor of Shurima just rises again. I did feel like the Fiora started very well, but the lack of cards in hand. Always, when you pay attention to why certain legends are less played and don't go into top 8 often, is because they lack one of the kind of core pillars. It's like card draw and consistency and making sure that you're in every game. Because here, you had some tricks, you know. The first mate, the Fiora.
Pit rookie.
The Fiora legend was, of course, used multiple times.
The riposte came up as well.
The riposte had a good time on the, of course, the Arise. But then just ran out of steam.
Yep.
And
we normally say in, you know, card games like Riftbound, you either have to do something ridiculously strong inconsistently or be very consistent. I feel watching that game, was the Fiora deck putting up enough pressure to where you were really going to win the game? As you say, with the lack of card draw, like sure, you survived the early game onslaught, you know, with the riposte and your Fiora, but then when you've got no cards in your hand and your opponent can just get a Sand Soldier, equip the equipment on, and away you go, could be an uphill struggle. But we are in our sideboard phase now, so you can maneuver some cards in and out. I think we saw a little bit, actually, of what animation module was eyeing up. I believe we saw Harnessed Dragon getting replaced. I'm sure I saw an extra Vi coming in as well.
So the main thing for animation module now is the tricky game always for Azir is the second one. All the gear removal is going to come through and actually gives you card draw. So that's great. You know, card draw, this is something that was missing, definitely. Being the one to go first as well with the amount of 2-drops that he's playing, he is looking to, of course, score early. Solvages. Because you know, the main thing is, I think with, of course, Fiora is that you don't mind these power-hungry cards because of how easy access you have to the additional rune that you channel off of your legend. So with Solvage, I do think that the matchup could potentially shift. And if Squirtle draws the same in terms of the gear department, I do think that a Solvage or two could be enough if Squirtle doesn't have the same amount of gear. I expect Squirtle to just play the Trifarian War Camp, being the one to go second. It is a lot easier to hold, and obviously when you're behind on the point tempo as the second player, you want to make sure that you set up that hold, and Squirtle bringing 10 hidden cards is definitely going to look to set that up, of course. And I think the same line of logic for Fiora, hoping to see some of the gear. Once again, I'm very, very intrigued to ask Squirtle about his choice to bring so many hidden cards. 3 guards, 3 backoffs, and 3 hidden blades. What's fun about guards is the synergy with the hand hammer. Which is something we've seen other Azir players, Rocklo specifically, have an additional copy of it in the sideboard. Has a lot of synergy with Eye of Herald as well, because you need to make sure that you have your units work in pairs of 2. That's of course the crucial one. And Trifarian War Camp is going to be your choice of battlefield when you go second in most cases. And something that I saw Squirtle does, you know, everyone's always scared about the Arise card. But this is the type of matchup where you could consider removing the Arises. And an additional detail that is very interesting from Squirtle's side is that sideboarding into this Fiora archetype, it becomes a little bit trickier because some Fioras run BF swords, they run unsung heroes. He didn't really see a lot of the unique cards a Fiora could run. So we have the Sunken Temple, more card draw, all the problems are being solved. We have Salvages coming in, Sunken Temple. This Fiora was lacking cards, and this is going to help big time because playing a full game of a body deck and not seeing a single punch first does feel quite unnatural.
It does, and I just say a lot of draw power now coming in. So animation module is going to get us started. Do we see a 2-drop?
It just passes, no 2-drop.
No. Oh, yeah. Oh, I apologize. Yep, the immediate pass. And here we go.
And equip us.
Got the equipment down. That's all you really want for Azir going first. Well, on their first one, I should say. But, oh, the Chosen Legend coming down that Fiora. We know that can get scary if it gets just one more might. Get those keywords, ganking, shield, and deflect.
Things are going very, very fast here. Because Animation Module didn't have a lot of choices in its play.
Good point.
Yeah, just produce more soldiers here.
So do we go charging into that war camp then? Or do we try and hold or make life difficult on that Sunken Temple?
I do think that Squirtle is considering if there is a Pit Rookie in hand. Considering Animation Module didn't play a Pit Rookie in the first on turn 1, you can expect it not to be there. So going to 5 is not super easy.
Ooh, hold on.
For the Fiora.
Not a lot of units in that hand apart from the Rengar, right? 4 spells, I believe. And I made no mistake. I said Qualifier and War Camp. I meant Seat of Power. Would Squirtle go into that? Yeah, just the Rengar in hand. Sabotage can come down first. Okay, let's get some hand knowledge then. Okay.
So very early Sabotage, considering Squirtle is not conquering, not doing anything.
Yeah.
Very early Sabotage. In my mind, I would think that usually you want to keep it for a little bit longer to have information on crucial turns, because he might find himself in similar waters to the previous, where all the cards that really swung the matchup were the ones he didn't know about, because he was kind of 3 cards deep at the point where we saw the battle to kind of change the tide of the whole game. So this is very, very early to see.
One thing I want to draw attention to is that Vi that we can see in our hand, which obviously isn't a target for Sabotage, that was actually sideboarded in for Squirtle, which makes a lot of sense in this matchup. If you try and, remove big threats, you need to stun one of them. That'd be very helpful. So our targets from this Sabotage: Discipline, On Guard, Vi, we'll get there eventually, and then the Death Grip as well. What are we thinking here?
I think that...
We saw how good the Death Grip was, but then Discipline. They're 3 good targets, realistically.
I honestly would probably, from my perspective, I would target just the Discipline.
Okay.
Because it's the card that you just kind of rotate, at least in the context of Death Grip. It's a card that scales well, definitely. It's better into deeper rounds, but in terms of early, just getting the cycle and 2, at least you don't have to kill a unit to get, of course, 2 additional might. That's why I thought that the Sabotage was very early, because he deramped a lot here.
Yeah.
Here.
We do see the Rengar come down as well. That's another rune getting recycled. We're going to see the double Conquer now. Up to 2 points there for Squirtle. All runes open. Still has all his plays yet.
Oh, yes, sorry.
There we go, yeah. Going to get those 2 points there.
See
no equipment in that hand unless we topped it there, right?
The question is if he found something. That would have been a good target to snipe with the Sabotage, a little gear.
Yeah, for sure.
It's also that he drew additionally from the Seat of Power draw. So there's 2 unknown cards. That's why, like, imagine you just develop the Rengar in base, and then you play Sabotage on the turn where you swing in. It's so much more effective, and you get, of course, the additional rune to use because you don't recycle it. So I think that Animation Module is just playing a hand that maybe he doesn't recognize too much because he doesn't see the 3 drops, the 2 drops.
Yeah.
That, of course, allows him to just channel more runes with the Fiora Legend.
So Brutalizer did come down there for Squirtle, so we are going to get another Sand Soldier. So 3 equipment currently in play.
Oh.
And yep, we are going to see the pass over now to Animation Module. Okay, we're going to have to see something now, though. Can't just let this hang about. Well, there is a lot of spells in that hand, but a lot of combat tricks, I should say. Not super relevant right now, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, the tricky thing is that that back off, that he has 3 runes available to play, just stunning one of these units is going to make a big difference. And could play Repulse or Riposte, but that's a very, very expensive investment into, of course, that back off card.
Don't think he plays Repulse. Don't see it in the deck list. Oh, so Repulse. I thought you said Repulse. I apologize.
my bad. I got that accent.
Close enough.
I've noticed I'm hanging out with Amy, you, Joe, and I'm just getting more and more British as I go along.
Okay, looks like Rengar is just going to go into the Sunken Temple. That is going to go through. Okay, so we are getting on the board. So Repulse, funnily enough, would actually be quite helpful as well.
Yeah, chooses not to play the back off.
No.
Just keeps it. He wants to deny the Seat of Power draw.
I believe you. I think you might be correct. He isn't going to draw off the Sunken Temple. Could have obviously done that if he'd like. Rengar is mighty.
On guard first. Wants to force tools out of animation module here.
Animation module obviously knows the hand, knows that was in there, and he has a ton of combat tricks in that hand.
That's 6 versus 5 now. And I think Squirtle would be very happy to play the back off here and to just get the riposte out.
Does he have enough to do that still? Oh, he does. Yeah, there we go. Right on cue. Yeah.
Yes, recycled.
So we're forcing a riposte here. If he has it. Does he even have it? I'm not sure he does, you know. No.
He doesn't have it in hand.
No, he does not. That is devastating. As it would stand now, both are just going to come back. Yep. Or no, the attacker, I should say, comes back. Licking her wounds, as it were. One unable to clear off that battlefield. So we're going to see a hidden card there. The Kennen.
Hold with the 3.
And yeah, successful turn now, I think, for Squirtle. Did what he needed to do.
Now the main question is, can he find the Conquer now on the Sanctum? Getting over the Rengar is quite tricky. You have the Brutalizer, of course, ready to go. Punch first. Salvage is something that is also action speed. So swinging in with the Brutalizing, being caught off guard by the Salvage can hurt.
As you say, that is the game 2 problem for us. That Gear Hate comes flying on in and salvage some of our premier Gear Hate.
Animation module also. He is aware of course, the Vi in the hand of Squirtle.
Mm-hmm.
And the Discipline as well. Didn't see what Squirtle drew on the turn. Could be one of those moments where Squirtle is just happy to develop and to potentially hide a card. But
we are going to see the attachment there of the Brutalizer. That's +3 for that Sand Soldier this turn.
The animation mode is just salivating on the thought of using Salvage on that Brutalizer.
Yeah.
That's one of those ones that just really, really catches you off guard because having -3 might on the swing really, really hurts. And we're probably going to see...
That's going to go charging.
And 4 cycle. Try just to Rengar.
And there's that Vi. Stunned from the Vi. Rengar stunned, I should say.
Animation model now has a very beautiful line to play. Reveal the cannon, stun, and then, of course, stun the Vi, and then just salvage the Brutalizer.
Yep.
And he might think, does Squirtle have the Defy for that?
They are both 5.
Yes, both 5.
Does have his own Rengar. Punch first.
The key detail here is the Rengar is stunned, so punch first could potentially, keep him alive for a moment, but he wouldn't kill anything in return.
Mm-hmm.
And he knows about the Discipline in hand for, of course, Squirtle, so he could go over that if need be. And deramping at this point, with how much he has deramped earlier, feels very, very bad. He's about to reveal the cannon.
Obviously, pay 2 to stun a unit this turn. And then it gets +2 as well. Massive might swing. Stunning here, there, and everywhere.
In the round, it feels like the time stops when you're in these moments, and then time is clicking. You look over, and time is just disappearing. Now for the grand reveal, which target will he stun? Will he stun at all? He should stun.
You definitely you need
the expectation.
Yeah, we need that. We need that might, and we need the might to get turned off from our opponent as well. There we go. Reveal Kennen. Has to pay 2.
Why?
Does still have enough runes to go for the salvage if he likes.
It would trim everything down. This Kennen is
I
now
do
on 4.
pass.
Okay, priorities passed back over. Are we going to see salvage?
That Rengar is meant to be stunned.
Yeah.
My man is not flowing, like he's spitting bars, you know, he's flowing.
He's got the
on some crazy beat at the Sanctum,
right now,
you know?
yeah. And then Kennen gets +2. Stun. 2-2.
Not a big decision of the salvage.
Surely. Left them open. Well, I didn't leave them open, but they are open. Ooh.
Grim Resolve is also an option.
Resolve is an option. Extra +3.
Kennen.
On the Kennen, of course.
Trying to keep him alive.
That's what, 7 now on that Kennen. So, you know, he's got there, isn't he? He's been in the gym as well. 7 might.
The nice thing about the Grim Resolve play is that it allows him to kill the Vi, and it keeps his cannon alive. And then if the Brutalizer unit gets recalled to base, then it's just stuck there. And kind of like this line a lot more than the Salvage one. Because even if the Defy goes through, you're not in a situation
I pass.
where
I kill cannon.
you DRAM.
So I can
wait,
kill one,
yes,
right?
I can only kill. Oh, I can kill anything at the moment. Yeah, that is fine.
Yeah, kill. Yeah, why?
Okay, so that showdown is going to conclude then.
Again, 2 XP?
No, I can kill cannon.
Huh?
That's a 7.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
That's only 5.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't think that Kennen should be getting killed, but and it's not.
Back.
We do get the
So I
Fiora
gain 2
Legend
XP.
Yeah.
activation as well. We get
Play
some
Eye of the
XP.
Herald.
And there we go. Big turn there for animation module. That was a scary looking showdown there, but he did win it. Back over to Squirtle now.
Your Rengar is still alive also, right?
Yeah, Rengar was on 6.
Do 5? Yes.
All right. I was trying to be a good guy. I was confused, honestly.
Yeah,
This is my first day casting. I didn't want to call out something, you know? I didn't understand how the Rengar died.
Pull it out, bro.
Yeah, the Rengar is still alive.
That really changes things. Goodness. Oh, wow. Yeah, that was a great showdown there for animation then. The little Kennen, that could. Was that,
Yes, sir.
Was that just all get the Sand Storage attached and pass back over? It was, wasn't it?
Yeah, so basically...
Yeah, just a reload turn there for Squirtle. Okay.
Pretty much, yeah.
All right, animation module definitely in the driver's seat. What have we got? Just want some units, I think, all right? Just
Still a lot of Riftbound still left to play.
Yeah,
we are so low on the points. We haven't seen a lot of double conquer turns.
Definitely. We've seen Squirtle get out of trickier situations than this as well, so we know this game isn't over by any means. I mean, it's kind of a mirror in game 1, right, where animation module gets out to speed early, but can he, you know, stay there? Divine Judgment, each player chooses.
That is a crazy
2
card.
units, 2 gear, 2 runes, and 2 cards in their hand, and recycle the rest. Now, I saw that in his sideboard, and I thought, are we going to go for that? Turns out he did.
Usually that's a card that comes through against some of the more combo decks, like Auroras, and Loop Luxes. I'm surprised to see it here. He just said, I don't want to ever brick again, and if I do, I want to get out of that situation.
Yeah. If you dare get off to the races, have that.
It's one of those things where usually the unit...
Oh, it's Cobra as well. Divine Judgment. Absolutely love to see that. As you say,
just resets the game, but gets to keep 2 very chunky units.
Look at Squirtle's face. Was not ready for that. Okay. Divine Judgment it is.
This one to the bottom.
Interesting. So you get to restart the game, but you keep a Fiora and a Rengar.
Yeah, that's kind of tech, though. That's crazy tech.
That is.
You know, the Squirtle only gets to keep 2 gear, 2 units. Your units are way juicier.
Yeah.
That's for sure. And you just kind of ruin the potential rise time.
Yeah.
Speaking of slow game, now we're back to 2 runes.
Yeah,
we're back to square one, baby.
Literally back to square one. But like I say, I quite like this situation. You turned off any potential rise. You have the naturally chunkier units in place.
It's recycled, okay. That Divine Judgment recycles?
I recycled, my Kanan.
Oh, okay, then. So it was destroyed. My bad.
That'd be even
And I
scarier.
need to recycle one hand. Let me see.
Everything gets recycled.
Yeah.
That is very interesting.
I did not.
Now that I saw it unfold, I'm like, damn, why has no one ever done this to me?
Well, maybe the secret's out of the bag now. You know, so
Okay.
everyone gets to see it. But yeah, I saw it in the side deck when they're in between game 1 and 2, and I thought, I mean, if you really wanted to, you could use that for Azir. Didn't think he actually would, but fair play. He's gone and done it. And that's looking rather scary. And, just going to make sure everything was concluded perfectly off that Divine Judgment. It's not a card we see all the time, of course. I was going to double check on that. But, you know, as an Azir player yourself, How backbreaking is that card against you?
I think it all depends on the moment of the game.
Yep.
I think here there's a lot of value to it because Rengar and Fiora are still just on the board. These are massive units in terms of the value that you represent. You get to make choices, right? You get to keep the gears of your choice. In this case, the Doran Shield and Brutalize are the most valuable ones. Usually, the card being so expensive, if the enemy player gets to keep 2 units on the board and they have, of course, initiative on their turn, that is something that can be, of course, tricky to manage. But the fact that you have a Rengar on the board definitely makes it a lot harder to go over. Another thing, right, when Divine Judgment is played and you get to keep 2 cards, you get to choose which cards you are keeping in hand, which, of course, changes the dynamic of the situation as well. But, still, we haven't seen some of the XP mechanics come into play. None of the Shepherd's Heirlooms have been drawn. I kind of was hoping to see that in play. Just to
Yeah, for sure.
that card is quite nasty if you have the XP available to it. The number 1 XP deck that we get to see most of course, is Kha'Zix. But the fact that there's only 1 XP, and obviously Kha'Zix can't use it because it's a yellow card. But if he could, he would be shepherding all the sheep.
Yeah, for sure.
From here to Scotland, like all the sheep would just follow Kha'Zix.
Luckily, Scotland. That's very far as well.
It's quite a distance. I forgot we're in Barcelona.
I've got to see. I'm going to navigate over some sea there. But let's just draw attention to the fact as well. I think I said this before, but yeah, this was a sideboarded card, this Divine Judgment. So animation
Very nice,
basically saying, you know what, in case this comes up and you get off to the race a little bit too quick, let me reset it. So yeah, interesting decisions there. And coming up trumps quite clearly. And you know, looking at this deck, you know, it's got a lot of, you know, tricks, hasn't it? You know, the Free of Repose, the Salvage, not the Salvage, the Sabotage Salvage as well, obviously in this matchup was rather good as well. The Shepherd card as well, all very interesting. And it's hard, yeah, there's something to be said as well. When you're playing a deck like this, as you say, how many people actually tested against this? How many people know what the roughly 20 cards are in this deck? Probably not. You know, how many people know about the tips and tricks and, you know, the break points? Not many people. So in a big event like this, could be very advantageous, perhaps, to be playing a deck like this.
Yeah, the sideboard so far, I imagine the Salvage is also going to play a big part in the future turn, considering Brutalizer's in play. The sideboard is doing wonders here for Animation Modu, who had a relatively bricked hand and then came into it. Divine Judgment just coming in quite heavy. I was surprised that would be the turn, but when you have Rengar and Fiora on the board, why not?
Yeah,
why not?
I saw it in the hand and I thought it's actually not a bad turn to use it, as you say, because your units are just naturally chunkier. So you have that advantage. You get rid of all the equipment, so there is no bailout or rise turn to sort of immediately get back in the race, as it were. And resetting the runes for both players, especially if you can start to use your Fiora Legend, you can start to get your runes back at a quick or a faster rate than normal as well. So yeah, shout out to Divine Judgment. Not a card I expected to be talking as much about coming into this event, but here I am, and it was quite effective as well.
I love games where you tread into new waters.
Yes.
You know, it's like the permutations of what kind of board states you can be in is there's endless amounts. It's like usually the first turns are very, very straightforward. All these players have seen, you know, turn 1, 2, 3 with their decks, and most decks in play. You play a 2-drop, you play a cheeky, 4-drop on your turn 2, and then either you conquer and try to hold the battlefield. Very, very simple and straightforward. But now we are going into different universes, you know?
Yeah.
we are all over the place.
We are off the beaten
back to 2 runes.
Yeah.
And considering we're only on the second game, like the players are playing relatively fast. Like we have some speedy turns going through, and we are going into the deep end in terms of time because of how just methodical everyone's had to just conquer one battlefield, conquer one battlefield, conquer one battlefield. Now we're back to taking baby steps with, of course, you know, maybe a Nepo baby, considering they have Rengar, Fiora, and some gear on the board.
Yeah, it's, as you say, both players have been playing at a brisk pace. You know, there's been a lot of decisions to be made. You know, that we had that big showdown in game 1 where we had, you know, multiple cards getting into the reaction chain, decisions to be made. And as you say, 1 point at a time. It hasn't really been a barnstorm where someone's just gone off to the races and won quickly. So
just waiting as the judges investigate something.
As I say, I've said it many a times. You know what you want? I'm going to say it again. Thank your judges. Without them, you know, I think a lot of times they're a very thankless job. I don't think they get enough credit as they deserve. Without the judges, we wouldn't have our event. I wouldn't be sat here with you talking about this lovely game, Riftbound, and all of us would be at home twiddling our thumbs. So everyone, give thanks to your judges and to all the staff that make these events possible.
You know, I gotta say, judges as well. I don't know if they go through like some boot camp, because when you call judge, they are quick. You know?
They are on it, yeah.
They are running over, you know,
Yeah.
boom, 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 boom. They are very, very fast, elegant. They have to dodge, you know, the multitudes of people that might be in the way, and then on top of that, they're very knowledgeable.
Very knowledgeable. You know, there have been times I've been at, like, you know, local Nexus night, and I talk about this very specific scenario about some cards, because when I play Riftbound, I play silly decks, I play cards that not a lot of people know. So I'm like, oh, here's this situation. They just instantly, like, oh, yeah, this how it resolves. I'm like, oh, fair enough. Like, I didn't expect knowledge to press that far, but it certainly has. So yeah, shout out to the judges there, especially the stream judges, done a fantastic job.
Did you take the judges test?
Have I?
Yeah.
I have not, no. Have you?
I have.
Did it go well?
I nailed it, yeah.
Yeah, let's go. Love that. Love
I nailed
that.
it. Come on now.
Okay, one question I want to talk to you about, 'cause I know you're an Azir player. We have our new set, Vendetta. The only real equipment I see in the Azir decks is the hand hammer, but you never really see it in a crazy high count. Why would you say that is?
I think the main thing is that some decks are kind of already almost solved.
Okay.
I think it's just the lack of room and the fact that it's a 2-cost. This is kind of in the range where a lot of cards are already in. You think of guards, you think of back off, discipline as well. It's like the main lack of consistency that Azir has on occasion, which is why we saw even before the ban, Arena's Greatest was something that Azir players weren't playing, just because you couldn't, the lack of consistency always was in the turn 1 play. So hand hammer is something that you can see when you're playing second. You can switch it out for a Soul Sword. The Soul Sword as a gear doesn't really do much beyond to give you, of course, the Azir Sand Soldier. So in terms of effects, it's quite uninteresting, but you just have it for, of course, consistency.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It's interesting because this is one of those decks where for every set that comes out, any low-cost equipment or gear, it can, in theory, could work. But as you do say, you know, as more sets come out and the decks sort of, as you say, get solved, every equipment really has to, you know, earn its spot. Like, just because it's a low-cost equipment doesn't mean it has to go in. Every gear has its use case. So, you know, this time the hand hammer coming in as a sneaky 1 count. So
I'm intrigued. We saw in you know, Squirtle's read of the Fiora opponent. A lot of them played, for example, BF swords, unsung heroes to, of course, go over that might threshold. We saw in the Mulligan he had sideboard in his gear removal, which is very, very interesting in terms of the dynamic of the matchup, because even though you played 1 game, he got to see like maybe 10 cards. 10 cards out of 39. And you can think of some staples. There was a moment where Squirtle was praying that he wouldn't run into a Rengar. You can kind of have those estimations, but the fact that he has gear removal, expected BF swords, I doubt that he expected the Shepherd's Heirloom, but he could have. Obviously, Squirtle is a double RQ winner. I shouldn't put it past him. He might just know it all.
Okay, so it looks like judges are just making sure that everything was correct with a divine judgment. They're just reconsulting the replay, just making sure, you know, was the right amount of cards shuffled in and stuff along this, or recycled, I should say. So while they do that, you know, they're gonna have it take a bit of time, and you get to look at us again. Come on. So
I'm sweating.
Yes, I'm getting hot in here as well. This is tough. So you said that, you know, you're an Azir player. If you were playing Barcelona, I assume you would have been playing Azir, would you?
Oh, if I was over here, I would be playing Azir for sure. Yeah. That's in my deck. I played in the Showdown. I did fine.
Okay.
Went 7-2-1.
Ooh, go on then. That's good.
Give me confidence. You know, give me a little bit of confidence. I think it's not too shabby. Rockler was also playing Azir over there in Speyer, the Showdown. It's fun that there's so many tournaments popping up, you know? Like, I could be touring the whole world and just, I kind of want to elope on life and just go play Riftbound everywhere, you know? Just become a Riftbound nomad.
Just like, give up all responsibilities apart from your deck.
Just carry a sleeping bag in my backpack, my binder, my decks, and then just, you know, sleep outside of the card shops, you know?
Get like booster boxes as your pillow. The empty booster boxes.
To sleep on bulk, you know, like that.
Sleep on bulk,
like that Breaking Bad scene. You didn't watch Breaking Bad?
I have not, unfortunately. I know I need to, chap. Please don't line me up. I know I need to.
Have you seen that scene where like two guys are just laying on a big pile of money,
Oh, yes, I have seen it.
Yeah. Imagine that, but just bulk cards.
That'd be you with best of as is.
Oh shit! I wish.
I mean, you would have to get through Squirtle for that, though. That might be quite difficult, but...
yes, sir.
Yeah, that
very,
would be
very
good.
difficult.
Riftbound Nomad, I like that. That's a good username, I feel.
Yeah.
Riftbound Nomad.
We've seen some cool usernames.
Yeah.
Even animation model goes kind of hard.
You know what? When we got told that was going to be our next round, and we looked at the username, I thought, animation module, that's a nice username. I couldn't tell you the backstory behind it, of course, but you know, that's one thing I do like about Riftbound, everyone's usernames. When you go to locals and you check your pairings, you know, there's animation module here, is Riftbound Nomad there. Mine's just birds, mine's boring.
Simple and clean. Sometimes, you know, League of Legends usernames, because that's what transfers over, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
You see some crazy
I can imagine.
some crazy things. You know, the homie was Mom Sky. That's a classic. It's Mom Sky or something.
Mom Sky.
All right, bless him. You know, if it passes through the League of Legends filter, why not? You know.
Yeah, if it gets through, it gets through. One card I want to talk to you a little bit about. It's in both players' side deck. So I imagine you know a bit about it. Is that Decree of Unity? Now, obviously, it's going to be in the side deck because you know if you're not playing against Chaos decks, useless. However, how much of a swing card is it into those Chaos matchups?
Oh, it's such a big deal because obviously it's like playing into Cannon. Your worst nightmare is just they play Cannon, they play a Seal, and then they just ride the wind.
Yep.
And if you can just snipe them from base, just like that, it's basically a better version of course, Call the Week because you can target something, you can choose, and I'm just comparing it because of the cost parity. If you can snipe that cannon and he doesn't get to burn and flow cards, flow his stack deck and all that jazz, doesn't get the double conquer on those very powerful spells, then suddenly it doesn't pick up as much steam. So it can be a massive one. In some cases, we see 3 copies. And the moment you see just the top end, it's like everywhere we see so much cannon played. Everyone knows cannon is very strong. So you have every reason to just tech into it quite heavily. It's the same reason we see, of course, the green decree as well against the red, just because of Rengar's prevalence. It's like Prismat put it on the map and suddenly everyone's playing Rengar. and those, of course, decks have plenty of red units that you can fight against. And it just needs to be 1 red unit in combat for you to get that +4. So I feel like those are the ones where, you know, the uniqueness of 10 cards in sideboard allows you to just tech so heavily into what you expect to be the majority of your matchups, because the tricky thing about Riftbound is you need to be good against the whole field, because all these guys that are winning and getting into top 8, it's like they are basically doing it without losing pretty much, which is an absurd amount of consistency that you need to have against how many legends are there? There's 40 legends, you know?
There's too many, yeah. It's insane. Like Squirtle, on like what at this point, it was 32 coming into RQ Barcelona, Squirtle's win streak, and now he's 2 years, that's 35. 35 win streak there for Squirtle coming into this exact round. And as you say, you aren't doing that versus the same deck 20 times, are you? There's going to be some Annies mixed in, for example, back, you know, in formats gone. Now he's playing against Fiora. You know, he's going to be doing that against Wholefield. So Master Yi probably gets in the mix, or Diana in past formats. So as you say, you know, being able to just, you know, have a good strategy into the whole field is not only needed in Riftbound, I'd say it's essential.
Definitely essential. It's like you might like get angry at a specific deck and you're like, I'm going to go to this tournament and I'm just going to snipe them. But enough about that. Seems like we're going to be, of course, going back into the game any moment now. I was just talking about, like, you can't go out with a Vendetta, no pun intended, you know, against a specific deck.
I like that. Yeah, you were saying that one for a while, weren't you? I could tell.
You can practice against something, prepare against something, but if you just come to snipe one, then you're not going to have a good time. You need to be good against everything. We have to turn.
Okay, so now we are back in the mix. The judges there, we have done a successful replay and we have made sure that the Divine Judgment was resolved perfectly. And looks like it now has, and due to the way Divine Judgment works, if you as the player haven't got 2 equipment, then your opponent actually gets to keep an extra 2. So that's how we actually have 4 equipment there for Squirtle. And now we are back in the mix.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's a crazy interaction.
Yeah.
Today I learned.
Yeah. Today I learned, and I'm sure chat learns off not knowing that ahead of time. Don't lie. No, you did not know that. Don't lie to me. But here we are. So that actually completely changed the thing, right? It's Divine Judgment turn now, right? Yeah.
Just to confirm, so he can choose another Sand Soldier to survive, right? Not sacrifice.
Oh, wait.
The one...
Yes, I can choose the other 2.
Yeah.
And then that's sacrifice.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, well that changes the whole dynamic.
Yeah, so now, I believe we're actually still concluding the Divine Judgment here. It sounds as if, right? Or we're now on Squirtle's turn. We're on Squirtle's turn. I apologize.
Squirtle's
Yeah.
turn.
So that we thought it was crazy before. And now, if you get to keep 4 equipment, the Arise is still on. You know, it's not as impact. I mean, it's still good. Don't get me wrong, but not as game breaking as I think as I previously thought.
Wording of cards is so important.
6.
That's so important. There's the punch first.
There's the punch first. Oh,
we are runes.
Where were those runes? I mean, it did work. Let's be fair, that punch first, but now
it goes both ways to equip those. That's very costly. That Fiora's not dying this turn, that's for sure.
He does get 1 rune back from Legend ability, I guess, to be fair. So
true.
Not the massive needle move, but could come up.
Divine Judgment. What an interaction.
Yeah, I'm
still stuck on that.
That is an interesting one.
We had to choose.
But because I wonder if Animation Module knew that's how it concluded, because it becomes a lot less impactful if you don't play much equipment yourself, right? And doesn't play too much, just the Shepherd's Heirloom. But, you know, that is what it is. We are back in the mix now for Animation Module. Does have the Fiora, does have the Rengar, does have Shepherd's Heirloom in hand, and the Riposte.
He wishes that was one of the gears that could have been kept alive.
Yeah.
Judgment.
Could have told me that last turn, yeah.
At least the Riposte is there. I wonder if this is something that he's just going to keep mana runes just available for, as of course, you know, if the Arise comes through. I think that's just something that he will have too hard of a time to beat. But Shepherd's Heirloom gets played for 2.
Oh.
Again. All right.
Okay.
All right.
I mean,
yes, I played this.
You have 3.
Yeah, that should work. When you play this game, 1 XP, you can spend 1 to attach it. It looks like we have 3 experience, so that should be possible.
Yeah, it also gives you 1 XP on play. So
Yeah, exactly. So you can always
kind of pays for itself.
Looks like I need a refund of this card.
Yeah. It's true that you read it, but in Chinese, it's own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Each player choose your 2 units and stuff.
Yeah. Like it makes sense to be like that.
Okay.
Yeah, could have done with that one being in English, maybe.
Oh my.
Okay.
That's interesting. I hope we get some clarification on that at some point. I'm intrigued.
Yeah, I mean, this is the interesting thing. You know, when these cards come up, it can create some sticky situations, as it were. So Shepherd Heirloom coming down, potentially. He's getting confirmation if all that will go through. But look like that would go onto Fiora. That would activate Legend ability, so you can start to get your runes back again. So we are going to get confirmation on that one. Bit of a stop-start journey here, but, you know, I'm all for it.
He can play the Shepherd Heirloom on this turn, and he just needs to be ready for the turn where Squirtle will have, of course, 6 runes for the Arise with the Riposte. I was talking a little bit silly earlier. Divine Judgment, of course, brought him back to 2. Every time I see the board state, I'm like, oh, have we been here? Like, I'm getting some...
Move out a bit, my ears.
Yeah.
Okay. So...
Stay quiet now.
Yeah, we've got to be can't say anything that would ruin competitive integrity of the tournament. Of course, we would never do that. Oh, psyched us out a little bit there. But yeah, Fiora, you know, it's one of those... I've been impressed. I've been impressed so far. I think it's
I like Fiora more than the Ambessa. I'm just comparing like the legends and the colors.
Yeah,
I like the Fiora a lot more than the Ambessa. Rather create runes than to burn runes. That's for sure.
Yeah, and I do like the little bit of the inbuilt consistency there. After the Divine Judgment, you can then start to reload your runes with your Fiora.
Yes, sir.
I mean, very slowly, of course.
Yes, sir.
But does get you back in the mix.
Have to appreciate also the endurance of the players. We are currently, of course, in round 4, and they have so many more rounds to play. This has been, of course, a very, very long match, and to maintain focus is, of course, very challenging. A lot of new mechanics in Vendetta.
Yeah, we've got quite a few new mechanics, haven't we, in Vendetta? Burn.
Burn, baby.
Yeah, burn, baby, burn. Riftbound Inferno. You know, sometimes when you play these burn cards, when you put them into play or when it says, you have to discard the top card of your deck equal to the amount it says there. So if you don't do Endless Riches, that's a card I've actually been eyeing up myself a little bit.
Really?
Yeah.
Cooking.
Yeah.
Don't tell me Volleyball with Endless Riches.
No, not Volleyball. A little bit of Z, perhaps.
Oh,
But when you play that, you got to discard top 7. That Blade Twirler, each time it moves, they choose a player, then they burn one. That's an interesting one to keep an eye on. Will we have, I mean, probably not just with this, but a successful, discard your opponent's deck? Start ripping through their resources while you.
We've seen already Ezreal do those mechanics, Pike too. The beautiful thing about the burn mechanic and the timing of it is, of course, the inclusion of flow.
Yes.
So many spells that you can, of course, play from your trash, which has a massive impact. Flow is mostly what we see, of course, with Canon, what we discussed earlier when we talked about the decree of unity. Burn has so many different flavors because, of course, Karox, he just burns from the enemy. Flow, as mentioned before, something you can play from your trash. It feels very good to discard. There's a lot of discard mechanics. There's battlefields that discard. There's, of course, a Z that discards. And it also just helps you get access to, of course, very, very cheap just Rasas. And on top of that, all of that, in terms of mechanics, a new mechanic, of course, is the Empower effect. We haven't seen like the stronger Empower decks come into play just yet. It's a big investment cost, which allows units to kind of be in two forms. They're kind of scary in the fact that if they are left untouched, that the Empower effect will come into play. We saw it in the Ambessa. It allows you to, of course, make your choices a little bit more elegantly. This was the Ambassador Champion unit that wasn't played in that one, but this one, for example, is very unique in the fact that it has Assault, and when she attacks, she kills an enemy unit here with less might than me. It also applies to gear. The Grumpy Rock Bear is something that I've seen pop up in some NASA's lists because the 12 Empowered, it's makes this unit much, much stronger, but it's cheaper for every rune that you control. But Nasus is very happy because the Empower cost, the card cost is what he, of course, looks at when he, of course, is allowed to tap the legend or not. And this, regardless of how much you pay, you're still, getting that effect. So I kind of like Vendetta. I like the inclusions of everything. I kind of synergize with a lot of the old, strong decks. I think Vendetta included very, very nice mechanics. I'm so excited. I'm excited and also scared. It's like we are in set 4. Set 5 is coming through. Riot's going to be super creative in terms of things that are going to come through, and then at some point we're going to be in set 9, and cards are going to be able to do. They're going to be doing backflips, they're gonna, on the table.
They're going to throw some legs and start walking. So just as this game does start to get restarted, I'm going to put you on the spot here. Flow, Burn, Empower. What's your favorite of the 3?
I have to say Empower.
Yeah,
I'm a big fan of the Researcher.
Yeah.
Just the research is so powerful. All right, I've got the...
Yeah, here we go. Right, so back in then, we've got the Shepherd's Heirloom. Going to get attached to Fiora. We'll get the Legend ability. And then it looks like, yes, that's going to be Mighty now. So it does get those keywords, of course. And that is going to move over. Because it has Ganking now, because of the keyword.
Yes.
Rolls 1 from the Sanctum.
Okay, very different to game 1 then, where he didn't have much draw power. Now we've got a decent amount. We love that. Still has the Rengar knocking about, obviously, as well, in the base. So we are 4 to 3. Ooh, hidden cards.
Hidden cards.
Hidden cards.
That was the Hidden Blade that he just drew from the Sanctum.
Wow, that's helpful, isn't it?
Very helpful. In terms of sequencing, if you Azir, kind of want to set up in a way that you draw from the Seat of Power, but it looks very difficult from here with the hidden card. There is, of course, that Defy, and then the Arise that is going to come later. But Animation Module, when Squirtle is going to be on 6 runes, he has to keep 6 open, plain and simple.
Yeah.
And the question here is, then Animation Module, did he make a mistake by moving the Fiora into the field, or is this the correct decision? Because he could have kept it in base. Going to 5 isn't particularly impressive.
It's not a needle mover.
It's not particularly impressive. And you also DRAM for, of course, the Hidden Blade. He could have kept that in base. And then if the Azir chooses to double conquer, then you can be the one choosing to swing in. Because this Defy is going to come in crucial against that Hidden Blade. He knows, of course, Animation Module is also completely tapped out. So as this Azir swings in, he could create another soldier before he does so. and he can just bring everybody with him.
Yep, there's a lot going on there, isn't there? And it must be so nice when you're playing when you've got a Defy in the hand, right? You think, okay, I've got a little bit of a safety net here. If you get tips and tricky, I can just have a bit of that.
Yes, sir.
So we are going to see that equipment getting attached there. Oh, no, sorry, with the discipline, I should say. And these Sand Soldiers, they really get out of hand quick. Right? You think, oh, it's a little token, it's not going to do any harm. Then it gets the equipment, gets the disciplines. All of a sudden, they are swinging into units they have no right to be swinging into, in my opinion. So what's that, what, 6 on that Sand Soldier down there? That's more than Fiora.
I wonder if he, now the choice, will he double conquer? Conquer the seat of power and then bring the soldier with him as he enters the other battlefield? Or will he only swing in with the soldier that is currently buffed up due to Brutalizer and Discipline? And then, of course, just keep Azir in base for the next turn. He could just play that line as well. He swings in with the Azir.
Trigger. Attack trigger, sorry.
There's the attack trigger.
Okay. Yeah, animation.
Can react to the attack trigger with, of course, Hidden Blade, but he doesn't know about the Defy.
Doesn't know about that yet. 2 runes open, so you know that could be an option, of course. 2 cards in hand. Oh, animation module's tapped out, I should say. So
yes, sir.
Yeah, so nothing coming out of there. So we do know Hidden Blade now. Activation. Just debating on what does he target himself to draw cards and has 2 in hand? Do you pick off the Azir Sovereign? Isn't to know.
Yeah, try to kill the big one.
Yeah, I think at this point...
I'm going to try it, yeah. No, and that will fail there. That Defy comes out with lightning
It's 8, yes. 6, 7, 8.
8. And there we go.
Conquer.
Fioria is no more. This is very similar to game 1, I feel.
It's very, very interesting because here, what Squirtle did here, as he taps his Azir Legend, is that he deramped to 3. So there's no Arise turn next turn. He did equip the Brutalizer to go over and to have the tank unit to, of course, kill the Fiora while keeping his unit alive. And he's going to look to potentially hold. And then with 5 runes...
Go.
I wonder if Squirtle is just thinking, you know, in terms of the hand that animation module chose to keep, maybe just thinking, you know what, I'm playing stronger turns now, and I'm not banking on a rise later that could be reposted if the enemy chooses to keep runes available. But there's 2 schools of thought, right? Because if you never played the Arise and he has 2 runes available, he's also playing 2 less runes on his turn to keep it open.
Yeah. Yeah,
so
true.
it goes both ways. It definitely goes both ways. Luckily, animation module now with the Shepherd, due to earlier combats, could equip it easily because he still has 2 XP available because of the Grim Resolve combats that he did indeed win.
Yep. Does have another Shepherd's Heirloom in hand, I believe. A Repose and a Rengar. I know that. To the lie, there is no other Shepherd's Heirloom in hand. It is a first mate.
So something that could be done here is he could go to 6 and play more of a defensive game. He could swing in and just play the second Rengar as well.
Yep.
And just be left on the battlefield because there's no Arise turn for the enemy. Goes for the safer play. Has time. We'll go to 6 against 4. There's a lot of time.
There's a lot of time.
Doesn't feel rushed. Brings it back.
Okay, we like that.
I
we
like
that
the
a
setup.
lot.
I like the setup a lot. Because now Squirtle's in a position where he needs to set up a hold, can't play a Rise due to, of course, burning the rune earlier. And I wonder if you're going to look back at that as a
All with 5.
The synergy between that Shepherd's Heirloom and the Fioria Legend is quite nice, isn't it? Because attach it to the first mate and you get your Legend pop again to get your runes into play. Is over to Squirtle, and as you do say, does he to try and set up the hold here, got to try and break this. Does have a Hidden Blade. The Arise on guard in hand.
So the Arise just doesn't come into play. He has Arise and, of course, the Unguard. The Unguard is less exciting here because he needs to set up a hold with multiple units.
Yeah. So being able to use it for that extra effect is probably not going to be relevant. Was that just a pass? Nope. Soul Swords. Didn't see that one.
Soul Sword off of Seat of Power draw.
Okay, there we go.
So now the question is, how much will he equip? How much will he burn? Yeah. In terms of the ranges that he's playing around. Will Squirtle survive another turn? That hidden blade is going to be so crucial.
Yeah.
Especially in this situation, because he doesn't necessarily need to hide it. He can just keep the two runes open, and of course he only needs one more for the Angard as well, so 3 runes to be able to play all your effects.
But then you're sort of playing around the riposte there as well. You know that could come out.
Wow.
So we're going to see Sovereign come back. Sand Soldier with 2 equipment on.
Brings Alzir back to base because he's looking for a line where, you know, he doesn't want to be in a situation where he overly defends something and then
So this track is alright.
formation model
6 here.
builds up a big hold on the other battlefield. Because 7 wouldn't be enough to win.
That is a stacked Sand Soldier.
Philip's got arms, man.
Hasn't got, yeah, but he hasn't got enough arms for that. He's been in the gym. Okay, what do we top deck there? Was that a salvage? I think the salvage was the top deck.
It was indeed a top deck. Yes, sir.
Not a bad one.
So we're representing already 6 and 5 might against the Hidden Blade and the Angard. The Angard could beat the first mate if he decides to swing into the seat of power.
Yeah, this is where I think we're going to see a very important reaction chain now. You know, when is that riposte going to come down? If it comes down, of course.
Very interesting dynamic here because we got basically the Angard getting value here, the Alzir moving down.
Yeah.
It's a 2 might additional 2 might value there. Because here if the first mate swings into the Doran shield, the Angard kind of clears it.
Yep. We are going to see, I imagine, it's currently 5v3, the mighty first mate. There's the on-guard, plus 2, because it's the only one there.
Here, the very, very cool maneuver is the action speed salvage. Brings, of course, the Doran shield out of play, and then the might will not be enough to go over the first mate. And that will be the first conquer.
Does have enough room to pull all that off of the riposte as well.
Big decision now for
This is a
animation
big
module.
decision.
Very big decision.
Yeah, it has more than enough room to do it all. 2-2. Won't have enough to do that and the Rengar, though, so... Let's have a look. Salvage, one of the premier gear hate we have in format, of course. Being on reaction speed, or action speed, I should say.
Could be one of those moments where, obviously, Riposte as a card, it just has very little value here because the spell that you're countering is just 1 might.
Yeah.
And he's thinking to himself, what could the last card be? That he could play here with two.
Is this 6?
Yeah, 6 in total. On 5 here.
Oh, this is tough, innit? This really is tough. Thing is, we and you viewers, we get perfect information, right? Our opponents haven't got that. Our opponents, I should say, our players, they haven't got that, so they don't know exactly what's in the hand. That's why these decisions.
Yeah, considering the Angard is already resolved, the Riposte is no longer an option.
Nope, you are correct.
+2 is on the board. Another big question.
It's just that salvage there. Or in theory, if we really wanted to, Rengar as well. Ooh, looks like he's toying with us.
I think he just needs to see the salvage draw because currently what he has in hand is not enough to beat what Squirtle is offering here. Obviously, we know that a hidden blade is in the hand of Squirtle.
Yep. Okay, Rengar coming down.
Rengar coming down indeed.
Pass.
Okay, priority passed over. 5 to 11. Something tells me Sand Soldier there is not going to be able to get out of this.
The Riposte could come through, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
How is that possible? Like we were 100 hours waiting.
Just
I doubt we had the additional time for that, but whatever. Yes, sir. Nice.
It was just getting the time confirmation.
I think here I'm forced to kill this, or can I play? Yes, right. I'm forced to kill this one, right? I assume. I can assign damage to the Rengar if I want. Yes. So.
He's checking about damage
attack
distribution.
afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
I think to kill. I need to kill it.
Okay, first mate will be getting killed. Shepherd's heirloom will return to base.
The crucial moment near for now.
Yeah.
There we
There you
go.
have it.
Yeah, there we go. So off that riposte square said, I've seen enough, and we would be going to a game 3 here.
I also
but without
don't
time.
think we get.
Time will be a
I know
factor.
we didn't. Like, probably the event is going long and
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I agree. If we go to game 3, it will. Yeah, 1 hour delay, but yeah, still what it is.
I believe they did get a time extension with all that. But they were going, yeah, we can confirm they did have a time extension, but the game did just go long. We did mention that the decisions were taken long, so we can confirm this will end in a draw.
A draw. That's a big one for Fiora against Azir in terms of parity. I think that's.
I mean, it's not time, but we can't even play now.
The Fiora player should be happy with that. I would be. Definitely. I think that's coming into 3. Obviously, we saw the Divine Judgment. Solvage was making the matchup a little bit tricky there.
Yep.
Riposte coming in clutch. I was just thinking of tunnel visioning on the Riposte against the Arise, but it just never came into play. And then the Riposte on, of course, the Hidden Blade was massive there to, of course, push the Might over. And having that as an answer into the Hidden Blade is just fantastic. I feel like just having access to some form
It's the first time I have been played to me.
It's very good for, of course, the orange and the yellow deck. Just a counter spell. You know, counter spell gets you so damn far.
It does. It does. When you have a nice cheap cost one as well, you know, 2 and 2, not the highest in the world. Being able to just, as you say, remove these threats nice and quickly can really keep you in the game. I think that's one of the big selling points after watching this Fiora deck really in action is that Riposte can just, you know, how I was just saying, how nice is it to play when you got Defy in hand? It's even nicer when you got a Riposte in hand as well. Just like, yeah, stop that, stop that, stop that. And yeah, I think if I'm animation module, I'm very happy with how that all panned out. I'm sure both players would love to get a win instead. But as we say, with all these little micro decisions here and, you know, the long reaction chains, time does become a factor, and they did get a time extension. I can confirm after all that resolve on the Divine Judgment, they did get a time extension. So that is going to end in a tie.
I thought it was a very, very interesting matchup. I personally learned a lot in terms of the Fiora, the Divine Judgment, in terms of keeping the gear. The wording on that was very specific, only 4 gear in play, and all of it belonged to Azir. And then the Riposte interaction with the Arise. You have some counterplay in the Fiora matchup, definitely, because of that's a hard counterspell that has no limits against those moments. And then even as a counter to, of course, the Hidden Blade, which is the counter to Rengar in most cases. You play against Yi as the Azir, you say to yourself, all right, I just need to have Hidden Blade for his Rengar. And the Riposte, it just came in clutch. I was tunnel visioning so much on the Arise card. The thing is, as an Azir player, you need to figure out in a lot of matchups due to gear hit how to maneuver matchups without winning with Arise. And it came pretty damn close. He had some very, very crucial turns. And there was a pretty damn good match.
It was. As we say, as we sat down and got to talk about Fiora, I was thinking, we haven't seen this deck in action too much. We know the signature spell is good. We know, you know, getting the Mighty on the Chosen Legend gives you all those keywords. But, you know, how effective can it be when it's a builder? I'm sure we've seen the Chosen Legend Fiora, you know, in a multitude of decks. Obviously, you don't get to see the signature spell unless it's in the Fiora deck. And you know what? I was actually pretty impressed. As you say, it was a very close game. We saw the sideboard make a ton of difference. As you do say, you know, that game 2 for Azir can be tough. You know, the salvages will come flying in, and any multitude or cornucopia of gear hate come flying into the deck. But, you know, after all that, it was a very long fought battle, and it will end in that time.
Yeah, that's the main thing, right? This is all a test of endurance.
Yeah.
Like, they played a very, very long game 4. When you're playing your game 8, or even when you're in the top 8, you're so deep into the day, and that's a challenge in itself. Sometimes if your games go very, very long, you don't even have like a moment to catch your breath. You need to rush to the next game, and you of course need to be ready for all of that. Like in terms of how you manage your sleep, your hunger, your bathroom breaks, and just your overall, you know, mental fatigue. Like, that's a massive challenge. I just compare it to League of Legends, right? I come from League of Legends background. Already when players have to play a best of 5, that takes 5 hours at tops, which is very, very long.
Yeah.
And here, they're playing Riftbound, and they have every decision adds up and matters so damn much.
It does.
8 hours, 9 hours, depending on the situation. It is a marathon. That was the first thing that I realized coming into TCGs. I'm used to playing Hearthstone at home, just very simple, no physical cards. And when you play with the physical cards, my first skirmish, I was like, damn, these are all super athletes,
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's something you said, compared to other card games as well, like where everything you do opens up a reaction chain. Right? So I'm thinking, okay, I have some I could use here, but I might want to save this for this reaction down the road, or in case they have this, or I want to save this for this turn, and it just adds the mental fatigue as we go out the whole event. I couldn't imagine playing 8 rounds, as you say. I was chatting to Houses of Big yesterday about his pre-rift, and he said it was a blur. I'll be honest with you, the game just coming together. As we came into this event, now, we all had to pick as casters legends that we thought would do well. We just saw yours, actually. Talk to the people about why you thought Azir would be a good deck, or was it just your favorite and you wanted to represent it as normal?
I'm a big Azir player myself. I was blessed to get coached by Squirtle. I got to speak with Rocklo as well. The fact that we have 2 very, very strong pilots of the deck was a part of my prediction. I also think that the deck is consistent enough to not really have very bad matchups. The one that stands out, of course, is the Ezreal matchup, and that's something that it's not that represented. Not a lot of people like playing Ezreal, even though it's a damn devious deck, because you play against it, it just mills your cards, everything gets burnt, and you don't have anything left to play, and you sit there with your 1 unit hoping that it's enough to win the game, and then suddenly Thousand Tail Watcher with Bellow's Breath comes through. I'm speaking from trauma.
It sounds like you're just reciting this on the top of your head, like just going through it. That all makes a lot of sense. My prediction was a bit boring, but there was a bit of a bit of theory here, because this is our last RQ here in Europe, right? And as we have information about the regional now, players want to go there. So if you're a European and you can't, you can't travel across the world, this might be your last chance to get that invite if you haven't got it already. So my thinking is, if you really want that top 64, and you don't mind about not getting Origins Best of anymore, because they've rotated out now the Origins Best ofs, I think Master Yi is the deck to pick for that, right? That's all you want. You don't want a best of, you just want a top 64. Master Yi is the deck for that, and that is why I've chosen that.
Understandable. It was very consistent, very simple.
Very strong.
It has been interesting to just see, like we saw the sideboard strategy of the Fiora that already made just such a big difference. Just jumping from 8 cards to 10 cards. Would you have room to play Divine Judgment in a sideboard if it wasn't for the 10 cards? I feel like you can choose so much sharper, and it's just so well timed with the decrees coming into play. Sometimes you see domains that fight against each other that don't have that decree interaction, but as more sets come out, I imagine more and more devious cards will be released that allows you to, of course, have counterplay. But I like that they are so specific, because obviously they would be too strong and just auto includes in a lot of cases. And I like how, because once again, coming from League of Legends background, statistics are very simple in League of Legends. It's like this champion wins a lot against that champion, easy peasy. But in Riftbound, everything changes because people play the counters on the next event because they just analyze all of that.
Yeah, and speaking about counters and and sideboard, we actually had a chat, you, Barrett, and Joe, about sideboards and how it's increased recently. Let's hear that.
Barrett joined here in this wonderful regional qualifier in Barcelona, and I'm joined by my experts for the weekend. We've got Yamato Cannon and Joe, and I wanted to pick your brains on a very hot topic right now: sideboarding, tips, tricks, and thoughts. And the reason why this is an important conversation right now, you two, is the rules have changed. We no longer can have only 8 cards in our sideboard. We can have 10. So quickly, I just want to pick your brains a little on how impactful this is going to matter, not only this weekend, but for the future of Riftbound as well. Yamato, 10 cards, 2 more. How important is that?
I think it makes a massive difference because, plain and simple, in the past when you had only 8, you had to pick your cards very carefully because you kind of wanted a good matchup spread. Like gear removal was very simple because many decks have gear. But, for example, you play into a Loop Lux, you maybe didn't have room to just slam a Divine Judgment because it would just be a dead card in most of the matchup. So I think you have a lot more room to really slam the cards that counter specific decks rather than thinking about your overall matchup spread.
So, Joe, in a similar sense, I mean, 2 more cards was 25% of what the sideboard now is. With 2 more, do you think there's room to completely change the strategies that people have going into sideboarding in between games for 2 and 3?
It's a really interesting question, right? I mean, we've seen some Pike decks recently not playing Bewitching Spirit. Do we ever see Pike players playing no Bewitching Spirit main, but then bringing it in off the side? 2 different strategies. It's something we saw Master Yi do with Aurora back in Origins. So you've got a little bit more space. I think you've also got more freedom to play cards like Temporal Breach, targeting one specific battlefield. So this weekend we expect to see a lot of Temporal Breach in main deck with Rockfall Path for game 1. But then you're probably going to be taking it out. So 10 cards is obviously more, but there's an argument it's even more difficult to get the perfect 10 now in the deck building.
So perfect 10, speaking of, we have a brand new card identity, I'm going to call it, coming with Vendetta that is now officially legal here at the regional qualifiers, the Decrees. These are cards that I think fit in exactly this kind of conversation, and we know that people are already starting to use them in their decks. Do you think all 6 of them are going to be impactful this week in Yamato, or do you think there's some pretty big outliers here?
I think there's some outliers, definitely. I think it kind of starts with the data, because coming from a League of Legends background, the data is very honest. But in terms of how it works with Riftbound is we see in the showdowns, we've seen a lot of Cannon. Then suddenly coming into this, everyone's going to be ready for Cannon. We might see Decree of Unity as a counter specifically to Cannon. And suddenly the win ratios are skewed because more information is there. And Decrees are very specific in how they are played, which matches, which of course the 10 card sideboard, but for me, the one that stands out is Decree of Unity. As an Aussie player, I sniped a cannon during my showdown, which felt very good. Decree of Insight is a massive one too, and a Decree of Strength, just a salvage that is cheaper, that allows you to kill units too. Just removing a Thousand Tail Watcher, now that's just a fantastic feeling.
So then Joe, based off of what Yamato said there, if Cannon is already going to be popular and has access to, you know, Decree of Unity, for example, and then you have Discord as well, if you think you're just going to see a ton of Cannons, is Cannon just the correct answer to play into all those Cannons because of the Decrees you have access to?
It's a really interesting question. If you're experienced in the mirror matchup and you're confident, certainly that could be a good route to go. But I think that while Cannon is probably, we expect it to be the most represented deck, maybe around 10%, you've still got so many other decks that you need to be beating, right? And that's the beauty of the metagame in Riftbound. I think that there's a lot of ways you can target Cannon, but you can't overdo it, right? Because you've got to be really, really cautious of making sure yes, you want to be good into Cannon, but actually the 90% of the rest of the field is even more important.
So then, Joe, follow up to that. What if instead of Cannon, I just said Chaos decks in general? Because of the strength of Decree of Unity, do you think it's a scary idea to play a weaker power level Chaos Legend right now? Because people are probably already going to be running around with Decree of Unities somewhere in their board.
I personally would be very comfortable playing Chaos this weekend. There's a reason a lot of people are playing the Decree of Unities, and it's because Chaos is a very popular and strong domain for good reason. You got great coverage. Ravenbloom Prefect for me, really important card for sideboards this weekend. I don't want to lose to Dazzling Aurora if I'm coming to one of these events. So I think that Chaos will still be really popular, and I still expect it to perform very well despite the Decrees.
And a similar question then for Yamato. As a fellow Azir enjoyer, I think we had a lot of success, not because of just Squirtle running around playing with the deck, but with Fury was kind of not so strong last format. So Thermo Beams were something like not to worry about. But I wanted to ask you on your sort of approach, and with now 10 slots in your sideboard, when you are specifically trying to sideboard against specific archetypes. You talked about, Joe, you know, Master Yi's that would side into Aurora or out of Aurora back into these decks. With 2 extra slots, do you think there's enough to make your entire deck that be the game plan and just rely on the main board consistency, and your entire sideboard can just be about archetypes that you struggle against?
I think the main thing with Azir specifically, there's some decks that basically have a certain amount of cards that are just locked. So for Azir, every deck that you're going to see have 7 hidden cards, 24 of the gear and arises, and then you have 5 cards that are flexible. And I think that leaves a lot more room to be very specific in your approach. We were very lucky as Azir players that Hand Hammers came through on Vendetta, which allows us to have a little bit more consistency. And something that I noticed that Squirtle does is coming into the second game, often he just sideboards and Arise out,
Yeah.
which is obviously the scariest card for everybody, but there's Hard Bargain, Abandon is also showing up. It's interesting how, as the metagame progresses, the crossover between certain matchups, like people are playing Abandon for that reason, and then it just kind of bleeds into other deck archetypes too. So even though there's ways, for example, Thermal Beam is a very scary card, definitely that's the scariest card on Earth, 100%. I think that Azir is just so consistent that it'll be all right.
So my last fun question as we kind of wrap up this topic is we're going to have a graphic throughout the weekend that shows the most sideboarded cards across this weekend. And with 2 more slots, that doesn't necessarily mean you can change the card diversity, but you can increase the counts of some of these. Do you have like a top 3, maybe even just like one card, Joe, that you think is going to be the most sideboarded card this weekend?
Well, Decree certainly will be popular. Gear removal as well. If I had to say something that wasn't one of those two, maybe Sabotage. I still think there's a real place for Sabotage. Very good into Dazzling Aurora, into Arise as well. Good into Aurelia. Not the kind of card you always want to play heavily in the main deck, but even just something like 1 copy of Starcrossed on the sideboard. I expect that to be very popular as well. 2 in main, have the 3rd on the sideboard.
And Yamato, last part of it, same question. Most sideboarded card across the weekend?
We were talking backstage, and Joe mentioned already the Ravenbloom Prefect, just because of the chaos spread. I think the Pickpocket card making a comeback as well. I think that's a very powerful card. We have so much new gear removal that doesn't deramp you. If you just compare it to Disarming Rake, 3 cost deramps you, and it's only a 2 body unit. In comparison to a Pickpocket that you play in blue, you just remove a gear that costs either 1, you get a gold as well, and you don't deramp, you get a nice body as well. I think making sure that you don't deramp, making bodies on your gear removal is the crucial one. So to make a prediction easy, it's always the gear removal. So I'm going to just choose Pickpocket because I hate that card.
Mad respect for the gear decks, and we are in Barcelona, so we know that we're going to see that. But thank you so much, you two, for your insight, and I hope we see some of this come true this weekend, and for sideboarding has completely changed in Riftbound. Can't wait to see what comes next.
Wow, Joe, you're really fast at running back
Very
over
fast.
to the desk without breaking a sweat.
Yeah, we filmed that yesterday. But that is actually interesting because we filmed it yesterday when the big pre-regional was going on. We talked about what were the most sideboarded cards, and we might actually get to see some of that data today. So really looking forward to it. Certainly expect a lot of the gear removal to be very popular. But yeah, it's really open, and I'm excited to see what decks come out on top.
Absolutely. And as ever, of course, my name is Amy Worsley, and I am joined by Joe as we continue through this warm day in Barcelona. Our players hopefully not feeling any of that heat exhaustion or getting a bit too worn out this early, because it is still early in the day. But let's take a look at those rankings and see just who is sitting at the tippity top.
Yeah, lots of 4-0s, of course, at this point in the tournament. That will start getting thinner and thinner with the undefeated players, but Lucian right up there is pretty great to see. Master Yi, Nasus, Rengar, Diana, kind of the more things we would expect to be seeing. But 4-0 of Lucian, that's some good going. It's definitely a deck going under the radar heading into this weekend.
Both of our caster picks very much on that list right now, so we'll be crossing our fingers and hoping they continue.
Yeah, we certainly will. And it is at this point in the day where the tiredness can start to get to you. If you didn't get a good night's sleep, maybe you're a bit jet lagged, this is the time of the day where it really does start to add up. But we've got our players sat down at the tables, ready to go with our judges. And I am very much looking forward to another round of Riftbound.
And honestly, I could not be more thrilled to bring what's going to be undeniably an action-packed matchup. I'm very much looking forward to see what tips and tricks each player will have up their sleeves in order to combat what each other's kind of putting on the table.
Yeah, certainly. And again, it's really important to remember the players playing on stream here, it is a really unique situation to be in. I've played on stream actually myself at a regional qualifier. The pressure's on. But look at that. We've got Pyke, JSTR FaZe there with Pyke actually sticking with the Bewitching Spirit. When you play me, choose a player, they discard one. I think you're going to be choosing the opponent every single time.
I
also,
think so.
look out for the list as well, particularly powerful with the Pack of Wonders and the Treasure Trove. There is a few people that have been saying Pyke maybe should be getting rid of these Bewitching Spirits. because of the introduction of Flow. It's going to be very interesting to see how Pyke can maneuver their way through this new format. Can be a little bit of a slow deck to get going, but can definitely take over the game.
And now it's time for the Kennen Tornado. We've got the Dawn on the typical, what I would call kind of structure of Kennen. One Abandon is interesting to note. That card's been kind of ticking up and down in numbers in the kind of Kennen package deck. But expect all of the usual suspects are here. We've got the stacked decks, we've got Fizz, we've got Lightning Rush, Nocturne, Rasa, you name it. It's in there.
Yeah, no Candlelit Sanctum, which is really interesting. Got some maths on Nocturne for you, Amy, that I prepared before the show. So, on average, your stacked deck, look at that fan, by the way, that is fantastic. That's what you need, right? On average, your stacked deck is going to hit a Nocturne 21.9% of the time, and a Candlelit trigger, on average, is going to hit a Nocturne 15% of the time. So actually not going for Candlelit is definitely something I'm a little bit surprised to see in a Nocturne list. But of course, also, you've got Lightning Rush in these Kennen decks. And for me, this is the big test for Pyke, Amy. I'm a bit anxious about playing Bewitching Spirits in Pyke myself because of Kennen, because of the flow mechanic. Does Pyke have a plan to deal with Kennen?
That is the problem. Obviously, Kennen can discard cards with flow, and then it's like they didn't discard them at all. You can just play it from the trash. Now, admittedly, it still does slow them down a little bit because they don't get the double play. They don't get to play it initially, but does have to go for the flow cost instead. Does get that advantageous use of the card regardless. So the Bewitching Spirits could be effective in slowing Kennen down, but might not be enough.
Yeah, both players taking their mulligan. Can see that purple seal in the hand there, the Seal of Discord for the Don. Always happy to start with that. It is going to be Pyke going first. There is a Noxus hopeful, but is there a true 2-drop that can come down on the opening turn? It's going to be a stacked deck in this one.
Both players running stacked deck, a phenomenal card that allows you not only to see more cards, but to put one of them in your hand. Just the top 3 cards of your main deck. Now, obviously, one of the best utilizations of this are for decks which want to cycle through their deck and get to particular pieces at particular points in time. At the moment, though,
what do you mean?
Yeah, this phase particularly knows exactly what they're up against.
You can change it. There's no worries for me.
They know it's a version of Kennen.
Have another this, but is that a problem? In my back.
Oh, yeah, just this leave is like deck this early on can be
I'm marking, so I'm just saying to change it.
Yeah, so I'm also just looking at the list. There is 4 2-drops in this Pyke deck. So it's about a 56.3% chance if you take a double mulligan.
When you
still hit one of those.
I see the reflection
found.
popped out to me, you know. Oh, okay. That's why I would have noticed like this, but when you add up with the reflection, it like sparkled, and that was like, oh, okay. Right. Yeah, I'm sure it's not intentional. Just saying, so you change it for next games.
Yeah, just afraid that I think it's it's just a sleeves and
but
it may be more like this with and I know we can stop the game so much because I don't think I think it's like small enough to not change it, but let's
We'll leave it with our judges. But yeah, this Pyke deck making a very conscious choice there to only play 4 2-drops. Of course, you lose out on a lot of consistency, right? You're looking at 56.3% of the time if you double mulligan to hit a 2-drop with just 4. If you go all the way up to 8 2-drops, you're about doubling that, going up to 82.9%. So you get a lot more consistency with those 4 extra 2-drops. But what do you get? What's the trade-off for not playing them? Well, Pyke can play a lot more top end, a lot more tricks that otherwise just wouldn't be able to squeeze into the deck. It's a really interesting trade-off in Riftbound. Do you go for curve? If you go for curve, it's hard to fit in all the other cards that you want.
And I think in this instance, they've gone, I don't really care about curve too much because actually you can skip those first couple of turns. That isn't the rush in Pyke, especially with the potential of accelerated units and kind of damage spells. It's okay to miss the 2-drop, even though a lot of the time in Riftbound we say that missing the 2-drop is genuinely nightmare fuel.
Yeah, I've got to say, Amy, I hate missing a 2-drop. That's why I played Teemo so much. It was my chosen champion that cost me 2. It's also why I've got my eye on Evelyn as a future legend, because she's a champion unit that costs just 2. But in a lot of other decks, there is that trade-off, and it's a really conscious decision here to sacrifice some consistency. You're playing a deck like Pyke, you're going to maybe get off to a slow start. And listen, 46.2% of the time, 56 point, sorry, yeah. But you're going to be rewarded a lot of the time regardless. So it's really interesting deck building decisions, that's for certain. The other kind of cards in this Pyke deck, you've got the Treasure Trove and the Pack of Wonders combo. You've got Star-Crossed in there. Ezreal, Piercing Light, sort of becoming like that 4th copy of Falling Star. So Stack Deck has
we can play.
played,
Perfect.
and we're going to continue on. Both players 4-0 as it stands, Amy.
4-0 is an exceptional record at this stage of the tournament. It's hard to go this far and keep up the pace, especially in the heat, not only for the pressure of the event and what it means and what's on the line, but also physically here in Barcelona, of course. There we go, our first 2-drop of the game. The Dawn blesses us with that indeed. And moving back onto FaZe's turn, now it's time to build that board, and you don't mind too much. Got the 2 drops now, but actually ended up being able to play the Noxus Hopeful as well for the reduced costs thanks to Legion. So actually kind of is at the same pace now with 2 drops.
Yeah, it's going to be the Traveling Merchant, Move Trigger, discarding Fizz. Now that is important because the Don's list, we saw a little glimpse of it. It's not your stereotypical Kennen. There's a few tricks. We've talked about the Tornado Warrior. We've seen it in action earlier on. Well, look out for this Fizz with the tail-cloaked Matriarch later on. This might be able to be brought back from that discard, thanks to that Empower ability.
There are multiple cards in the Don's deck which are able to do this, so that is wondrous. But now we see Lightning Rush come into play. Look at the top 3 cards of your main deck. You may choose a card from among them and draw it, put the rest into the trash. But of course, if they're flow cards, you could just play them later.
Certainly can. The Lightning Rush will be resolved. I think it might have been the Tail Cloak Matriarch that I mentioned that's actually been put into the hand there. Looking through the hand currently, the switcheroos in there. It's going to be Ride the Wind, an aggressive start, moving the Traveling Merchant, but making use of that Seal of Discord. This Ride the Wind not costing a power thanks to that seal.
Traveling Merchant doing just what they say on the tin and traveling between those battlefields. It means for a tremendously good start and bringing it back to base to boot, just to be nice and safe and sound.
Switcheroo will be discarded. That's some pretty quick pace of play. Well, how about a second Traveling Merchant? 3 Traveling Merchants all over the board.
Back to FaZe now to try and bring that heat back into their kitchen.
And it is 2 points to 0 in favor of the Don, getting off to that quicker start despite being the player going second.
To the list, a Void Seeker. What else was there? Starcross.
Here, trigger.
Not very full of units right now. Gonna need some more power in there.
Do you see the Traveling Merchant move trigger go through? One of those lists has been discarded. Gust Monk was found, which can be a good disruption tool against the flow of the Don. This Gust Monk, you can target a unit in the discard and banish it, which is very effective if your opponent's playing flow cards, which of course the Don is.
Or to get rid of those Fizz before they can properly do their thing and be frustrating getting all of those incredible spells, including Lightning Rush, back.
Yeah, and of course, at this stage in the tournament, it is closed deck list. So if you see a Fizz in Kennen, you're not really probably thinking too far ahead about the Tailcloak Matriarch. We do see the Pyke Legend ability being triggered for the first time. 1 energy spent to return a unit to hand, and you get a gold for your trouble as well.
You wanna play the additional cost?
Drawn plenty of cards now.
Lightning Rush.
So we're getting there. It's finally starting to be able to build a board of his own. FaZe being able to bring is that another Traveling Merchant? Is that another Traveling Merchant down as well? Looking to move the Noxus Hopeful, potentially score a point there.
How many cards in hand?
2.
Conquer to 2. and pass the turn. Just gets 1 damage there.
Noxus Hopeful does get that conquer. 2 points to 2 now. Again, FaZe definitely going to be a bit of the slower deck in this one, you would imagine. Plight can struggle to get going. But if FaZe can get an early foothold in this game, you would imagine the longer it goes on, the more in favor of FaZe it'll be. So that's what it's all about here. Just don't let Kennen run away with it.
No, you've got to stay on top of what Kennen's bringing to the table, which ultimately is card draw and recycling of everything. They've got so much recursion that can go on here. The Don really has put a lot of thought into how each card interacts with one another in this deck list, and there are so many ways that he can utilize not only switching around the cards with things like Ride the Wind and Switcheroo to change the might of units, but also kind of things like Shadows of the Past to return units to their owner's hands, all sorts.
9.
Last Rites as well, which we can't forget is another way to bring units back.
Yep. And of course, the Don, lots of cards in the trash already. It is going to be that Tail-Cloaked Matriarch, though, 4 energy, 4 might, and a card is hidden. FaZe probably has a good idea of what that might be, despite it being closed deck list. That Tornado Warrior combo. Tail-Cloaked Matriarch, when I become empowered, you may choose a unit in your trash with energy cost no more than 3 and power cost no more than 1. Play it to your base, ignoring its cost. Well, that Fizz is exactly perfect for that. And suddenly, you can start playing like Fizz Ride the Wind in your opponent's turn, which is not something Fizz can usually do.
No.
Really powerful combo, and Tornado Warrior continuing to really impress me this weekend.
Yeah.
Wow, that's an impressive turn, Amy. Double Rasa.
Double Rasa, a lightning strike. Just every single lightning strike struck for the Don there, bringing an absolute flurry of units, not only to the base, but also in that Zorn Warrens.
Yeah, and there's suddenly so much maths now for FaZe, of course, because you're going to be, you know, predicting that it is going to be the Tornado Warrior, but of course it's a hidden card. You don't know for sure. It could be a total bluff by the Don, but then similarly, if it is that Tornado Warrior, so many things that could come out of the discard from the Empower of the Tail-Cloaked Matriarch. And again, if it's Fizz, there's so many options Fizz can take. So trying to calculate into this sounds very difficult to do. Meanwhile, the Don is quite happy to just get their fan out and see what happens.
FaZe has a very daunting road ahead of them. The Don has now established this strong, typical Kennen board state, and there's plenty in the trash, not only that could be flowed, but also reducing the cost of amazing units like Rasa, which now have come into play. So FaZe now really has a tough job, knowing that actually the Don has access to a lot of resources. Piercing Light comes down to deal with some of those units.
True.
Yep, so Piercing Light is going to deal 4, it seems, to a unit at Battlefield. Of course, it is repeated.
Yep.
Two Traveling Merchants and 1 Rasa were targeted. The Traveling Merchants go down. Rasa's taken 4 damage, but still won't falter yet unless procced by some sort of other spell. Can't be directly attacked, can't get into combat unless pulled forward by an effect. But that's typically not something that these decks do well with. Usually that's more of a calm thing.
Yeah, it certainly is. And key turn, important to obviously take your time at these moments and into a hidden card. It is pretty terrifying. Dealt with those Traveling Merchants. 4 damage counters on Rasa. It's going to be Void Seeker coming through, but of course hidden cards can be played at reaction speed, and we will see a response. It is that Tornado Warrior. It's going to be empowering the Tail-Cloaked Matriarch for 1 turn and 1 turn only, but 1 turn is all they need. And now a unit from the discard that costs 3 energy, 1 power or less, can be played. It's actually a Tide Turner. Can you believe it?
Sure.
And that means that it's not going to go through. The Void Seeker is not going to be able to damage the Tail-Cloaked Matriarch. I said there's so many possibilities. Well, look at that. The Tornado Warrior Tail-Cloaked Matriarch.
I have to name something.
Fabulous combo.
That's
Shining
otherwise.
through, showing just why the Don has constructed the deck like this and why so many people have chosen to play Kennen to this event.
Yeah, but then the list comes through and it is able to target that Rasa the Sundra at the base, giving it -2, which was able to clear it up. Of course, 4 damage counters from Piercing Light.
Discard, draw, trade.
Important ordering there, ensuring there wasn't a combat showdown in the middle of all of that, because that Rasa would have healed otherwise. But it's back on over to the Don. 3 points apiece currently.
Don then gets the whole point, of course, because our
Yep.
unit is still at Zorn Warren, so we do have the Tornado Warrior still in effect. So just now going up to that even point score again. Is it worthwhile constructing more units in the base? There seems to be a plenty to choose from. Some of them will be flow units, some will not. Okay, a seal for a seal. It seems like a good deal to me. But what's left to play with?
It's actually going to be that Tailcloak Matriarch being empowered. Of course, the Tornado Warrior does not allow the unit to stay empowered. But actually, that's a good thing when you're playing the Tailcloak Matriarch, because you're now able to pay just 2 energy, 1 power for a Fizz, which is a discount. It's going to be Shadows of the Past, played by Fizz, which was played by the Tailcloak Matriarch being empowered. And the Shadows of the Past, unsurprisingly, if you've played against Kennen, is going to be bringing back a Rasa, but also another Tail-Cloaked Matriarch.
And guess what? Here they come.
And the Rasa comes down for just 1 power. Tornado
Wild.
Warrior back to base. It's 4 points to 3, but a big base filled with units and lots of might. On the other side, not quite as an impressive a board.
No, it is looking a little lackluster at the moment, but if anything is going to be able to break defenses, I imagine it is a deck with Chaos and Fury.
Yes. Yeah, and we do know FaZe has those Bewitching Spirits that can discard the hand in the deck. Haven't seen them yet. Ferocious Foreigner, we know it is a brilliant card, but very often this card's going to be sideboarded out against Chaos because of the power of Starcrossed. And then if you're playing against anything that's not Chaos, often 2 more copies will be brought in. So not the best matchup for that card either.
No, especially without the opportunity to sideboard yet. Still kind of dancing on the precipice of the victory, not knowing whether it's worth pushing towards these battlefields with such an impressive backline as far as the Dawn is concerned.
Yeah, FaZe like shaking their head, don't look too happy about the position right now, but it is going to be another point. Zorn Warren's discard, draw 1, Fizz into the discard. Like legend ability comes through.
Yeah.
1 energy for a gold. And that's a great deal, right? 1 energy for a gold. You get to move your unit back to hand, which is really good. Whenever I play Pike Amy, I always just find myself losing too much tempo with this effect. But we do see the Gust Monk now being a perfect target for that Pike. Lightning Rush banished from the discard by the Gust Monk, so no more flow there. And look, it's a Tailcloak Matriarch party.
Everyone's got one. The Don's turn once again. So many units to be able to utilize. Will he begin to start trying to get some hold points to not allow FaZe to keep pace, which they're able to right now?
4 points apiece. That double conquer. Those battlefields are open for the Don to double conquer potentially and get to 6.
Oh, there's another lightning rush. They say lightning never strikes in the same place twice. Well, I've seen it 3 times.
Haven't seen any Nocturnes yet, though. Interestingly, I think we saw 1 discarded. Now, if you're the Don in this position, you're basically looking to double conquer with as little commitment as possible. So now they're probably wondering, how do I do that? How do I leave not that much commitment at the battlefield? They go for a Tailcloak Matriarch to begin with. Perhaps they have a different plan entirely.
Yep, going to empower that one. Grab another unit back.
Okay.
Get another Fizz into play. Allowing another spell. Ride the Wind is back. Probably going to move that Matriarch once more.
Wow.
Back to the other battlefield we go. And that allows for the double score and moving back to base.
Yeah, I mean, I said, how are they going to manage to double conquer with committing as little as possible?
That's how.
Yeah. And there's 2 Nocturnes, by the way, but they're both burned by Kennen. So a Lightning Rush at that moment or a stack deck would have hit 2 at once.
Ooh.
But it really is the Tailcloak Matriarch taking over this one in combination with Fizz. And that is going to be game number... Is it a scoop?
I believe so. The Dawn takes it, and Lightning has struck more than twice with Lightning Rush. Kennen showing just why it's so well presented in the room. The Dawn bringing all of the heat and taking a commanding position to win game 1.
Yeah, and if you've not played Riftbound before and that's your first time watching Kennen, you might be forgiven for thinking that is just a mono Chaos deck. I'm not sure we saw a single order card being played in that deck.
There's only one.
Salvage?
Yep.
Yep. I think there's a few more on the sideboard, right?
We could see some more, but honestly, I don't know if it's necessary in this matchup.
Yeah, and look, a big reason that Kennen is so popular is the consistency it provides you. That signature spell is so brilliant. The Lightning Rush, stack deck, one of the most popular cards in the game. Well, now you almost get to play 6 of them. Okay, Lightning Rush, it's not action speed, but that flow cost more than makes up for it. On the other side, though, still playing Chaos, but your champion, pretty good in Pyke. Legend ability, though, in this matchup. It's that danger. Okay, you get gold. It's good in a long game, but how do you stay in the game nice and early? And not finding a 2-drop didn't help. But I think, to be honest, Amy, the story there really was all about the Tailcloak Matriarch. Scoring points, being difficult, that Void Seeker coming through, and the Tornado Warrior at reaction speed, empowering the Tailcloak Matriarch. Suddenly, Tide Turner able to be played wherever, well, actually at base specifically. And yeah, this Tornado Warrior, 2 copies of it in the deck, but all 3 Tailcloak Matriarchs expecting to see a lot more of that this weekend.
And we saw the 2 Ride the Wind used to score 4 points collectively. So being able to advance his play, just using the same unit, swinging around those battlefields, riding that wind to full effect, and then being able to ready and come back to base so that nothing is in danger of being defeated. With no pressure on the base from his opponent, the Don was really able to run away with that.
And I think the big question now is for Pyke. How do you sideboard? How do you adapt to this matchup? Do you keep those Bewitching Spirits in the deck? You're probably going to be taking out the Ferocious Foreigner. There is Downwell on the sideboard. That maybe sounds a little bit slow. Gust is on the sideboard. Maybe that can just give you a nice edge to begin the game with and try and get off to a quicker start. It's going to be really interesting to see how Pyke can try to adapt to this one. And here we can see the main deck. They've got those triple Bewitching Spirits. Of course, that Pack of Wonders and Treasure Trove combo. The best performing Pyke from the showdown in Germany last week actually didn't play any Bewitching Spirits at all. So it's definitely something I'm keeping my eye on in Pyke this weekend. Is it still Bewitching Spirit that will win the best of Pyke? Because it's not going to be great against Kennen, you would imagine, and I would expect it to be sideboarded out. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the Bewitching Spirit is the best opportunity for Pyke to apply pressure to Kennen.
I've spotted a couple of cards in the side deck that I think might be impactful in this one. You were talking a lot about Ravenbloom Prefect before, and that might allow us to get rid of that Last Rites if it were to come up. Though, saying that, he didn't see the Last Rites, so that is still a bit of a secret. But alternatively, Downwell. Now, it's an expensive card, don't get me wrong, but you do return all units and gear to their owner's hands, and that might be enough to slow down the Cannon Barrage.
You can see the battlefields for Game 2. It's going to be Ripper's Bay for Pyke. Minefield for the Don. Of course, Minefield going to be continuing to populate that trash. Probably finding some flow cards, feeding the Rasa, making it cheap. Ripper's Bay for Pyke is the standout battlefield. It is turning Pyke from something that's a little bit slow at times to also being able to ramp.
It is Pike coded through and through.
Yes, it absolutely is. Here we go, though. Again, it's going to be FaZe going first. We talked, there's not many 2-drops in this deck. There's 4 of them total. 56.3% chance to hit a 2-drop if you double mulligan. Presuming...
Okay, we have one there.
Okay.
But looks like it might be being mulliganed away. Oh, no, it's the one that's staying.
Noxus Hopeful was...
Two bottom.
gotten rid of, and I think Bewitching Spirit as
was
well.
the other, yes. So kept both.
Finds another Bewitching Spirit. The question is with the Bewitching Spirit here is, with FaZe mulliganing it, Traveling Merchant comes down. Is it a card that's going to make the difference in this matchup? That's going to be the big story.
That is the question.
Is Pike Bewitching Spirit good enough into Kennen? Well, we'll have to find out in this game as the Kennen Chosen Champion comes down. No seal, though, and that's a big deal.
No seal yet. So that might slow the Don down a little bit, just enough to give FaZe the edge. Traveling Merchant doing its thing, looking like it's eyeing up Minefield.
Yeah, with those seals, you really want them ideally with your very first power cost.
Yeah, Ripper's Bay makes more sense.
Going to be Traveling Merchant,
Gus.
draw, discard the Gust, and then draw.
Yep.
And yeah, Ripper's Bay Pike is exactly where you want to be.
Back to hand and pay for Ripper's Bay.
There it goes. Channel that rune exhausted, get a gold token. Oh, lovely. Absolute perfect synergy there with Ripper's Bay.
Yeah, it certainly is. That extra rune makes such a difference moving forward. But again, you've only got 2 Might at the base now. So it's going to be important for FaZe to develop some stats next turn. That's why we see Noxus Hopeful, a pretty staple card in Fury, being very important in Pike to just get some stats on the board. You spend resources bouncing your own cards back to hand, and it's really important to continue to develop raw might.
Lightning Rush into a stack deck. Someone say draw cards, because that's what the Dawn is doing.
Yeah, stack deck, Lightning Rush, so many options, so many possibilities.
So many micro decisions as well for the Dawn that really make up a great Kennen player.
Yeah, for sure. I would be terrified of playing a Kennen mirror myself.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
That sounds very
That'd be my worst
skill-intensive.
nightmare. Too skill intensive for me. That's why I'm on the desk.
Kennen's going to conquer at Minefield. Kennen Conquer ability allows you to choose a spell in your trash and give it flow cost equal to its base cost. So Kennen, the Lightning Rush signature spell, it has a flow cost, but if you target it here, you can just pay the base cost, which is a lot cheaper. Just 1 energy, no power, and that will be played.
Much better. And again, just establishing the Don's board, and he's also able to, create that concertina, that cherry-picked hand that he's building to be able to see this game 2 out.
You see a second seal come down, and it's first Wrath of the Sunderer, so 2 seals in the turn for the Don. Again, if he'd found that first Seal of Discord on his opening turn, he would essentially have 4 runes right now. So that's the difference it makes. That turn 2 seal is still brilliant, but he has had to do 1 additional recycling of a rune than he otherwise would have if he had found that Seal of Discord on his opening turn.
Traveling Merchant going back in, going into Minefield this time. Try and prevent the Don from getting those hold points. We're 5 into 4 right now. See if we can push that a little bit further. Nox is hopeful being discarded to draw. Yep, the Don takes the L there, and FaZe goes up to 2 points.
Yeah, and Cleave is such an important card in this Pike deck. We see Rek'Sai playing 3 Cleave, 3 Blood Rush. Pike often needing to do something similar because a lot of the bodies you play like the Traveling Merchant, they don't have that much might. But the Cleave is a great way of just getting pure stats onto the board very efficiently.
Cleave has been used
Oh, here we
so
go.
well since it came out. Draven used to use it very effectively, and now it's time for Pike to take a go.
Yeah, and Bewitching Spirit's like historically the main win condition for this Pike deck. Just apply pressure in an unorthodox way to the hand. But of course, you can't really apply that much pressure to the trash at the same time. And that's my concern about the Bewitching Spirit in this matchup. And actually just the Bewitching Spirit in general in this format. Ezreal's making good use of it.
Yeah.
There's definitely a question mark heading into this weekend is Is Bewitching Spirit still the best way to play Pike?
Last Rites is down. We didn't see it last game, but now we finally have that tremendous gear, not only buffing a unit, but also allowing for potential of bringing units back. And that's exactly why this Bewitching Spirit has a big question mark over its head.
Yep.
Is it worth it?
And those seals working overtime. Certainly, they're going to be working overtime in the next few turns. I imagine lots of chaos power costs in the Don's deck. Think of Star-Crossed, Fizz, Rasa, Ride the Wind, Last Rites.
Yeah, you have to choose.
Yeah, I already target Rasa, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, Rasa, but first resolving this.
Just doesn't it have to pay the cost?
No, I just target, right? I target, then I put on the stack. First this, then this.
Okay.
Resolve minefield, then yeah.
I don't know that. Yeah. The question is, can he choose the Rasa from Last Rites and wait for the minefield, then pay for the Rasa? The minefield or the Last Rites? Can I do it? It's your cards.
Is working very
pretty
hard
sure I can
in
do
the
it.
venue.
I'm just checking. I just don't know.
But all over the floor.
Because usually
You couldn't have an event without them, Amy.
No, it's very true. We need to know how those sequences end up
by just
divulging, because it's an important interaction, whether the minefield would allow the triggered cards that have gone into the discard to be into the trash, to be chosen, and so on and so forth.
So it's going to be at second point, 2 points apiece.
Yep,
Already
Ross is down.
Yes.
And 37, 8, 9, bike, 3, 4.
It was around this time in the last game that the Don really started taking over the match. Hayes, though, 2 units at base,
So you want me to
4
put the
might
plus
between them.
Yeah. Ah, okay.
Cards in hand?
3.
I should quickly.
Cards in hand,
Hayes.
a lot more in the trash.
Yep, and they can be played, a lot of them, but without the utility from hand,
Right.
are they all going to be as effective? So maybe that's the plan, is just to whittle away at your opponent's resources as much as possible.
The list.
Maybe not so much right now, but Stack Deck does grant FaZe an extra card to work with this turn.
Yeah, finds the list, which can give -2. Could be relevant.
That's a nasty list, that
Yeah.
one.
I don't want to be on that list.
No, me either.
No, thank you.
I haven't got much going as it is. -2's awful.
Another stack deck. 1 energy, look at the top 3, add 1 to hand. Look at that fan action as well. Important to stay cool.
In both respects.
Yeah.
So, hit the shuffle.
Brittle Seal.
Yep.
Targeting. The Last Rites, it will be removed from the board.
Good. We love some gear removal, especially very strong effects like Last Rites, giving that recursion that the Don is thriving off.
Yeah, honestly, being able to deal with the Last Rites is so important because these Rasa the Sunderers can come back so quickly. And I think we might have even seen a second Last Rites in the discard already, which means that FaZe just has a good read that might be the last one.
The last Rites?
Yeah.
Oh. The final Rites.
Yeah, and dealing with this card is huge because a lot of the time what will happen when you play against these decks is you remove the Rasas and then they come straight back the next turn from Last Rites.
I swear you went. I swear you were gone. Why are you back?
Bewitching Spirit, where it likes to be, at Ripper's Bay. Of course, a perfect target for that Pike Legend ability. Can pay an extra rune to also channel a rune and ramp up, if you so like to. Be Void Seeker. Really nice sequencing here, Amy. Going for the Void Seeker before the list.
I like that. Do some damage, hope your opponent doesn't react to it in any particular way, and then finish them off with the list.
Yeah, but that is a heads-up play by the Don. Probably learning from the first game that the list is definitely a real possibility. and wanting to keep that Rasa safe and sound. So Abandon countering the spell, but it will go back to FaZe's hand. So there's another Void Seeker still in hand.
Bottom?
Gold
Bottom.
was used up. 3 points to 2 as it stands.
Okay.
So kill the Rasa and pass.
One Rasa down, still one remaining, and the whole point is scored by the Don. So back up to 3 apiece now. It really is a tussle between these two, playing a real tug of war.
Yeah, and I honestly think it's so tricky to play Pyke in this spot, but I'm really impressed with how FaZe is managing it. It's so tempting to spend a couple of runes, adding that Bewitching Spirit back to hand, but you've got to make sure you're developing the board, scoring points, and FaZe there deciding it's better to go for board control than getting that Bewitching Spirit back in hand. That does mean the Pyke Legend ability won't be used this turn. No value out of the Ripper's Bay yet either, although it was a lot of value on turn 2, which is, you know, the ramp is most valuable at the start of the game. That one extra rune on turn 2 accumulates over every single turn.
And just makes it more powerful and more valuable as the game goes on. And that's why we always want to see seals early as well.
Yep.
You want to be getting the maximum value out of those.
We are halfway through on the time. Comfortable pace we're working at here in game number 2.
Fizz is back to join the crew. A spell will be returned to the Don's hand. But which will it be? Probably Lightning Strike. A Lightning Rush even.
Yeah, Fizz will play that Lightning Rush for just 1 energy. Fizz, again, just another one of those cards working so beautifully with the Seal of Discords. They're, of course, extremely popular in the called shot meta, but they are making a real comeback here. In a lot of decks, we saw them also in Zed. There's just such a high density of strong Chaos cards that cost 1 power. I love Seals, I've got to say, I'm a bit of a Seal fanboy.
Are you?
Any opportunity to play them, I usually like to try and take. We do see, again, another Seal. It's being used this time to hide a card. Will it be that Tornado Warrior? Is it a bluff? The Tailcloak Matriarch is back where it wants to be. And again, hidden cards can be played at reaction speed, so it's extremely...
Usually I have a deck on the left side, and I channel a rune from my deck, not from my rune decks.
Did you see the cards?
I have. I don't even remember them now because I already, but I've seen them. Yeah, usually I have deck here, and I want to channel my runes and channel the runes from my deck.
You saw the cards.
I saw the cards.
Good bit of
Sorry.
sportsmanship there,
the way
I've
to
got
do
to
it.
say.
Yeah, it's the way to do it. It happens to the best of us.
Oh, yeah, I've done it loads.
Yeah, and often again, playing on the stream table.
Casted.
Things could just be a little bit
different.
disjointed, a bit jarring, yeah.
And also, like, you can be told to put things in a different place than you're usually told to, for example. And, like, a lot of the time when you're channeling runes and drawing for turn, it's just built into your memory, right? You don't think about doing it.
No.
And FaZe has done the exact right thing. If ever you're in a position like that yourselves, you make an error, you just tell the judge you made a mistake. It happens.
Like, I made a mistake, put my hands up. What now? And that's exactly what we're going to find out. Judges just going to review everything that happened. They're going to do their bit and make sure that the correct resolution is found.
First time seeing Kennen, I think, on a regional qualifier. I have a feeling, big prediction, it won't be the last.
No, I have a funny feeling as well. It's a weird one, that. Nothing to do with the statistics of how many people brought the deck or anything like that.
But equally, right, like, Kennen might suffer from its early success a little bit, because if I'm heading into this weekend, I'm going to be looking at trying to tech for Kennen a little bit. I think Pickpocket is a really interesting card for this particular tournament. We know that Squirtle is probably the favourite for the event, and he loves Azir. Well, Pickpocket's great there. And similarly, we expect Kennen with the Seal of Discord to be very popular. So I've definitely seen some Pickpockets on some pretty big players' sideboards and in play when I've been roaming the tables. So I'm really curious to see how players can adapt to Kennen. It's a really good deck, but it does have some weaknesses. And I think Pickpocket in particular is a card I'm interested to see if it pops up. It's a card I've actually played. I played 3 copies of it main deck in the call.
You really hate Kennen, wow.
Yeah, well, that was back when it was everyone was playing Draven and Purple Seals, that was a big call, but I think it was a really good one. But Pickpocket hasn't, since Called Shot was banned, made too much sense. You just have to find that window of opportunity where a tech card is great. And I think that some players can find that window this weekend. I wouldn't play it in main deck. I don't think the decks are that popular, but I certainly would want it on my sideboard if I am playing the blue domain.
Yeah, honestly, it checks out. Why wouldn't you prepare, over-prepare, especially for, we're in Barcelona.
Yeah.
This is the last European event of the season. That has a lot going for it. This is one of the last chances to get that invitation. So the stakes are high as ever, and we have more sideboard space than ever.
Yeah, more sideboard space than ever, more decisions to make, but we can jump back in to the match. Big shout out to our judges. It is the start of FaZe's turn after that slight hiccup withdrawing a card, but we are carrying on. Good to go. Bewitching Spirit still at Ripper's Bay. The Don has got the hold on the minefield, remember, with that Tailcloak Matriarch and a hidden card. But I think,
I was like, yeah.
safely say it's probably a Tornado Warrior. But, I mean, the Tornado Warrior, we saw in the last game so many things to play around then in the trash from the Tailcloak Matriarch. The Tide Turner, the Fizz, all sorts.
It makes a huge difference. I love the combination between those two cards, and then you continue the combo by choosing something like Fizz and then getting a spell back, and it just really it goes bish bash bosh. Here's all the things that I could possibly want to do in a turn, all in one go, and for very little resources.
Sure.
The Fizz targeted and the Matriarch, so
thank you.
4 might on that unit, of course, and it still has 4 might.
Hanging on.
3 damage on it, and there's the list. However, that hidden card can be played at reaction speed before the list resolves. Is it that Tornado Warrior?
Yep.
It is! He's written a list, checked it twice, but Tornado Warrior says, no, actually, give me a minute. I need to just empower over here.
So the Matriarch now empowered. What will be the card chosen? Fizz, you would imagine, is the favorite. That cute little Tide Turner trick, not going to work now as cutely as before because the list can target something anywhere. It's going to be Fizz Starcrossed.
Starcross choosing 2 units to return to their owner's hands, choosing the Matriarch, so it's no longer affected.
Yeah, the Matriarch back in hand. I mean, look at that combo. It is absolutely...
That's how to stay at a battlefield.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. And of course, it is then going to be the Ripper's Bay triggered. Channeling that rune.
I ult to 4, right?
Yeah.
Certainly the Pike was played. I didn't see if they paid the 1 extra to channel the rune. But Bewitching Spirit back in the hand. 4 points apiece. It's just a really difficult position playing Pike into this kind of match because you need to develop the board and then you're also trying to discard your opponent's hand, but then they've just got so many tricks.
And a lot of their hand cards, they can just be played from the trash anyway. And it's just like, oh, well, that felt like it was kind of half of the effect that I was trying to have on them.
There's Nocturne. Probably my favorite card from Origins. It is extremely consistent in this deck. Remember, every stack deck you play, about a 21.9% on average chance to hit a Nocturne. That really is pretty good when you consider you've got Stack Deck and Lightning Rush.
I mean, who doesn't love a freebie, right?
Yeah.
He's literally free.
Well, he's 1 power.
That's it.
He's got a Seal of Discord ready to be exerted.
So it's free. It's girl math.
It really is free. I mean, Nocturne's just brilliant. The ganking on it as well is not to be underestimated.
Absolutely.
4 might is a lot, right? You look at a lot of cards dealing 3 damage like Falling Star. 4 can be pretty difficult to deal with. I think it's a really big reason why this Kennen deck is so strong.
It's got combos.
Yeah.
It's got essentially free units. It's got essentially more free units with Rasa when you've got plenty in the trash, which FaZe is kind of adding to at the moment as well. So you're just doing these back-to-back combos, but also making your resources work harder because you don't have to spend as many to get a colossal board state set up just like this.
And it's a play we've seen a lot of Riftbounders doing this weekend already, trying to leave as much might as possible at the base. It's difficult to interact with units at the base. It's a little bit more risky to have them at a battlefield. So how can I score these points while committing as little might to the battlefields as possible? The Don with just 3 might at the battlefield. Well, actually 0 now because the Tailcloak Matriarch takes it down.
Yeah, Fizz doesn't leave a lot to be desired, sadly, but another one jumps in, of course, to Minefield that burns 2 cards from FaZe. Looks like it was a Ferris Forerunner and 1 other card that we didn't quite see there. So that's not anything too troublesome, I wouldn't have thought. It's a shame about the Ferris Forerunner, I suppose. It's an expensive commitment, but does provide units and then backup once it's defeated.
And importantly, it is now 6 points to 5. Can FaZe set up a turn where they could double conquer next turn and win the game? The Don is still going to have to take at least 2 more turns themselves. But FaZe is now in a position where they could try to develop big at the base themselves and go toe-to-toe with the Don. But there's a lot of might at the base to deal with.
And there's certainly more to come. That really is the terrifying thing. Bouncing back, providing that gold, and of course, the extra rune exhausted, channeled, thanks to Ripper's Bay.
And this is great because, yes, you get a card extra back in hand, you get to channel a rune, you get a gold, but you equally lose 4 might from the board, right? Yes, okay, that matriarch was probably going to be removed, but other decks can just have some ways of protecting that unit a little bit more efficiently. You think of a first mate, which just brings it straight back. That's just a problem that Pyke can have, and the Don's doing a great job of exploiting that weakness by just applying as much pressure as quickly as possible.
Looks like Bewitching Spirit has come down again, so the Don now, I think, on a 1-card hand going into this turn. Draw 1 for the turn. That 1 card in hand is Fizz, though, which is pretty spectacular if you ask me. If you're going to play anything from hand at this stage, it's probably something that gets my spells back, and then I can draw more cards with those spells.
So many runes available. And of course, all those cards in the discard. It's always important to check the trash. What flow costs do I have available?
Don't do that at home, though, kids. You're gonna you're gonna be in so much trouble when there's loads of people rummaging through the trash at home looking for things. True. I need to find the flow cards. No, Jimmy.
Fizz at the battlefield for FaZe with 3 might. Should be pretty easy for the Don to take that out. FaZe has no runes available. But of course, taking their time here. 21 minutes on the clock. Coming towards the end of game number 2 here. We're very much on pace to finish this one. If it goes to a game 3, players might be in a little bit of a rush at the end.
You could say they might be in a lightning rush.
Nice.
Yeah, whoever did the Budum Tisk for me at home, thank you.
Going to be Kennen conquering. Will be triggering the effect. Stack deck being given flow, I do believe.
Yep.
And the minefield triggering as well. So the stack deck now banished, but paying just 1
to
play the card from the discard. And that's why the discard strategy there for Pyke just doesn't seem like it's going to be a good idea against Kennen.
It was a double ride the wind by the looks of things in that choice. I think one of them did get chosen. We saw it to great effect in the last game. Is it going to make that appearance once again? And just float the Don's units around the board to grab points, really not spending a lot to do so. And then being able just to swoop in and take those final points. Just need to get to that 8. Going ahead, just walking Rasa into Ripper's Bay for the 7th point. Now the Don either needs to take 1 hold point or conquer both battlefields on the same turn to win.
4 cards, yeah.
Yeah, and the big thing for the Don now is just making sure they don't provide the opportunity for FaZe to score both battlefields next turn. This might be one of those moments to go for a big old hole. But then the question is, how do you distribute your might? And in fact, look at that. Fizz could have been will be played to a battlefield, which does suggest that the Don wants to reinforce and get as much might at these battlefields as possible. Then do you go all in and put all of your eggs in one basket, in one battlefield, and just hold at all costs? Or do you distribute in a more elegant way? Look at that star-crossed, bouncing back Rasa and the Tailcloak Matriarch on the other side. And Rasa, it's only going to cost a single power to replay. Shadows of the Past.
Starting off with Shadows of the Past. Rasa just taking a little break there first, but there's another one.
Oh, I think I see what's coming. Maybe not Shadows of the Past in this case, it's Rasa the Sunderer of the Past. Both coming back into the hand.
Again, it's like you walk up, one of them goes, you're like, ah, great. You turn around and there's another behind you. You're like, oh, for goodness sake.
Yes.
Where did you come from? Rasa being cheap as chips to play right now.
And are we just going for the full
We're going all in.
hold everything?
Hold that battlefield. That minefield is the Don's battlefield. No one's going to touch it, okay? Because all the Don needs is that hold point. So if this minefield stays under his control, a Nocturne in there too, just to add insult to injury. Basically a freebie as well.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Rasa.
Okay, chill.
There is no chill. No.
I mean, I was sat there like, yeah, maybe they're going to elegantly distribute might between both battlefields.
No, all in. All in. Full send. Minefield.
I respect it very much.
I respect it. They only need the whole point. Why distribute when you can just go all in? Especially when you essentially get free units and they all have impressive might totals. Okay.
I think it's 40 might, if I calculate it correctly. It's now 36. I might be off, but roughly in that ballpark. That is going to be quite difficult to overcome. Well,
right.
One Rasa's down. That's 10
Here come the
gone.
spells. Here come the spells.
12. Yeah.
Is there going to be enough?
30 to go or so.
Oh, no way. No way, Jose, with that hand. Surely. I don't know what Jose has to do with it, but you know.
Yeah, 10 might down. Only 30 to go.
Oh, my lord. 30 might on the battlefield. The Don has just set up this absolutely brutal affair.
Mike does come in readied, though, so that's 6. Right, they're going to go to Ripper's Band.
Good game. The Don takes it with the storm of Shuriken. Kennen coming through for a clean 2-0 victory.
Very impressive performance. And poor old Pike, you got to say.
Pike.
You know, that Bewitching Spirit combo, it's had a lot of success in the past, but it just didn't do much against the power of Kennen, did it?
Not at all, sadly. Kennen was just too swift and too slick against the power of Pike.
Pike is a deck which definitely takes a while to get going, particularly this kind of build. But we do see some highlights from this match. And this was, for me, the play of the day so far. The Tailcloak Matriarch with the Tornado Warrior, the Tide Turner, bringing back the Matriarch to base, and the Void Seeker therefore not removing it from the board.
That was pretty swish, I've got to say. Very smooth play. I liked this bit where the Don rode the wind for multiple points in a turn, and they did it twice.
Yeah, I think honestly, right, there's been 2 plays of the game for us casting so far, and they've both involved the Tornado Warrior.
Yep.
Proving to be an extremely meta-relevant card, and look at that, not bad.
Let's count the Rasas, everyone.
40 points on one battlefield, 0 on the other, but it was more than enough, and the Don continues to stay undefeated today.
A mathematical challenge at a battlefield that is quite intense is when your opponent goes. Anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units, not might.
I have 40 might. You do the maths.
You go ahead. Good luck.
Yeah, it's probably my approach as well. You do the hard work. I'll just see if it works.
Yeah, I'll just put all these here. You can go ahead and remove some of them and let me know if I have to do any interactions.
So, Amy, now that we've seen Kennen at a regional qualifier, are you regretting your caster prediction of Nasus at all? Do you maybe wish you went for Kennen?
No.
None of us went for it, surprisingly.
No.
No,
I don't regret. No regrets. No, I'm all in.
Yeah.
I'm a confident woman.
Yeah.
I don't regret my
you're right.
decisions. I own them.
But there's a lot of Nasus. I think when you predicted it, I don't think you would have expected it to be the 5th most played deck this weekend.
No, I didn't. I did think it was a bit of a sleeper pick, but I didn't think the popularity of it was up there.
Yep.
So I will admit, like, that is a bit strange. And to be fair, Kennen can be a shaky matchup. It
Sure.
depends how the deck is built. If you do play Nasus a certain way, yes, okay, you are favored into Kennen, but if you don't have those particular tech cards, it can be rough, I will admit.
Yeah, I think Nasus might prove to be one of the sort of like the underdogs of the weekend, if you will. I mean, it's 5th most represented, but none of us really predicted that. I thought it would be quite popular. I thought it was a really good pick. It's a deck I like a lot. But, you know, you've got more players on this deck than, for example, Rengar, Draven, Azir, Diana, Kha'Zix, Jace, LeBlanc, Akali, Ezreal. I don't think any of us would have predicted that.
I certainly didn't expect LeBlanc to be that low down, but speaking of decks and their popularity, we certainly have the Lightning Striker themselves at interview ready to chat to.
And that's right, I'm joined with one of our round 5 feature match winners, the Don himself, not donning the Kennen mastermind of Shurikens. 5-0 now.
Yes.
One more win to lock in day 2. How do you feel, man?
I'm feeling great. Actually, I come off a win in feudal match, so that's always great. And I feel like the deck is very dominant. It has a lot of good matchups. So yeah, I'm just gonna try to play my best and keep focused.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll deep dive into that. You're actually our first Kennen on stream today,
Oh, okay.
despite how popular it is and how many people are here playing it. Why does it speak to you? Obviously, a lot of people speak about the consistency, but there are quite a few different versions running out there. You know, I know some people talk about, you know, purple Kennen versus yellow Kennen. Other people talk about, like, well, do you do the Tornado Warrior empowerment stuff, which I'm a big fan of the Matriarch. But tell me how you came into this event and choosing the specific tools that you chose to bring to this weekend.
Yeah, sure. So this is my second big tournament. I played in Bologna first. And what really caught me by surprise in Bologna is that how many different decks you're going to actually end up playing in the Swiss. So my mentality in the past was, let's just build the deck to beat the mirror. I was used to play Draven.
Yeah.
So it was like, let's just beat the mirror. I had no forerunners in the main. And then I realized, actually, I'm not playing into that many Draven. So my idea was, let's try to build a deck that is proactive and that can play every game against every deck. So the Matriarch is like, I want to have additional ways to pressure and recur stuff against every matchup. So after testing it a while, I tested all the builds, like with the Gust main deck, with all the removals. I was like, I just want more proactive stuff. I'm just gonna run more units, and then after the sideboard games, if I feel like, I can side that out and set in just more answers that are specific to the matchup I'm playing. So yeah.
No, that sounds perfect. And honestly, I think that might be one of the best recipes for success this weekend, because it's the first Vendetta regional qualifier. So being able to prepare yourself not only for the other Kennens in the room, but more random decks that you might go against, I think that sounds like a perfect answer on what to do. So confidence level, probably feeling pretty high.
Yeah,
especially, like you said, on stream. What are you afraid of going into this weekend? I always ask this question to people, but it's less like, Kennen is the deck, right? Like people are playing this one. It's the highest representation in the room. It's brand new, new domain pairing. Is it instead of a deck that you're afraid of, a player that you don't want to go against?
Actually, you know, I'm afraid of the games I don't get to make choices. Ooh. That's what I mean. So, for example, sometimes in the mirror match, if they open too strong, like so many Nocturnes and stuff, I feel like I cannot put too many choices in the game. So that's what I'm most afraid of. The games I don't get to choose. Like, I'm fine if I do mistakes and I lose, but I don't get to a match. so the thing I'm most afraid of, mirror match for sure.
That makes a lot of sense. So, and based off of the other answer, prepping for everything else in the room or other random decks, it makes sense. But you're 5-0. Should feel good about yourself. Congratulations once again, the Don. But we're going to send it back. We've got more Riftbound to play. Perfect, man.
More Riftbound? What more could we want?
I love Riftbound. I'm down for more Riftbound.
Let's do it. Absolutely. Why not? That's what we're all here for, obviously, here in RQ Barcelona. Of course, we're in round 5.
Round 5, yeah.
Already been long.
It's a long old day at these. It certainly is. It's 5:30 p.m. local time.
Yep.
Players arrived in the hall, you know, slightly before 10 a.m. So they've already been here for a very long time. They've still got quite a few more rounds to go. So making sure you stay hydrated, You know, in between rounds, can you find a little quiet spot in the room?
Yeah,
that's important as well.
That's why my microphone was in the wrong place. I needed a drink between rounds.
I think that's also like what the sort of veteran TCG players are really good at. They're really good at just making sure they come into the tournament physically in the right space, making sure they got a good night's sleep, making sure they have that time to take a break in between rounds. It sounds like the kind of not that important things, but over the course of a tournament, those small little things can make such a difference. But here we go, jumping in to the second game here. We've got Jorge versus Babe Desus. And we've got Diana versus Aurelia. Aurelia is 1 game up in the series. We've got a Vex and a Diana in a showdown right now at the abandoned hall. 6 might to 3 in favor of Aurelia as it stands. Stupefy coming through, of course, actually targeting, I think, Diana because of the Deflector Vex making such a big difference, and that is going to be a conquer for Babe Desus there, up to 2 points. 2 points to 1 in Aurelia's favor. And a Scuttle Crab comes through.
I love Scuttle Crabs. They're so cool. There's been Scuttle Crab plushies over at the merch stand. I'm really hoping to get my hand on one tomorrow.
Why are you only just telling me about this now?
I know, right? Think of the effect we'll get with them.
There is the Vex. But the other Vex. Vex Cheerless. When I'm in a combat, friendly spells cost 1 energy, 1 power less. And enemy spells cost 1 energy, 1 power more.
That's pretty nifty if you ask me. Vex Cheerless, but certainly helpful.
And that Vex Apathetic did technically stun these 2 units, although that's not too important right now. But it's going to be the Scuttle Crab Seymour, as it's affectionately known in the community, moves into the Targon's Peak.
Putting in some work. I wish one would scuttle into my handbag.
Okay, used to.
Vex Apathetic, of course, likes to be a battlefield. With Vex Cheerless staring it down, might see that being moved to the base. That's going to be an interesting decision point this turn. And that is exactly what happens. And that Chosen Champion developed as well. You know, I actually pulled, not to brag.
Oh, no, this sounds like it's going to be a brag, but I think you should own it.
A signature Aurelia Fervent. I had 1 box open from my local store. Went home.
Oh.
Opened it off camera, of course. Usually I always film my
typical.
pack openings.
Typical.
Just open it in bed, bam. Maybe I should do that more often. Maybe that's the secret to success.
Maybe it is.
In hand? I have 5.
Such a popular champion unit. Aurelia Fervent with that deflect has always been a standing wall in front of any spell-heavy deck.
And of course, 4 runes, in fact, available for Babe Desus. 2 thanks to that Targon's Peak, but it's going to be Vex. Cheerless moving in. Jorge wondering if they want to utilize their focus. Of course, Scuttle Crab, Death Knell ability. Will be a lot of information if it is removed. And information is power, especially in Riftbound. You're allowed to take notes, keep track of what's in your opponent's hand, and actually look at that. It's going to be Moonfall.
Ooh.
Targeting Aurelia, bringing it into the battlefield. This is a big moment.
That's
big turn.
huge.
Remember, that Vex Cheerless is putting a lot of pressure down because every one of Jorge's spells is cheaper and every one of Babe Desus' is more expensive. -2 to every unit there as well.
Moonfall's genuinely one of my favorite signature spells for exactly this reason. Especially when players have these kind of protect the princess style decks like Aurelia.
Yep.
You can really force them into unadvantageous situations or force them to utilize their resources and energy in ways that they just didn't want to have to do.
5 might to 2. It is therefore on Babe Desus to try and make a bit of a difference there, but every spell is costing an additional energy and an additional power.
That's a lot.
That is terrifying. So do you just let your Aurelia be swiftly dealt with? No guardian angel to save her.
No, and typically that is something that we would see quite early on with an Aurelia in tow.
But Jorge's not done yet.
Oh, the second moonfall coming down to say hi to Vex and bringing Vex into the scuffle as well.
That's another -2. That's a
this one gets
-2 crab. It is actually just 0 might. You know, just in case.
What does a -4 scuttle crab look like? Just like a squish straight into the ground.
Yes, I think so. No shell. Those moonfalls, they are only costing 2 energy and 1 power, despite targeting units with deflect. That Vex is putting in a lot of work. It's Vex on Vex right now, and Vex apathetic seems to be in a spot of bother.
Okay.
Very, very true.
4 runes still to play with, though. But again, you want to play in discipline. It's going to cost you 3 energy and 1 power for Babe Dessus because of the Vex Cheerless.
Chaos and Calm, very both well known for having the answer, whatever the answer may be. But is that enough energy to be able to get out of this sticky situation?
This is game number 2. Remember, we're joining this one halfway through. Feature match number 2. You can see an on guard in the hand. That's only going to be giving +1, and it's going to cost you 2 energy and a power.
That was a pass of priority, so Babe's units are all gone, leaving nothing left. But the Scuttle Crab's effect does reveal Jorge's hand.
Certainly does. Hard bargain, flash, stupefy, smoke screen. Is that acceptable losses or is that stacked deck? I can't quite.
I think it's
make
acceptable
that one
losses.
out. Not many units in that hand. In fact, precisely 0.
I suppose that was why it was so important in that turn to take down Babe's forces. But Babe now knows that he's a little bit safer rebuilding a board and already on 4 points to the 1.
Oh, need to announce the win.
That's gonna happen.
Okay.
Here we go.
But 1 no longer, up to 3 thanks to that absolutely pummeling turn to Babe Dessus board state. Now empty is going to have to rebuild to be able to clutch victory once again, if that's going to be their fate.
It is now 4 points to 2. And Babe Dessus, despite having their board swiftly dealt with, still in the lead. And Aurelia can definitely catch up very, very quickly indeed. That cost reduction...
Do you high five? It's okay? Do you need to remember?
No, it's okay.
High five.
Yeah.
Vex, remember, it's only when Vex Cheerless is in a combat that the spell reduction and spell increase costs happens. That's Akali Silent. Nice alternative artwork. And that cannot be targeted unless it's at a combat. So...
Akali, we've already established, is a very intimidating card for many reasons, and this is precisely one of them.
Yeah. It's like an interesting dynamic between Akali and Vex, both in combat. There's going to be a lot going on there.
Yeah, that's a lot of effects to keep track of.
Oh, hello. Okay, this could be huge. This is my early prediction for what Aurelia might be trying to utilize. The Twilight Shroud and Akali combo.
We'll be ready. It's okay. Good time.
So Twilight Shroud.
Yeah, okay.
From the trash.
So you pay already the
Cut
4?
2 and 1 rune. Yeah. 4.
And then you're going to pay for...
Yeah.
It's already paid?
Yeah. 4 and 2 runes.
Okay.
So it's 6 and 2 runes. I always appear earlier.
It's going to be 6.
Akali Silent cannot be targeted unless it's at a combat. Twilight Shroud.
In hand? Cards in hand, please.
5.
Says it cannot be targeted this turn. This Akali is as closest to an immune unit as we have in Riftbound. Maybe Ruin Runner would have something to say about that. It's like build your own Ruin Runner in Aurelia, and that sounds pretty good to me.
That does sound pretty good, and I think that's why so many people have been talking about Twilight Shroud, and just how cheap it is as well. And you get the flow cost. It really just does give you everything.
Flash played, though, to bring that Vex and Ravenbloom student back to base.
Smart, because we know Jorge only has those 2 units currently anyway. So needing to protect them brings them back, and that leaves Babe Dassus to be able to move on in there nice and clean with Akali.
Try to go there. Okay.
Oh, with a ride the wind.
Additional point scored, and that is a big old point. Going from 5 to 6 can be all the difference. And while Jorge has that nice board developed, suddenly, Babe Dassus is looking to be in a really scary position. That Akali Silent, remember, cannot be targeted unless it's in a combat. Fortunately for Jorge, that Twilight Shroud was played from the trash and is now banished. So that's not a threat. But Akali Silent might just be able to do the business all on their own. And Jorge, you never really want to be in a position against Aurelia where you're forced to hold. That's a scary place to be. So how will they maneuver their way through this one? You just fully commit to the hold. You kind of have to, because otherwise a ganking boots, the boots of swiftness, is all it will take for Babe Dassus to take it.
Okay.
Stupefy, I imagine just for the card draw.
Yep.
Try and get as much information as we can. Drawing more cards just allows for that aggression early in the turn to be able to try and see more cards, try and see what puzzle pieces Jorge might need to be able to bring this back into his favor. Conquering another battlefield up to 5, and it looks like we're moving back over to Babe's turn. Would need to conquer both battlefields on this turn to win, or just take one and hold.
6 points to 5. Babe Dassus, can they find a way of moving into both battlefields here and pumping up this Akali like nobody's business? Of course, it can be targeted when in a combat, and when that Vex Cheerless is in a combat, that ability will also activate.
Let's do pass.
First showdown.
Oh, sorry.
6-2 in the abandoned hall.
5 cards in hand for Aurelia is a scary answer. Defiant Dance, of course, going to be a 5 might swing at the abandoned hall alone, and that's just 1 energy. And there's 8 available.
That's a lot.
Jorge, all their runes available as well, though. They are prepared for this, but let's not forget about that Scuttle Crab. The information here is very much on the side of Babe Dassus. Jorge has no idea what's in the hand of Aurelia, but Babe Dassus on Aurelia knows almost every card.
Both players have every bit of energy available to them. How will this play out exactly? And who will have the advantage in the late game as we stride towards that 8th point?
Okay.
Something like a star-crossed right now would be ideal, but of course against Calm, Defy is extremely common. That Stupefy play maybe suggests they don't have the perfect hand. It's Smokescreen to start things off, though. Nope.
Nope. That's the first one.
Okay.
No -4 today.
And of course, that abandoned hall there will get the +1 on the Akali. It's going to be Kha'Zix with Ambush. Now, Kha'Zix will get 2 additional might. And don't forget that 2 XP. Just for good measure. So it's a 6 might Kha'Zix. There's the on guard, though, Amy.
Both players are really putting up a fight for this battlefield.
A big swing of might. It's going to be the acceptable losses. There's no gear in play, but it is going to be an additional 2 points of might from the Ravenbloom student and the abandoned.
10 on 10, right?
That's 10-10 apiece. On guard! Buffs once more. And an additional 2.
In hand?
2.
We'll put them up.
Cards left, though, for Babe Dassus, but that Akali Legend ability still ready. Is one of those cards a way of getting it over to that second battlefield? That is what Jorge is going to be terrified of. Can BaveDesus ever win this turn? It looks like the combat, the showdown will go in BaveDesus' favor. Now, can they somehow trot on this Akali over to Targon's Peak? Because that could seal the deal. All of those boosts are still present.
Flicker, chose, Irelia.
That might do it.
It's okay. It's okay, you win.
Titan Aurelia is the game, and BaveDesus takes it respectfully with a 2-0. Wowza.
Don't underestimate the power of the Tide Turner. Sometimes a 2-drop's all it takes. So for those that are not quite sure why that was game, Akali was ginormous, much bigger than the Vex. The Tide Turner played at the base, can swap positions with Akali, triggering then when you choose Akali, the Aurelia Legend ability, which then readies Akali at base, and they're able to scoot on over to Targon's Peak and score that all-important 8th point.
Absolutely, and with not enough fight in it to go against that mighty Akali, that was all she wrote.
Yeah, Akali Silent's really scary. A lot of the time against Aurelia, historically, you deal with the chosen champion, and you're probably winning the game. But Akali Silent there, able to mount a huge comeback. That Moonfall, double Moonfall turn.
Oh,
Vex Apathetic, Aurelia, Scuttle Crab, all taken down. But all it took was that one Akali Silent, and Aurelia was just able to claw their way back into it and get the 2-0.
That's what Aurelia decks have always been really good at, has been keeping that one unit alive, whether it's Aurelia, whether it is now Akali. These decks are ever changing. But speaking of things that are ever changing, so are we. So we're going to see you in a minute after our winner interview.
Barrett Bryant here, joined by one of our round 5 winners here. 5 rounds in, congratulations, School, on Irelia, our first one of the day on stream. Okay. So, and I think a lot of people have been talking about this deck. Obviously, she's been around since Spirit Forged, one of the more powerful decks in the format, but she didn't really have a ton of results until Sydney. But this format, a lot of people think that she's one of the decks to beat. So tell me, how confident are you in this deck right now?
So, I feel pretty confident with the deck because I play her since set 2. So I got a lot of XP on the deck. I know every matchup kind of well. Yeah. So I know what I got to do, what I got to side. So I think it's why I'm in a good spot right now.
What do you think are some of the best cards that have made it better this format, or some of the matchups you think it can win? Obviously the Akali is one, because it actually feels very safe to play now, aside from things like Call the Weak, right?
Yeah. Obviously Akali is a really good card. So the advantage of playing Akali is that when we pose her on the tables, we are literally sure that we have a body next turn. She's immune to Charm, Rampage, stuff like this, Moonfall. So it's really safety.
Yeah, and safety is something I think that deck has always wanted to have, because it's typically played less units than most decks, just moving your one unit around the board, scoring 2 points a turn as much as you can. But what about its weaknesses? What do you think is the biggest weakness of the deck, and like what other things do you want to avoid? Because she's still not the most represented deck in the room, but she's still very strong.
I think the weakness of the deck is when we have to stay on the battlefield. If we can't go back to base, that's where Irelia is really weak, to stay with less mana or something like this. This is her weakness, I think.
Well, Skoldy, you're one of the many Irelias in the room, but you're one of the ones that's 5-0 right now. One more win locks you in for tomorrow in day 2. And so I gotta ask, what are you playing for? Are you trying to win the whole thing? A best of? Maybe a regional championship invite? What are you looking for this weekend?
First place.
First place. Yeah. And that is just what I think you might be on your way to get. Congratulations once again, but we're gonna go ahead and send it back.